What the skibbity toilet? It's me, Sir Musty. Hey guys, it's me. It's the guy. It's me, guys. Yeah. Can you believe it? Oh. Splatoon, it was fun. It was a very time, you know? That's what it was. Very good. Oh, hell yeah. My favorite gargling music, baby. Let's go. It's so much the game. Yes, it's me. Yeah, Splatoon's a lot of fun. If you guys weren't there for the Raiders portion of this, good game. Easily fun. I'm enjoying my time with it so far. Oh, this song's... Hang on, is this the one? Is this the one that goes ba 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 ba? Is that this one? Hang on. I love this one. I just don't know the name. Yeah! I love this one. Just the problem with Splatoon music is like I find one I like and I'm just like, well, that is it. I don't know what it's called. On this solo, obviously, I think never. We don't laugh in this house. We don't laugh. Don't mind me taking a second, man. I didn't really have a chance to eat in between streams, so I'm just gonna very quickly eat some chicken bites, okay? Is that alright? Develop an unhealthy obsession. See, I can't really do that, unfortunately. There's just too much going on in that brain of mine. See, if Splatoon came around when I was a bit more younger, This used to be doubled up, isn't it? That's strange, if so. Oh, hell yeah. What's this one all about? Yeah, that's the best part about being a Nintendo streamer is that, like, if I don't know anything, I can just go off the chat. And they just know, you know? Like, everyone here just knows, you know? See, if I go, like, what's the one that goes ba 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 ba? People are like, oh, that's that one. What's the one that goes ba 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 bam 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 ba ba? What's that one? Everyone just knows. Oh, I like with that. Ba 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 da ba ba ba. Oh my god, did I get a 6-7? Did I just get a 6-7? Was that a bite of 67? Weird ass background music? I know, right? It's like gurgling. It's like they're gurgling, you know, they're burping. I got jewels as well. Can I pay my rent in jewels? Can I? Am I allowed? What's this one? Oh, we got a slow jam now, yeah? Okay. Yeah. I like it. Alright guys, I got something crazy. I suppose it counts as reacting. But I just react to the entire Splatoon soundtrack. Back to back. Actually sounds really fun, actually. Actually sounds like a really fun idea. I said that's a joke, but that actually sounds really fun. Be there for hours? Perfect. I'm a live streamer. I'm here for hours. That's how it works. Crazy, huh? Thank you for the morning. Thank you.
Splatoon Raiders is a lot of fun, and that's all I will say to avoid spoiling for anyone else.
It is very fun, isn't it? Listen to that, man. So bright, aren't I? Turn on the brightness a little. Oh, there we are. A lot of music. I'm good for it. I'll be here for hours. Perfect. be perfect, you know? We spoilers. No, we're not going to talk Splatoon Raiders in this stream. I got other topics we could talk about, chat. I got some interesting reactions today. I think I've got some interesting reactions today. I'm just very quickly eating my dinner, so what have you guys been up to lately? Talk to me real quick while I just finish my my chicken bites. I put some burger sauce on the side. Oh, it's the one! Oh my god, turn that shit up! It's the one! Oh, hell yeah! Hell yeah. I tried the ukulele Kart demo, and it's kind of unremarkable. Really? That's unfortunate. Are you interested in the Dust Bloods things? Oh, I did sign up for that. Oh yeah, by the way, guys, I don't know if it's worth your time now, but the Dust Bloods thing, I'm guessing it's the multiplayer thing that they opened sign-ups for. I think I did that, like, yesterday. I think I opened yesterday, didn't it? I thought I'd give it a try just in case I get in. I mean, I suppose it's kind of nice that they're giving us a chance to see, like, you know, like they're stress testing their servers. But at the same time, it's like, we barely got anything about the game, bro. Like, come on, help us out. I think they asked you, like, how many FromSoft games have you played in, like, the little survey thing. I just click all the way at the bottom is none, and I'm just like, yeah, I'm just a tourist, guys, sorry. My bad. I'm all done with my food. I'm interested in it though. Maybe it'll be like my foray into it, you know? Wait, is ukulele? Is like the demo out for ukulele kart? Should we try that? I'm the kart racer guy. Super ukulele kart. Join the play. Oh, I have to join the play test. Welcome to the play test. Oh, I can play now. Oh, should they just let you? Well, let me install. Oh, we get in there. We'll get in there. You DM'd about. Oh, you did DM about that. Did I ever reply to you? I think I forgot. Oh, my bad. I forgot to reply. I was going to reply something along the lines of like, let me know, Benja, when you get to the point. When you get to the point where like it starts to make sense, let me know when you reach that point, okay? Let me know, okay? Music is spoilers skip. I mean, now that you told me it's spoilers, I know it's spoilers. Does that make sense? Like, you kind of ruined this for me. That's Sammy. You should have just I would have ignored it. In your bid to tell me about spoilers, you ruined the spoiler. You ruined it for me. Amazing how that works, isn't it? Sometimes you can spoil someone when they don't even know they're being spoiled. Amazing how that pans out. Bye, gamers. Or reacting today? Let's go, huh? You need to make the Sir Musty Cup coaster. I do, actually, I think I do, because I do have these, Pokemon coasters. I think I have the other ones in my drawer somewhere. I have Pokemon Blue, Pokemon Red. And I think I had yellow. It was yellow and green, but I don't know where yellow and green got off to. I just kind of have blue on my desk. So that's how that works. Oh, am I not on screen? My bad. All that being said, Musty can't win. Who knows? All right, let's go, gamers. So, first, the react of the evening. All right, guys, it's like a small channel, so we're going to be nice. But like, not like a small channel like they got like 1,000 subs, because I'm just like, nah, fuck small channels. I hate them. We did have a Musty. Oh, we did. That's it. Kevin made that. I forgot about that. We need a Musty Kart too. That's what we need. Okay, this is a channel so small. He doesn't even have a profile picture, chat. So we got to be like, we got to navigate this with like the greatest of ease. You know what I'm saying? We got to navigate this with like grace and decorum. Okay, we got to be there. All right, so let's behave. Let's be on our best behavior. Okay, guys. As we watch the most controversial track in every Mario Kart game. Controversial is a weird turn of phrase. I'm like, what makes these controversial? It's a default Dan, I know, right? And it's the old default Dan where it's not the old default Dan. I remember the old default that had like a face on it. But it's like, it's just got that letter, G, by Gurgistan. Is this like a different country that I've never heard of before? Gurgistan? I'd love to visit there someday. I would love to visit. Let's find out what is so controversial. Like, did they say the N-word on Twitter? Did they go on like the bridge on PUBG? Was there a crypto rug pull? Did they make a dog shit review of Obsession? And like people thought they were had very questionable morals. Like what was it? You know? Did they say something like Hitler? Like, well, let's find out, gamers.
Controversy.
True.
Pretty much everything is controversial these days.
Oh, it's the woke brigade, isn't it? It's all those wokes. I'm telling you, it's all those wokes. Everything is political, isn't it? I'm right there with you, Gurgistan. I'm right there with you.
Mario Kart, on the other hand, has been controversial forever. Mario Kart
forever. I guess it's not the premise of the video, but I'm curious now. Come on, then.
For one, are very controversial. Here's my pick for the most controversial track in every Mario Kart game, from Super Mario Kart up until Mario Kart 1. Well, first, we must start in Super Mario Kart, but before I do, let me lay out some ground rules.
Okay.
Controversial does not mean unpopular. It means a track that is loved by some and hated by others. Also,
so divisive. I think that's what you mean. When it says controversial, I'm guessing he means divisive, which is probably a better word to use, but okay. So the most divisive track in every Mario Kart game, okay.
So, no retro tracks will be included, unless the reason they are controversial is because of a massive difference with the original.
Okay, that's fair, okay.
Let's jump into Super Mario Kart. Super Mario Kart is, irrefutably, the most basic.
So far, it's giving like it's like a bit of a time capsule, isn't it, chat? This feels like it's 2026, and yet it feels like it's charmingly made in like 2009.
Mario Kart game. Console limitations massively halted the imagination of the game. This means that most people agree that all the tracks are not great and do not hold up to the expectations set by the more modern games.
I would love to. I beg to disagree. I think Bowser Castle 2 is very much a track that holds its own even in 2026. Born to be 09, forced to be 26. True, honestly. A shame.
Except Mario Circuit 2. That's one of the best tracks in the whole series. Fight me. This means that I've had to imagine what the general consensus of tracks was in 1992, well over a decade before I was born.
Really?
But I think I got this.
Okay, do you? All right.
Rainbow Road is the obvious frontrunner, at least in my mind. Its proponents might claim that it's a great track. The lack of guardrails and sharp turns make for a great challenge. And, in a game with mostly weaker tracks, it's actually alright. It's a breath of fresh air.
It's a very good track, actually.
Its detractors claim that it is a bad track. They claim the lack of guardrails, making the track so difficult, was the sole reason for Mario Kart 64's Rainbow Road being entirely guardrailed. The thwomp.
We're kind of making stuff up now. If anything, this track not having guardrails is probably what makes it oh so memorable. Like, this track was like the blueprint for Rainbow Roads in the future being bollock hard. I suppose 64 kind of ruined that. But I think famously with 64, wasn't it a case where the AI just didn't work unless it had guardrails? Why am I so bright? So they kind of had to have guardrails? I think that's how it worked, isn't it? If I'm not mistaken?
They claim are obnoxious, and they're right.
Could have been people saying this in the 90s. I mean, if you had some forum posts, I would have loved to have seen them, you know? Some old news group forums, you know? That would have been nice to see. But like, and also, I think he's kind of like post hoc rationalizing this, if that makes sense. back in the day, because obviously nowadays we kind of look at this Rainbow Road as being like really, really hard. But back in the day, like it fit right in. Do you know what I mean?
Thank you.
It fit right in amongst. I've just got bright aura around me, don't I? Jesus Christ! I'm trying to fix my camera in real time here. It's pretty annoying.
He's talking about me.
So what? You went back in time to 1992 and said this? Terrible, terrible, terrible. Ban that guy. Ban that guy right now, chat. Ban that guy right now. Why am I so bright? Sorry about that.
Right. They say that the sharp turns make it unenjoyable. Additionally, the poor controls of the game generally make it hard to control your cart on any track, let alone the track with no guardrails.
That's very much oh my god, it's been so long since I watched the Mario Kart video. I haven't had to say this in a while, chat. I think it's very much in these parts we call it a proficiency deficiency, right? That's very much what we call this, isn't it? Because once you just have to, this is one of the Mario Kart games where you have to master the controls. And then once you do, this track is so satisfying. It's actually unbelievable. Like, if you're going to say that, firstly, if you're referring to people in the 90s, they love difficulty like this because it was very difficult back in the day. And if you're referring to people in the modern day, well, you're just bad at the game. Like, truly, you're just bad at the game. If someone tells me that Super Mario Kart is bad because hard, you're bad. Like, I'm sorry, you're bad at the game. It's mastery malnourishment, you know?
Control your cart on any track, let alone the track with no guardrails.
No, you can control yourself fantastically in this game once you learn the controls.
Anyways, let's move on now to Mario Kart 64.
I'm getting nostalgic, aren't I? Oh, it's the obligatory, I'm going to make a video talking about every Mario Kart game, but I'm just going to gloss over Super Mario Kart. I'm only talking about it because I kind of have to, you know, like, I kind of have to talk about it, so let's quickly get out of the way here and let's talk about 64, all right? Now, if you're asking me, actually, let's play along. If you're asking me what is the most divisive track in the series, let's go to the best wiki on planet Earth. Oh my god, I am getting nostalgic today. Super Mario Kart. Mario Wiki, Super Mario Kart. What would I say is the most divisive? Obviously, he's saying controversial, but he means that's a shorthand for divisive. I'd probably say Vanilla Lake 2 comes to mind because I love it because of the like little jumps you can do. But I know a lot of people don't like it because of that. So maybe that's divisive in that regard. I also like Cougar Beach. I see a lot of people going, Cougar Beach, not so good. Bowser Castle 2 is probably up there as well, I would say. It's a bit Marmite. I know maybe I've done a bit of, injecting into the takes of it as well. I'd say either VL2 or BC2. I don't think anything else strikes me as controversial. No, not particularly. Has to be one of these two, honestly. BCs are hated in the middle, from what I've heard. Yeah, it's a bit. I would say VL2 or BC2. If I'm gonna guess, I'd say BC2. That's what I would say is the most divisive track, honestly. Truck Island 2, we all agree it's bad, so that's not really controversial. So I might as well do this for the next. Might as well do this for the next one while here, actually, so we can predict it. Mario Kart 64. What's the most controversial track in that game? Immediately, I want to say Toad's Turnpike. I know a lot of people fuck with this Toad's Turnpike, but I don't really like it, to be honest. I don't think it's all that, you know? What else? Rainbow Road? I could see people. This one sucks, though. Is anyone actually defending this one? You know? Is anyone defending this Rainbow Road? Really? Oh, man. Calamari. I do see a lot of defenders for Calamari, in all fairness. I do see a lot of. I think I see the most division, personally, from what I've seen. Help me out here, chat. It's Toad's Turnpike. But I see a lot of people fuck with this track. It's like, the sunset. It's like, on mirror mode, the cars come towards you. And I'm just like, no, it sucks, bro. This shit's ass. The computer's just rubber band so far ahead of you. It's just boring. I imagine like with 4 people, mirror mode, maybe this one's a bit of a vibe. But like, I don't fuck with this, man. I don't fuck with this at all. I fuck with the 8 version a bit better. And even then, I wouldn't like defend it in court, you know? Could be Yoshi Valley. I see a lot of people love Yoshi Valley. You know? I wouldn't say that. Banshee, I could see it being Banshee. I could see it being Banshee potentially, because I know a lot of people fuck with this as well, and I'm not really that big on it. From what I see, it could be that, but I'm leaning towards Toad's Turnpike or Calamari Desert. Choco Mountain. I don't see a lot of people talk about Choco Mountain. Choco Mountain is a bit neutral, you know? You think Frappe's up there? You think so? You think Frappe's up there? I've not really seen a lot of Frappe in my time. Sherbet Line because of the penguin heads? Potentially. If I was to pick, if this was my video, I think I'd go with Toad's Turnpike, personally. Think out or Calamari. It's one of those. This was actually a tough one because like a lot of these tracks, bar like 4 or 5 of them, are good, you know, and the rest of them are just kind of a whole load of liquid ass, you know. I would say I'm gonna go Turnpike. I would go Turnpike personally. What are you gonna do, Mr. Grigistan? The music for the intro, and then there we go.
64
is it honestly? This is very like fucking 2009 editing. It really is.
The most controversial.
I feel like in a modern YouTube video, you'd have put in like 3 clips. You'd have put like, you'd have put in like you know, it would have been like clip 1, clip 2, clip 3, clip 4.
Mario Kart
you know?
64 is
but like, it's very old.
The most controversial game in the whole series. This obviously means that there are a fair few controversial tracks in that game. Mario Kart 64 also had certain console limitations, making it difficult to map out ideas. This also made for bland tracks, but due to it not entirely being in 2D, like Super Mario Kart.
Oh my god! Oh, gamers, it's unreal, isn't it? Ref! Hey, I'm a fucking word within that ref! I'm getting old. It's like, oh guys, you get that Ratsumi style flashback. Are you getting it, gamers? Like 24/7 Musty. Oh, 2D racism in 2026. Jesus Christ! I'm getting flashbacks. I don't know you guys. I'm getting flashbacks here.
The tracks are.
I don't know. It could be nostalgic for 2 years ago. So Musty, I didn't know I could. But man, oh, it's such a
entirely being in 2D, like Super Mario Kart. The tracks are a little more interesting. A couple of tracks immediately spring to my mind when I think of controversial Mario Kart 64 tracks.
Like?
Toad Turnpike is one of them.
Oh, I thought so too, yeah.
Though. I don't imagine anyone genuinely finds this fun. Choco Mountain.
You don't believe anyone... Oh, trust me, you'd be shocked. A lot of people fuck with that one. Choco Mountain, not particularly.
Also, but for mostly the opposite reason. Only people who are really bad at this track actually hate it. DK's Jungle Parkway and Yoshi Valley are both mentioned here due to their difficulty, and Yoshi Valley for some other reasons as well.
The steep drop, the steep drop is funny. It's one of those ones where I can understand you not fucking with the restless natives on DK's Jungle Parkway. Kind of interrupts your shortcuts. If you're not fuck with the comically long drop, like, you're kind of cooked, I'll be honest.
However, 2 tracks stick out above all.
Don't say Wario Stadium. Everyone, this is not divisive or controversial. What are you using? Like, when you define controversial at the beginning, you define it as divisive, right?
Wario Stadium and Rainbow Road.
Where is it? Rainbow Road I get, but Wario Stadium not particularly. Everyone hates Wario Stadium. Not divisive or controversial in the slightest. This sucks.
Detractors of both claim that the tracks are too long. 5,
they are.
Even 6 minutes.
Yes.
For one track.
For no reason.
They also claim that on top of that, the tracks are just genuinely boring.
Yep.
I've gone back and forth on this for a while.
Have you?
I eventually came up with a conclusion.
Which is?
At least on Rainbow Road, the haters are only really upset with the length. But Wario Stadium...
No, we're also upset with the guardrails being stupid and the hazards being dumb. No, it's multiple things. The length is the longest bit, but like there's a lot of things that suck about it. Like a lot of things are ass.
Haters genuinely hate everything with the track. Lovers of it claim that it's epic.
No, in fact, the opposite. Like, this track sucks because of the length. Rainbow Road sucks because of the length, no hazards, and guardrails, you know? In fact, Wario Stadium used to be beloved when the game was hot and ready. I think it was the mid-2010s when the reception started coming. I think I only believe that because I think we watched the JonTron top 10, where he put this in his top 10. So I could kind of believe that, but at the same time, bro, people in old YouTube were smoking crack, I'm telling you.
I mean, look at
they were just uploading anything back in the day, man.
Walls. Wario Stadium was the
walls are...
It's epic. I mean, look at the walls.
I mean, hey, yeah, Cartman, pick up your guy, all right?
Wario Stadium was the last N64 track to make its debut as a retro track, and detractors often think that was for a good reason.
I love how you're referring to like them as detractors. I wouldn't really refer to myself as a detractor. I just don't fucking like it. Detractor, yeah. I fucking hate this. I'm campaigning. People against Wario Stadium. That's my slogan. Yeah.
One game that had
Okay, so I'm guessing since you hard cut to the next one, I'm guessing your choice is Warrior Stadium, which I'm gonna give you a minus point for that. I'll be honest, I'm gonna give you 3 minus. Actually, I'm gonna keep a score actually. Like, while I might not agree with your pick, like I'll give you a score based on that's another thing. I'll give you a score based on how accurate you're on. So what was his first one? His first one was Rainbow Road, which I think was a -3. You either get +3 or -3. Does that make sense? So Grigistan's, how are we spelling this? Grigistan's. Fuck, how are we spelling this again? Grigistan's score. We're gonna give him a score. For SMK, it was RR, which I'm giving a -3. Giving him -3 points. I think that's a really bad choice. Really, really bad choice. What's it? 64 was Wario Stadium, which I think is another really bad choice as well. So I'm giving him. I'm not the tractor. We're tractors. That's what we are. Thank you. I'm giving another. So far you're on -6. Terrible score so far. Can you bring it back, Gugastan?
Retro Tracks ish was Mario Kart Super Circuit. Again, Mode 7 was used, making the game more bland.
Was Mode 7 used in this one? Oh, as your friend to SMK.
That had Retro Tracks ish was Mario Kart Super Circuit. Again, Mode 7 was used, making the game more bland.
More bland? What? Again, it's the classic case of I don't get it. Mario Kart is one of the few series, chat, where people like an archetype of video is a blank in every game, and yet it seems to be like there's like a contingent of games in the series where like people are just like, yeah, let's not talk about it. Well, then why'd you make the video then? That's what I always think about. You know, I thought this back in the day, and I'm saying the same thing now, where I'm just like, if there's 2 Mario Kart games you really clearly hate, just don't fucking talk about them. Just skip. Just be like, I'd rather respect if you went, what's the most controversial track in every Mario Kart game? And you just were like, I don't want to talk about SMK or Super Circuit because they suck. Bye. Skippity Toilet. Bye. I'd have had a bit more respect for you. Title would have been clickbait. I don't know. Hey, you're not fair. I don't get it, man. 64 always survives the slander as well because, like, of old school YouTubers bandying his consequences gamers. But Super Circuit never does.
Okay. Again, Mode 7 was used, making the game.
Oh, also we can play the game real quick. Oh, let's play the game, shall we? Chat. Let's go to. Ooh, what's the most controversial pick here? I wonder. What's it gonna be? Is it even a controversial one here? I'm kind of gonna go with Snowland. No, Snowland's not controversial. A lot of people, actually, in all fairness, some people say that the snow really doesn't bother them. Which is me. I say that. I want to say Sunset because, like, maybe some people have kind of soured on it in recent years. You know, Broken Pier could be one because, again, it reuses the ghost aesthetic again for a track that's harder. People don't like hard tracks in Mario Kart because they're all babies. Broken Pier is actually a good shout. Let me pick Wario Stadium for N64. That is true. Well, I'm thinking what's for me, brother. I'm not predicting what he's gonna say. I'm predicting what I would think is the most controversial. I want to go with Broken Pier or Sunset Wilds. That's what I'm thinking. Or Bowser Cost 2 even, I'd say, maybe? Because I've seen some people defend this one. Young hates Yoshi Desert. I would say Sunset Wilds. If I was going to make this video, I would say Sunset Wilds. Now, if I want to predict what he's going to say, which we could do as well, actually, here. Snowland, potentially, because of, like, it's jittering screen, but it's like, well, a lot of people don't like it because of that, you know? BC3, because the screen shake has to be the most controversial. Does he go Rainbow Road again, do you think? Do you think he goes Rainbow Road again, chat? Do you think he goes Rainbow Road again? I'm thinking he's going to go Broken Pier. I'd go Sunset Wilds. I'm thinking he's going to go Broken Pier. Which, if he does go Broken Pier, that won't be a bad choice. In fact, I think with Broken Pier, I'll give him a +1, actually. I don't think it's a bad choice, honestly. Maybe even a +2. So I would go Sunset Wilds. I think he's going to go Broken Pier. Let's find out.
More bland. Super Circuit doesn't have any star-stunning tracks.
It doesn't? Even people who don't really appreciate this game admit some of the themes go hard. Come on. Like, you're lying to me. You're lying to me in 4K. Like, I know obviously I do a lot of defense for this game, but like everyone who's gone, okay, I've never played Super Circuit before, most of you've convinced me to play it, they'll immediately highlight Cheeseland, they'll immediately highlight Sky Garden, they'll immediately highlight Ribbon Road, Bowser Castle 3, Lakeside Park, the Rainbow Road, BC4. You're lying, bro, you're just lying. Hang on, what's going on here?
Super Circuit doesn't have any star-stunning tracks. If you were to take out Rainbow
They're
Road,
promoted to the head of the Royal Guard.
Thanks so much, Mario Adventure Gamer, for giving, who is it? Benjamin got a membership. Oh my gosh, Benjamin. Thanks so much.
If you were to take out Rainbow Road, Cheeseland, Sky Gardens, and Sunset Wilds, there would be genuinely no reason to play this game.
We get that list one more time.
Sunset Wilds, there would be to take out Rainbow Road,
So first he did Ribbon Road. Hang on, hang on. Hang on, hang on, I'm confused. He says Rainbow Road, but it says Ribbon Road. I'm confused. I'm very, very confused here. Is it Ribbon Road? Because, like, is it Ribbon Road or is it Rainbow Road? Because you said Rainbow Road, but you show Ribbon Road, so I don't know what you're talking about. Is the editing correct, or is it... No, what I'm trying to say is it editing correct? Or is his, like, verbals correct? No, he's talking about... He obviously means one of them. It doesn't mean both. Otherwise, he'd have shown both, right? Which one does he mean? I want to call him a LARPer for this. I don't know why people are calling him a LARPer. I'm gonna guess Pause Andy. Let's find out about Pause Andy's.
Cheeseland, Sky Gardens, and Sunset Wilds, there would be genuinely no reason to play this game. I've been thinking about it a lot.
I don't think I Pause Andy. That's the end of the point right there and there. In which case, if I want to go with his editing on screen, Ribbon Road, Sunset Wilds, Cheeseland, Sky Garden. I mean, Ribbon Road is good, but I feel like you can remove it and you're fine. Sunset Wilds? All it's got is the sunset, I'll be honest with you. There's not really much else to it. Cheeseland and Sky Garden, I'll give him, though. But even if you to remove these four, you got Rainbow Road, BC4, Lakeside Park, Broken Pier, BC2, Yoshi Desert, even Luigi Circuit I'll kind of defend, because like those U-turns are really satisfying in this game's engine to drift around. And I guess you could take Riverside Park as well. There's still enough going. You still got the entire special car, you know what I mean? What are we on about here, lad? You still got enough going on there.
Rainbow Road, Cheeseland, Sky Gardens, and Sunset Wilds, there would be genuinely no reason to play this game. I've been thinking about it a lot.
Go on.
But one track kept coming into my mind.
Which one?
Boo Lake.
Boo Lake. All right, we'll keep listening. But you went with Boo Lake. I think everyone just kind of agrees this one's either okay to good, and that's kind of it. This one's not divisive or controversial. Let him explain. Well, let him explain.
This makes sense, as I can attest to this personally.
And you?
I am a staunch hater of Boo Lake. When I was a little kid growing up, I literally never completed this track. Believe me when I tell you, not once did I get top 4 on this track. I kid you not. For a good few years of my life, I had to play Cheeseland and Bowser Castle 2 exclusively from Quick Run.
I can safely say, as somebody who had Super Circuit as a kid, you're lying. I'm just straight up calling you a liar. I am. And do you know how I know? Because if you played this game when you were a kid, let's say, for example, you didn't have a game. Let's say you played this game on the DS. Because obviously, I'm assuming that he grew up when this game came out. Because I obviously grew up when this game came out. So I played it in like the early 2000s, right? But obviously, you guys, sometimes you buy games later in life, right? So let's say, for example, you were still a kid around like the late 2000s, right? Like 2008, 2009, you played on a DS, right? I'm just sitting there thinking like, how much free time did you really like? I'm just like, when you're a kid, what I'm trying to get at is, as a kid, you have like infinite time to play video games. And if you suck at a game, You just keep playing until you get good. That's what you have as a kid. It's your greatest strength. So when you say you played this as a kid and you just sucked at it that bad, I'm just like, of all the tracks, this one, yeah? I don't understand. I don't get it. Of all the ones, this one? What about Broken Beer? You know? Oh, because he didn't say anything. Oh my god. Oh my god. Is that a theory potentially confirmed? So maybe he did play it as a kid. And he was so bad at the game, he didn't unlock it. Kyrgyzstan. Surely. Your next video has to be you playing this track again, surely. Come on. Also remember, guys, we don't say skill issue, okay? We got to come up with smarter things than that, remember, guys? Did you guys forget how we do it here? Ooh, interesting. Interesting.
And Bowser Castle 2, exclusively from Quick Run. Nobody hated it.
Jeez, I'm just confused. Like, surely BC2... Hang on, I'm kind of confused. When you say that, I'm kind of confused, though, right? I would say you had this problem with Boo Lake. Not with Bowser Castle. Not with Bowser Castle 3. Not with Yoshi Desert. Like, I would say these are probably harder to stay on the track, I would say. Yoshi Desert has those chomping piranha plants that can sometimes cause a bit of an issue. Bowser Castle 3 has that really narrow road towards the end. So I'm just like... And then Luigi's... And then Sky Garden as well could be quite tough on if you're not good in the game, because that's... I think the whole track is off-road on that. Or the whole track can, like, make you fall down. I think that's the first track in the game where, like, every bit can make you fall. And then, of course, even if we ignore all of that, you said controversial/divisive, and your frame of reference was because you're bad at it as a kid. Now, bearing in mind, when you talked about Super Mario Kart, you kind of like went back in time and maybe did some analysis of what would happen back in the day, you know? But you didn't do it for this one, neither? Interesting, Mr. Kyrgyzstan. You know, gamers, is anyone... Are we in favor, gamers? Are we in favor of giving yet another -3, gamers? Are we, as I said, I think -3 plus 3. I'm not going to go above a -3. -3 is the lowest score you could get. It's -3. Are we going to give him the lowest score possible of -3, chat? I would say so. Am I being too harsh? I don't think I am. I think that's a very fair score to give him. What is he going to say about Double Dash? I'm even more curious now.
Sorry, it sounds like an inadequacy of ability.
It certainly does, doesn't it? A mastery of malnourishment, an ability, inability, as we like to call it around these parts. All right, let's go, gamers. Let's do Double Dash. Most controversial? I would go with Wario Coliseum. I think that's quite simple. A lot of people fuck with this, and for me, I'm just like, this sucks. Baby Park is obviously another easy go-to as well. That's it, really. It's either Wario Coliseum or Baby Park. I'm thinking it's gotta be Baby Park, though. Baby Park. Okay, this is the easiest. This is too easy. Broski, this is so easy. This is like, I would say, the most controversial track in the entire series, actually. Second would be Wario Coliseum, and then that's it. This is the easiest pick ever. Ever. Come on, Kyrgyzstan.
Anything in the entire world, as much as 6 to 10-year-old me hated Boo Lake.
6 to 10-year-old you? 4 years? 4 years! You had a whole presidential term of this game and you couldn't beat Boo Lake. Crazy work.
It blows my mind to think
it's blowing my mind.
Genuinely like Boo Lake. But
I think it's fine.
They claim it's a good challenge for players.
It is. Well, I don't think anyone claims anything about this track.
It's a challenge. Thankfully now I can win on that track.
Okay, good.
And Mario Kart 8's version is much better. But oh my lord, I lost years of my life from playing Boo Lake. Sorry for this one.
Some people use years of their life in the war gamers.
Opinionated section, but I just couldn't help myself. Mario Kart's one overly opinionated section, but I my life from playing Boo Lake. Sorry for this one overly opinionated section, but I just couldn't help
Sorry for this one
Attendance is quite
opinionated
low
section.
tonight. What happened? Oh, the camera's on. The camera's been on the whole
Person
time.
1015 gave $5 to
Thank you so much,
fix
Emerald
solo
Person.
support. Might be Sherbet Land or Dino Jungle because of the ability and ability.
It has to be Baby Park. I think this is like the easiest slam dunk in the entire like series. Baby Park is a very you love it or hate it type, man. It has to be.
myself. Mario Kart Double Dash was
This is easy.
inarguably a massive
I'll give you a +3 for this. I'll give you the maximum points of +3 if you get Baby Park.
step
I'll give him +2 for Wario Coliseum. I'll hold my +1 to see if he makes a good argument.
in the right direction for the Mario Kart series. This was the first game entirely
Okay, chat, make your let's do a quick poll. Let's do a quick poll. Baby Park opinion, gamers. What do you think his opinion on Baby Park is? He loves it. Or he hates it. What's it going to be, gaming? What's it going to be, gamers? What's it going to be? Make your predictions. What is he going to be? A lot of people, oh, hang on, we're getting, oh, it's switching. The votes just have to keep changing hands. Oh, hang on, gamers. Is he a black activist? Or is he a secret IDF sleeper agent? What is it going to be? What is it going to be, gamers? It seems like people are saying you're spiritually Israeli, Grigistan. What are you going to say to the allegations? I'm thinking he's going to love it. I'm thinking he's one of ours.
in 3D, meaning that the tracks were more fully fleshed out. This allowed for better track design and less janky controls. Sort of. As for controversial
controls-
tracks, there
sure,
aren't very
right.
many in this game.
Hang on.
Every single
Hang
track,
on.
with the obvious
Hang
exception
on.
of Mario and Luigi Circuit, are genuinely good tracks.
Hmm.
However, there are two tracks that are
Well, hang on. Sorry, I forgot. Hang on. You nearly brain blasted me there, Grigistan. Hang on.
every single track, with the obvious exception of Mario and Luigi Circuit, are
What? No, hang on. Oh, sorry. I'm used to Mario and Luigi Circuit being shit in most Mario Kart games, but in these ones, they're decently solid. What? Hey, I know. I've had some people say LARP, and I've been like, just don't stop saying LARP when there's no LARP. Is this like +1 on the LARP scale, chat? It might be. I'm gonna be honest. Because like these are like by Luigi circuit standards, these have the best circuits in the series, I would say. And Treasure Desert's right there. I'd say +1 on the LARP scale. I wouldn't call him like a full-blown LARPer, but there's definitely a +1. Do you know what I mean? He's going circuit equal. Oh, we really are getting nostalgic, aren't we, gamers? We've had 2D racism, circuit track equals bad. Oh man, welcome back, Musty Mario Kart, man. Guys, have you missed this? Who's missed this, guys? Who's missed this? I've missed this, gamers. I've been here. Oh man, we're back, gamers. We're back in the building.
genuinely good tracks. However, there are two tracks that are incredibly controversial.
Okay, hang on.
Honestly, I'd go as far to say is that they are the most controversial tracks in Mario Kart history. Wario Coliseum. Much like Wario...
Okay, gamers. He might be in there. Okay, well, he immediately has +2 on the board, chat. That's his first positive mark that he's had today. So he's gonna... He might minus it if he picks a bad second choice. We'll see. He might be cooking. Let's hold.
Stadium on the
Let's hear his reasoning as well, because his reasoning might lower it a point. So we'll see. Hang on.
N64 kart history. Wario Coliseum. Much like Wario Stadium on the N64, a long track. But at least this one has more turns and is a more fun experience overall. I'd argue that this track, even while it may be the second most controversial track in the series, arguably, completely and utterly pales in comparison to the most controversial track in the entire series, inarguably, Baby Park.
Who doubted him? Oh, the easiest +3 of his life. He did it, gamers.
Oh, Baby Park. I must make this quick because this is by far and away the most controversial track in the series.
Yeah.
Its fans say that the massive items on a small track and 7 laps of it makes Baby Park hectic and thus fun. Its opponents say that the hecticity makes the track
So, what was that word again? Sorry?
and thus fun. Its opponents say that the hecticity
Hang on, chat. Hang on, why are you laughing, chat? Let's see if it's Oh, okay, hang on. In all fairness, chat, with the eggs on our face, chat. The eggs on our face. It's actually a word, gamers. So if you laughed, gamers, you're a bad person. You are a very bad person if you laughed. You laughed, gamers. It's your fault. You are bad people.
makes the track unfun and a bad time to play overall. What's not an unfun game is Mario Kart DS. Mario Kart.
Ooh, okay. Oh, so he does like Baby Park as well. So easy +3 for him. Well done. Well done. That was a very hectic. The hecticity of this ranking so far has been very crazy. Well, I'm here for it. I'm here for it.
DS is also a fan favorite Mario Kart game. I personally like this game and all of its tracks,
Of course you do.
even if the retro track selection is a little weak.
It's terrible.
Once again, console limitations prevented this game from being great, and its tracks suffered a little bit as a result of it.
Certainly
But
did.
you'd never know that based off the tracks
Oh, did he call DS a fan forever? I must have missed that. Yeah, no, this sucks, bro.
Luigi Mansion.
Oh, okay. Let's actually hang on. So I was so engrossed by your video, I completely forgot to play along. I completely forgot to be to transform the content. My bad. Mario Kart 10. Let's go. Let's go to Mario Kart 10. Where's the courses? Let's what exactly do we have here? Most divisive. Maybe Rainbow Road? Like, for me, I know a lot of people fuck with this Rainbow Road. I don't. I think it sucks, I'll be honest. But that's just my thoughts on it. Is there any more really controversial ones? Desert Hills? I think most people fucking hate that, you know? Might be. Ooh! Pinball's actually a good shout, I'll be honest. It could be. Hang on. It could be. It's genuinely a good shout for Pinball. These days, I think it's a good shout for Pinball, honestly. Because you see, everyone loves Pinball, but then like there's been a counter movement against Pinball, at least lately. I'd say maybe it's more directed at the, the BCP rendition. So I don't know if I would do this one personally. I don't know. That's a good shout though. If he says Pinball, I'll give him a +1. I'll give him a +1 for that. Other than that though, is there really anything that's controversial here? Or like divisive? Maybe DK Pass? I see a lot of people saying DK Pass. I don't like it. It'll be a GCN retro. You think so? It was gonna be a retro. I don't know what it would be. I don't know. I honestly don't know what to pick for this one. I picked Rainbow Road, but like hesitantly. This is one I'm not really that confident on this one, I'll be honest. If I'm making the video, I'll probably pick Waluigi Pinball. Just to be like be a bit zesty, you know? But like, I feel like a lot of the takes are generally quite solid. Bowser Castle, I know there's Bowser Castle haters, but like, is there enough to call it divisive? I know I don't like it. A lot of people like it. Is it enough to call it divisive? Mansion? You think Mansion? Mansion's actually a decently good show. Because I know I like it. There's a good chunk of people that think it's... Oh, because like Mansion is... It should have been more in the mansion instead of outside the mansion. That's actually a good shout. I completely forgot about Mansion. I would go with... It's either Mansion, Pinball, Bowser Castle, DK Pass. These are the 4 that I'm coming up with. I think, you know, actually, I'm convinced. I would go with Luigi Mansion personally. If I'm guessing him, 2026, he's been a bit weird with his takes. He's also a bit... Seems like he's a bit online. I'm thinking he goes Waluigi Pinball, I'll be honest, chat. I'm going to guess what he goes for. I'm thinking he goes pinball just to be a bit spicy. Wow, let's take it away, video man.
Waluigi Pinball.
Well, hang on. He said it.
You never know that based off the tracks Luigi Mansion, Waluigi Pinball, Airship Fortress, Tick-Tock Clock, Delfino Square, and Desert Hills, which are all in this game. You know what, honestly? If there was any game that I think was pretty uncontroversial, it was this game.
Yeah? I don't know, to be honest. From everything I've seen, not the game itself, I don't know.
Its nitro tracks were pretty set.
Did he put them in? Hang on. Let me go back and hear that bit, because I never heard that bit. Let me go back, John. Let me go over.
A little weak. Once again, console limitations prevented this game from being great, and its tracks suffered a little bit as a result of it. Though you'd never know that based off the tracks Luigi Mansion.
They would never know that based off tracks like, and I'm guessing he's listing all the good ones, right?
Waluigi
okay,
Pinball,
sure, yeah.
Airship Fortress,
yeah.
Tick-Tock Clock,
yeah.
Delfino Square,
yeah.
and Desert Hills.
I think we found the one guy that likes Desert Hills. Did you tell this game was his childhood? Yeah. So was he LARPing a little bit when he said Super Circle was his childhood? He might be, because like Desert.
Which are all
I respect our fucking don't.
in this game. You know what, honestly? If there was any game that I think was pretty uncontroversial, it was this game. Its nitro tracks were pretty set. I mean, nobody will fight me when I say Figure 8 Circuit is a candidate for worst track in the series.
Yep.
This is where I broke out the retro clause. I wanted to avoid retro
hang on.
tracks, but I did set out an exception in the beginning. Unless the...
Okay, this one is the exception. Okay, chat, but back in play, we're back in play. It's not going to be a nitro, it's going to be a retro. I don't know what's so controversial about this. Because, like, everyone agrees that other than, like, a couple, which that couple being Skyguard and Banshee Boardwalk and Yoshi Circuit, maybe, the rest of these just kind of suck ass. Mushroom Bridge? Mushroom Bridge? Choco Mountain. Some people are happy with the fence there because they suck. Like, it's all like controversial. Like, no one talks about these retros unless it's just shit on them, right? All of them are controversial. Remember, just to clarify, he's using controversial as a stand-in for divisive. That's what he specified at the beginning of the video. The video basically means divisive. And none of these are divisive. It's shit, 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 shit physics, terrible, bad, shit. Hey, okay. I'm sure I summed up everyone's opinion on that as a whole, right? I don't know what to pick, honestly. I feel like giving it a minus point just for going with the fucking retro, you know? That's what I feel like doing. I like Luigi Circuit here a little more, but that's my bias. I think they work in both. They're okay. I like it better in Super Circuit. This Shell Cup is worthy of an execution. It really is, honestly. I guess I'll just go Choco Mountain. Honestly, I have no notes. I have no notes for this one. Let's just play the fucking video.
Controversy surrounded the remake, not the track entirely. This means I must include GCN Mushroom Bridge as the entry for Mario Kart DS.
Mushroom Bridge? Really? I know some people predicted that as well. That's crazy.
Granted, this track wasn't exactly setting up a storm of controversy.
Okay, well, yeah, exactly. You even said it. It's not even said. You said it. You literally said it.
Granted, this track wasn't exactly setting up a storm of controversy in 2005 either, but there are people out there who like the remake. However, almost everyone agrees with the removal of sidewalks, the pipe shortcut, traffic cars, and the ability to drive atop the bridge, the track got worse.
Okay, but then it's not divisive then, is it? Because remember, guys, just to clarify, I know this is controversial. He specified when he says that, he means divisive. That it doesn't make this divisive. And even if there was controversy, I don't think anyone is getting I don't think it's not... In order to be controversial, you have to have, like, a lot of eyes on you, I would say. You know? And, like, no one was really looking at this, you know?
Mario Kart Wii is...
You know... Like it has to be a track that people are defending in court. If you're gonna say something is controversial, there has to be like discourse on both sides. You talk about Mushroom Bridge, everyone's gone. Everyone's gone, broski, you know? Fucking hell. DS, even with what? GCN Bridge? I think for his I would have given this a -2. I think for his reasoning being so like terrible, I think I have to give it another -3. I'll be honest. I think I have to give it because I'm just like, everything you described makes it the opposite of controversial or even divisive. Everyone agrees that that you can't go on the sidewalks, you can't go on the bridge. Not as many cars on the car theme track. Looking bad, man. It's looking really bad, honestly. I honestly prefer there isn't anything for DS. I kind of agree that the tracks are fairly uncontroversial. If you want a proper answer, I'd say Bowser Castle Rainbow Road. That's it. Luigi's Mansion would have been an easy +3. Easy +3. Because, like, again, a lot of people say that going inside the mansion, you only go in there for a short while. But anyway, let's move on to Mario Kart. Whee! Have a look. Controvert. Movie Highway. Movie Highway. It's Movie Highway easy. It's Movie Highway. Easiest pick of my life. It's gotta be Movie Highway. Dog shit. Deliberation over. Let's go.
Also a largely liked and popular game. What Mario Kart Wii isn't.
Ooh, here we go, gamers. Here we go. Is Wii gonna get glazed? Here we go. Is Wii gonna get glazed? Let's go. Let's go.
However, is the game with uncontroversial nitro tracks. There are two that massively jump out at me. Moonview Highway,
Way! Okay.
which, to be honest, I couldn't really find a reason why this would be #1, and
Sucks. There's too many cars on the slow bit and not enough cars on the fast bit. It sucks.
Wario's Gold Mine.
Gold Mine? I mean, I hated it as a kid, so I guess that counts.
Detractors of the latter claim that the track is too difficult, too bland, and or too easy to break. I imagine that
That's too... I would argue that, Gold Mine with its, like, the downhill section, its various bits where you can go off track, I could definitely see it being, like, a bit too much of a difficulty spike for the end of Flower Cup. What do you mean too difficult? What did he mean by this?
the track is too difficult, too bland, and or
Too bland. I wouldn't say bland, personally. I think it's like, theming-wise, it's very creative. I suppose the inside of the mine is kind of, maybe?
too easy to break.
And I suppose it's too easy to break. Like, have you maybe watched one too many TAS speedrun videos? Because if you're asking me, and I'm putting my hand up for this one, chat, hand up if you never encountered a single bug when you played this as a kid. I've seen it. Yeah, I've seen the TAS speedruns. I know how easy this one is to break. As a kid, I didn't experience any. So
I imagine that the larger consensus is slightly in favor of pro Wario's Gold Mine, as they claim the
okay, but do you imagine it, or like have you read it? Like Reddit? Have you read it on Reddit?
track, while easy to break and decently difficult, is a fun and hectic track. They also say that the track is enjoyable to race on, which, you know what, I second.
Interesting choice. I don't think Wario's Gold Mine was a terrible pick. I'll be honest with you. I don't think it was a terrible pick. But like, I think it's his reasoning that lets him down. I'm honest, his reasoning seriously lets him down. I'll give him a +1 for that. Because I think ultimately, I do think it was a good choice. His reasoning lets him down, though, terribly. 2022, Misty would have agreed? Oh, absolutely. But 2026, Misty, I've learned, you know? That's why it's called Reddit? Yeah. That's literally why it's called Reddit. Yeah, that's the pun. So when you go, oh, have you seen this article? Yeah, I read it. You can say, oh, I read it. Yeah, that's the joke.
Second is not a place I would normally...
Oh, Mario Kart 7. Hey, let's play Mario Kart 7. Hey, Mario Kart 7. I want to do CTGP 7 soon at some point, chat. I definitely do that. I might set that out for next week, but don't take my word for that. I want to use this weekend as a chance to prepare, like, more crazier streams. That's what I'm going to do. But I'll see if I can get CTGP 7 working. Let's go with pauses on this. Near Bowser City. It's good. Is this another easy one, chat? It's another easy one. Yeah, this is another easy one. Nothing else jumps out at me. Maybe Ice World. Maybe. That's kind of it. Yeah, easy. Let's go.
get in Mario Kart 7, the game I lived, breathed and ate.
Hang on. Hold the phone. Hold everything. Hang on. So, Super Circle was your childhood, but you lived, breathed in 87. I didn't square that one away. I don't. The ranges of like your childhood seems to be like getting a bit sus here, Mr. Griggerstein. I'll be honest. It's getting a bit weird. It's getting a bit weird because if you're a 90s kid like me, you grew up on Super Circle, you grew up on Double Dash. We was the tail end of your childhood. By the time 7 came out, you were grown, just like me. What kind of childhood did this guy have? You know? I'm kind of wondering now.
At the same time,
it's kind of funny how the divisive ones are the ones Musty dislikes personally. No, that's what this guy's been doing his whole video. When I say I don't like a track, I'm kind of like polling the room. That's kind of how it goes. Like, I love Neo Bowser City, for example, but it is very controversial. So, yeah, I'm doing the opposite. That guy is doing what you're accusing me of.
couldn't beat Boo Lake. And honestly, breathed and ate. At the same time, I couldn't beat Boo Lake.
Weird
And
childhood.
honestly, now, I'm not gonna lie. Mario Kart 7 easily has one of the best track selections.
I'd say it has one of the most consistent track selections. I'd say, yeah, you know, okay.
I mean, for Nitro tracks, you have Shy Guy Bazaar,
Yep.
Music Park,
Yep.
Rock Mountain,
Mm?
Wario Shipyard,
Yeah, okay.
DK Jungle, and
There's gotta be one that loses me, chat. There's always gotta be one that goes. Yeah, not for me, buddy. Not for me. You're not winning me over with this bland slop. Not winning me over. 3DS Ambassador? Maybe. Ooh, that's actually a good show. It could have been.
and that Rainbow Road.
Uh-huh.
Retros don't stop, and they include Mushroom Gorge,
Sure.
Luigi's Mansion,
Okay.
Waluigi Pinball,
Yeah.
Coconut Mall, Calamari
Bit
Desert.
butchered. Someone said, is he a Shifriless viewer? We have our confirmation. We have our confirmation, gamers. Grigistan is a u/Grigistan. You'll find the user gamers.
Daisy Cruiser, Airship
sure.
Fortress,
Yeah.
Dino Jungle,
Yeah, sure,
and
yeah.
the best track of all time, SNES Mario Circuit 2.
True, that is the best track of all time, I agree.
However, controversy definitely exists. A couple
Yep.
stood out to me. Mario Circuit? Nah, that castle doesn't save it from
Nah.
being a circuit track.
I would say it kind of does, but okay, yeah, sure.
Rosalina's Ice World? No, that's genuinely a
Excuse me.
cool track.
No, it's not. You got the Albert Boris Mind Virus, but okay.
Piranha Plant Pipeway? Nah, just get better.
Just get better. What do you? It's like top 3 track in the game. Top 10 in the series, I'd say. I fucking love this track. Oh,
One track that stood out indefinitely was Neo Bowser City.
easy choice, gamers. Even he couldn't fuck this up. Well done, Grigistan. Well done. Hey, easy. Now, gamers, the difference between a +2 and a +3 is his reasoning. He only gets that extra 3 if he gives me a good reason. Or at least if he doesn't give me a bad one.
Koopa City in PAL, many people praise the track for its difficulty, and I personally enjoy it for the sick drifts I can
I think he meant about slider tracks needs to get good. Okay, in that case, he's a brother then. How about that?
perform.
Hang on.
For its difficulty, and I personally enjoy it for the sick drifts I can perform.
Yeah.
However, a lot of people think it's one of the worst due to the intense difficulty of the track. I can totally agree to this.
No, I can't. Get good at the game.
Bowser City on a 150cc could absolutely destroy your race. No way you're staying on the track. Moving on.
Nah, you suck. You suck at the game. Yeah, you know what? Decent enough reasoning. You know, that's his... I'm kind of proud of him, shall I be honest? I'm kind of proud of him. That's his first +3 of the series. Hey, you know, you have to give it to him. You have to give it to him. He likes it, decent, the reasoning was decent enough. It was adequate. Okay, is he ending it on a high? He might be ending it on a high. I don't know. We might see it. Okay.
To Mario Kart 8, which had a whole host of controversy on the Wii U. Don't believe me? Let's play Battle Mode. As for tracks, they were mostly well-loved, and the ones that weren't were universal.
Okay. Oh, hang on. Oh, let's have a look. Actually, let's play Mario Kart 8. Let's have a look. Of course we'll have a look, gamers. Of course we'll have a look. What if? Twisted Mansion. I don't say Twisted Mansion's controversial. Sunshine Airport, maybe? Bone Dry. You think it's Bone Dry Dunes? I know there's a lot of people that shit on Bone Dry Dunes, but like I think it's solid enough. I think it gets a little more hate than it deserves. I'll be honest. Dolphin Shoals, potentially, because a lot of people say Dolphin Shoals is a bit of a music merchant, you know? RR's a good shout as well, because, oh, even I was on that train, gamers, I'll be honest. Even I didn't like this Rainbow Road when it came out, but as the years have gone on, I've kind of softened on this Rainbow Road. Woody, is he going to mention this one? I think it might be this one, I'll be honest. Exciteback Arena is a really good shout as well. If we're going like BCP, will he include the DLC as well? Obviously, DLC is part of this as well. He's playing double item boxes, so he's got the deluxe variant. Yeah, it's got to be Exciteback Arena, Rainbow Roads, Hyrule Circuit potentially. Maybe Baby Park gets another spin for being different. Yeah, you know what? I think that's fair. I think we got a couple of fair shouts there, really, I'll be honest.
Universally disliked. If I were to make this video in 2014...
I personally pick Exciteback Arena, if you're wondering. I think he's going to pick Exciteback Arena. We're both going to double up on Exciteback Arena.
Before any of the DLC, I would have struggled. But now, I could confidently say that Hyrule Circuit is the most controversial track.
Ooh, okay, decent shout. You know, Hyrule Circuit, decent shout, because a lot of people... It was good when it first came out, but a lot of people have soured on this over time, because, you know, it's quite basic in its setup, you know?
In the series.
Yeah.
Its proponents focus more on the track part, as they claim that the track itself is fun, but opponents focus on what it means for the series itself.
Yeah.
Mario Kart.
This is news to me. Oh, yeah, like, this track got a lot of backlash in recent years, because, like, again, like, it's very surface level in its portrayal of Hyrule, you know? Well, you get a field, you go in the castle, and that's kind of it. That's what all of the detractors say about it. Whereas I say, I don't know, I think for being the first crossover track, I think it does a good job, you know?
Now had tracks inspired by The Legend of Zelda. Ice Outpost focus on what it means for the series itself.
Yeah.
Mario Kart now had tracks inspired by The Legend of Zelda.
Oh, hang on. He's not even doing the reasoning that I'm doing. He's doing Nintendo Kart Discourse. Bottom 3 discourses on the whole internet. Oh, hell no. We're bringing back the race war? Welcome back, 2024 gamers. And also, this is also quite interesting in a world where world exists, where there's no crossovers, you know what I mean? Hang on, I want to say, hang on. This will only be downhill if he agrees with this, chat. He's mentioning this, which I think is... Sure, you can mention this. I think that's fine. It depends on if he agrees with it, chat. Let's find it out. Let's hold. Let's hold.
Ice Outpost and Animal Crossing didn't receive that level of controversy because the former was just genuinely an unpopular track, and the latter quite the opposite. Hyrule Circuit, thus, I believe is the most controversial to the circumstances surrounding it, rather than the actual track itself.
No,
honestly.
No, I think it's the circumstance. I think the circumstance definitely helped. Also, hang on. There's so much to dissect with this video. I'm just like, I'm guessing he's putting Ice in the sense that it's a very well hated track, but like, it's framed weirdly. But I kind of get what he means. He would have picked Ice Outpost, but everyone hates that, and he's not going to pick the other crossover because people like that one. You know? And then I think he's just framed this a bit strangely. You know?
The former was just genuinely better than the actual track.
At least I'm assuming. I'm assuming he doesn't think Ice is a crossover. I'm assuming he's not.
Honestly.
And as for Mario Kart World, firstly, I'm going to be honest. If I was making this video, I'd be tempted to like cheat and go, the most controversial part about Mario Kart World was the discourse. What? Why you booing me for? What? It was the discourse. It was $80. I'd be tempted to say that, but I don't think I would. It'd be boring. If you're asking me right off the rip, I would say, what was I say? I had one in my brain and I completely lost it. What was it again? Oh, Boo Cinema. That's what it was. Boo Cinema. Boo Cinema, because there was a lot, especially when this game first came out. Oh my god, when this game fucking first came out, Boo Cinema was glazed to hell and back. You know, they were like, "Oh man, it's cinema, guys. Look at I did the post. I did the pose, guys. I did the pose." That's what everyone was doing back in the day. And then I think after Boo Cinema kind of discourse kind of ran its course, should I say? I think the controversial lens was definitely pointed towards, I would say, a little bit towards Moo Meadows, because like, what, 10 more years. Rainbow Road, because once the wow factor wore off, I think people were like, it's all style, no skibbity. Another one, I think there was one more, Peach Beach as well. That's another one where caught a bit of ire as well, I would say. Maybe people were good on that at first. Oh, it's such a different remake, but now it's like, And Faraway Oasis just gets a lot of shit for like no reason. I don't know. I genuinely don't know why people shit on this. This is like a genuinely solid track, and I see a bit of occasional hate towards it. And I'm like, I don't know what that's all about. Galleon a little bit, because obviously it's overwater, but I think people have kind of, at least from again, I'm doing it from my lens. I think people kind of calm down about that a bit now. It's click, but no animals. Oh, that's what it was. Sorry, I forgot. It's click. My bad. I forgot about Mario Kart discourse already. No animals. That's what it was. And I can understand being annoyed about that in all fairness, but it's a decently solid racetrack, you know? I completely forgot. I forgot the ancient texts, didn't I? KTB. I don't think KTB is controversial. I think everyone fucking hates it except me and like 5 people, I'll be honest. I think everyone hates it except me and 5 people, unfortunately, so. You know, I just have to accept. It's not controversial. I wouldn't call it controversial. I'd say that I'm just not. Unfortunately, I am living amongst a bunch of idiots and monkeys who think that KTB is bad, unfortunately. I would pick, if I was going to pick one, I would personally pick... There's a bunch of choices here. I don't know actually which one to go for. There's actually a lot of like decently good choices, I would say. Like if he picks, I'm going to say right now, if he picks... if he picks Shy Guy Bazaar, I'll give him a bit of grace for that. Well, Shipyard, I'll give him some grace. KTB, I'll give him some grace. Faraway Oasis. Peach's Stadium because of the clickbait shellcut variant. Peach Beach. Salty, perhaps. Boo Cinema. And Moo Meadows. There's a lot where I'll give him some grace, I'll be honest. There's a lot of tracks. I'd say it's harder for him to fuck up more than it is to, like, get one. You know what I mean? It's harder for him to mess this one up, I would say. There's a lot of tracks where I've seen a lot of people say a lot of things about it, you know? I've seen way too many people shit on Cheap Cheap Fools. Have you? I think I would personally just ignore them because they're all just bad at the game. I'm ignoring Cheap Cheap Fools hate because they're just bad at the game. I'm sorry. They're bad at the game. They're bad at the game. It's a simple case. It's a simple case of that.
Mario Kart World.
Like controversial is not when one side is just full of dumb idiot skibbity toilets and another is actually good at the game. At least with Boo Cinema, it looks so stylish, but the racetrack is nothing. I can see the, you know, I'm like, okay, you know, I like a good style, but I also like racing. Okay, come on. I mean, like, Cheap Cheap Fools is literally, man, they actually use the water pretty nicely. Oh, I crash into rocks all the time. You're shit at the game. Go away. I don't want to talk to you, bro. Go away. You know.
Rather than the actual track itself. Honestly, Mario Kart World really halted me from starting this video earlier.
Yeah?
This game has been out for only a year. I cannot confidently identify a controversial track from this game.
Do you know, I don't blame you, actually. Because, like, as I said, having a skim in the scan, there's a lot of tracks where I'm just like, I can see a little bit of... Yeah.
While the highway sections are definitely controversial and heavily unpopular, I'm not sure about the tracks. However, I think I've settled on Boo Cinema.
You know, easy shout. You could argue maybe a bit boring, but easy shout.
Boo Cinema actually was my favorite track upon release and probably still is today. However, many people think that the layout is dull and boring, while I think a haunted cinema track is a breath of fresh air after initially 6
I agree.
haunted boardwalks and recently 2 haunted mansions. Well, there you
Yeah, you know, fair reasoning, easy, predictable, but fair enough. Do you know what? I think I'll give him all 3. I think I'll give him all fair. I think I'll give him all 3 for that. You know, I think he definitely like came up good towards the end, didn't he? He definitely came up good towards the end. We'll end the video first before we give it a tally up your score.
You have it. The most controversial track from every Mario Kart game. What do you think? What is the most controversial track in every Mario Kart game? Where did you
you know mine.
Why do
with a
people
lot.
like Boo Lake? All definite questions that I want answered in the comments.
And it just cuts. Man, isn't it so refreshing? No, let me plug my Patreon. No meandering outro. None of this let me thank all my fucking members. Just, you're gone. Hey, you had your pick. Get out of here before you learn my AVD, broski. As simple as that. Well, Stan, I must be honest, you ended on a good note, which I think the fact that you ended strong is tantamount to the reason why don't get me wrong. Let me start again. I think, well, firstly, to comment on your video, I think it's a good, fair video. I think this is probably like one of the first videos you've made, right? So I think overall, while I've had my fun, you've made quite a few. I think this is probably like one of your first proper videos, I'd say. The entire history of most remade track and Mario. I think you've tried your hand at a couple of videos, but I would say this is probably like your first one where I would say you've put like a decent chunk of wherewithal and what have you into it. So if this is the start of like soon-to-be blossoming career, then good on you, because I don't think this was a poorly thought out video. I think you did enough to keep me entertained. And I think this is definitely I think once you kind of find your own, I think you'll find your own style. What I will say though, is this video for me personally, if we're just talking about me personally, this video is the exact reason why I kind of stopped watching a lot of Mario Kart videos. Because they all kind of fall for the same similar song and dance of whenever it's a video which is every Mario Kart game, you know the beginning is gonna be some bullshit. You know? That it started to all become the same to me, chat. I'll be honest. I had to stop watching these because it's just, we know you hate SMK because you're bad at it. 64 is old, but it gets a pass because of 2010's Nintendo scores. SC is bad, but blah, 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 blah. DD is always different. It's like, yeah, I'm a Mario Kart fan. I've never played the first 4 games. So yeah, that's what it is. I left me wanting juicy analysis. I mean, in all fairness, the guy couldn't even pick out a profile picture, oddball. I think that's kind of your own fault for expecting too much. I think you're a bit of a dumbass on that front. So your final score, when we tally it all up, you're on -9, and then -6, and then back to -9, then -8, -4. Hang on. Is he in the positives here? Is his score 0? Hang on. So we got, I can't do maths today. Let me work backwards actually. So we got 3, 5, 8, 9, and then we're down to 6, and then we're back up to 9, and then, oh yeah, so it's 0. Oh my god! So he ended up being perfectly neutral. Oh my god! Oh my god! Look at that! Who would have thought? Who would have thought, Stan? All you have to do is play the actual past Mario games, and this would have been a good video. Oh my god, crazy how this works out. But according to the very eloquent, very scientifically provable Mushti score, you get a 0. Now, gamers, should we take a brief look, because I don't think there's probably a lot. There's only like 50 comments. Let's take a very brief look at the comments section, shall we? Bravo 6. A bit dark. New Bowser City just get better. Once you do, you can enjoy it. I mean, but like that kind of goes under the, you know what I mean? Like, it's talking about come on. That's why it's controversial. A lot of bad players playing. Ooh. Not sparing any quarter, yeah? Crazy. It's not about the moves, it's about the layout. I find it really unsatisfying giving it a skill. I find it satisfying. Nice, but I don't see the appeal. Yeah, now you both get to go home, you know? I disagree with literally everything. Okay, make your own then, Mario is awesome. At least he made a video. What did you do? You sat here doing nothing. Loser behavior. Not gonna lie, I love Neo Bowser City, but it's difficult and really cool futuristic aesthetic. I agree. I liked because I agree. Boo Cinema is the Waluigi pinball of worlds. I wouldn't say that. At least Waluigi pinball is a decent racetrack. Full theme with boring layout and no shortcuts. Oh, is that bruv? Gee, no wonder I don't see Hang on, we really are getting nostalgic, right, chat? Fucking 2024 Musty, the most, I would say, top 5 chat of the 2024 era. You see that, chat? Oh my god! Because Boss Guy used to be here all the time. He used to be like a frequent chat member. And then when I kind of pivoted away from like Mario Kart stuff as a whole, I haven't really seen him here anymore. So there he is. So even if a video has like 3,000 views, he's still there. Fly high, boss man. Fly high. Fuck, you know, awesome video. I was very surprised why I just got on as controversial, as it's one of my friends and I's favorite track. I know, right? It's one of my favorites too. My friend said they hate it, so it caused me to go on a deep dive.
Be a big shot.
That's your chance to be a big shot. Be a big.
RIAA certified double platinum on the Sir Morristy channel back in 2025.
Oh yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? Now all it's gonna do is gonna get like what, like 5,000 views, and that's it. Like, oh man, 2024 Musty would have loved it. We would have loved this one, am I right? Crazy. I think divisive would have been a better word to describe. Yes, I agree. You should have said divisive, because that's what you were describing. I think Marco Who was the most controversial track in 7. Opinions were sharply divided on it. Shortcut was good or bad for races. And Nintendo actually patched that, which was totally unprecedented at the time. I mean, yeah, it's probably... I think if you're probably going to make this video, you're probably making it like, what's the most controversial track now? As opposed to like at the time. And even then, it's probably like, its divisiveness is gone, right? I still remember seeing others doing it, and I followed one out of curiosity. That's how I found out about the shortcut. Definitely for the better it was patched. Yeah, definitely. Background music's too loud, it drowns out the vocals. I thought the background music was fine. Thanks for the feedback. No, I thought it was fine. Maybe it could have been a tad lower, but I thought it was fun. I could understand you. I didn't have any... Did you guys have any issues? Bro thinks he's on the team. I'm not going to click. I'm lazy. I think I pick for A is clearly Excite Bike. Yeah, I agree. Wasn't too bad. It's his voice that was quiet. Yeah, that's what I would say. So you definitely need to up your voice a little bit. If you want to consider DLC of 8DX separate, a good case for making could be made for calling the retro track clause on Sunset Wilds is a controversy due to the changes. Yeah, I'd say if you're going to do BCP, I think it's got to be Sunset Wilds, right? Definitely. That's got to be like one of them now up there at least. Great work, keep it up. Thank you. Very nice. Lovely video, keep it up, brother. Pretty cool and unique idea. I was surprised to see us the classic. Hey, it's happening. Hey, it's happening to you, Kyrgyzstan. It's happening. Oh my god. Crazy. It's happening, broski. It's happening. Oh, such a small underrated. Man, fuck Smut. I'm so glad I'm at 15k on the main channel, bro. Fuck this. I've not been called underrated in years. That's probably the thing I'm most thankful about having a community. That's probably the thing I'm most thankful about. I'm so glad I'm like out of the trenches. Just so people don't say that about me. Yeah, this video like because you know the definition of controversial. No, he doesn't. It's he literally defined it as divisive. You should have said 64 is absolutely Rainbow Road. I'm not seeing a single person who likes Wario Stadium, but a ton of absolutely love Rainbow Road, and for the reason it definitely gets more hate. Hey, Boss Guy, maybe you should start making Mario Kart videos, huh? Maybe, I don't know. You comment on so many, maybe you should make some. Hey, oh, I don't have a microphone. Use your phone. Every phone has a good microphone. I don't have a camera. Phone. I don't have footage. Gamer JGP. No excuses. Not gonna lie, Bootleg is so underrated. Interesting video. I want to give some feedback on the video as a whole because there's some things that could be improved upon. The main thing I think is that this video overall could have been done with a bit better research. Hang on, let me just move this up here. There we go. I kind of feels like a lot of your conclusions came from watching popular 2010s Nintendo YouTuber, people like Nathaniel Bandy and his consequences, and calling it a day. But even then, you're also casually listing off Desert Hills as one of the good DS tracks, as if it isn't one of the most divisive ones. Supporting the 2010s thing is also casually listing off Calamari Desert as one of the good 7 retros. The track, which was a track popular back then when the internet was dominated by those nostalgic for the N64, but nowadays it's a bit much controversial due to Gen Z, who's pretty much now become mostly adults and are more prevalent on the internet, not being that fond of it. As a whole, I highly recommend either engaging more with the wider community or just asking some random people for second thoughts, unless overall before finalizing your conclusions. A small sample size, even from popular YouTubers, isn't really that indicative of the entire fandom, sadly. I would say thankfully. Second or third, fourth opinion can go a long way, and I don't think enough people realize it. True! True and all real and all true and all real and all true. Another thing is that people like to play along with these kind of videos, so maybe a small thing, but specifying minor details like whether retro tracks count for the video could go a long way. Also, maybe adding a proper outro to make things more satisfying as a conclusion, and shorten the time spending of just listing tracks without any reasoning, such as 952. Get a bit overly long and grating. Best of luck with whatever you decide to do with your little YouTube endeavor. Wish you the best. Ooh, not Shy Guy, huh? Your little YouTube endeavor, huh? Really hang on. Yeah? Interesting. Interesting. Overall, though, very good feedback. Very, very good feedback. You need to pattern up on your SNES Mario Kart. Hey, who said that? Got up below. Default Dan's got me covered. True. What have we got? I personally like Bootleg as an interesting take on Ghost Valley because I got good at Mario Kart DS in the game. I was able to tackle Bootleg easily as a 10-year-old. Ooh. 10-year-old JSR phones was able to do that, huh? I think you say that I did struggle on Broken Pier as well. But I do remember Bootleg quite distinctively. Broken Pier is definitely a candidate for sure. So he did unlock Bootleg. Very interesting. You've got RPG GP games? Yeah, everyone forgets them. Almost everyone agrees. Hang on! 2 comments, boss guy! 2 comments! Biblical level greeds! What? For me, this video is pretty good and well is it? I'd say that's probably the worst part of this video is that it doesn't look like it's well researched. The runner-up for Double Dash will be Sherbet Loans. Yeah, fair these. We know how this line has got to go. Just admit you suck at games. You're shit! Where's Screw Bottle in my chat? Is he in my chat today? No. Get it. Report him. Nah, you suck. Nah, Movie Highway sucks. Bad. Terrible. Don't fall for the propaganda. Nearby Siege is a skill check. It's true. Alright, well, so we'll leave it there. Listen. Best of luck to you. Best of luck to you, my man. Best of luck to you in your future endeavors. Get a profile picture, make an outro, maybe even make a quick intro as well, and let it be known that this video is the reason I don't really watch much Mario Kart videos these days anymore, because they're all kind of the same. And we'll leave it there. Oh, I love Splatoon music, yeah. Splatoon music, gamers. I missed Hearts, gamers. Am I? It's starting to happen to me, gamers. It's starting to happen to me. My hand can't handle all the gaming I do. Yeah, no go mouse. That's what you get. That's what you get for backseating me in real life. That's what you get, nerd. Alright, gamers. I've got a bit of a long one here. It's like 10 o'clock. I don't know if I get into it now. Maybe we can. I don't know, to be honest. I got a bit of a long one. I got a bit of a crazy one today. I got a bit of drama, gamers. It's not yours, gamer moment. You can go, okay? It's not yours. We'll get to yours some other time, okay? We got a bit of drama sahur in the Nintendo space, gamers. There are 2 YouTubers that have been beefing, and we gotta figure out who is on the right side of history. Who would we play? The real question is, who are we gonna play Fortnite with, gamers? Because the gamers are beefing. Candidate number 1, gamers, is a Mr. Octorok Reviews, who's a big fat racist chudge. And then it's candidate number 2 is Skittybitty, left-wing wokeophile. These are our candidates, huh? And we gotta figure out who is Whoa, we got Stalin versus Hitler. That's what we got, gamers. Or from left to right, it's Hitler versus Stalin, gamers. It's racism versus wokeism. Who wins? Who's next? Let's decide, gamers. So this all starts. Now, our parts, I'm gonna skip, gamers. And we will jump ahead of a lot of this. Because I'm gonna be honest. I'm mainly here for the drama portion, I'll be honest. I'll be real honest with you. But it all starts off, apparently, with a Twitter thread. Now, I don't have access to that Twitter thread. But Octorok and Skitty got into a bit of a beef on Twitter about the Gerudo from Zelda series, right? And spinning off that Twitter thread, Octorok Reviews makes a video in defense of the Gerudo. So I'm like, were there people actually hating on the Gerudo? Like, what's this all about? I don't get it. Is it actually that, not this video? Is it actually that bad? I don't know, to be honest. When you say in defense of the Gerudo, it implies that there's something to defend there. And I'm just like, oh, they pronounce Gerudo. Sometimes I slip between my Englishisms. I've never seen this one. Neither have I, to be honest. I don't know what this is all about. I just heard that this is the beginning part of the whole nonsense that has happened before us. So, again, I don't know if I watched the whole thing, but let's get a general gist for how this all goes. Okay, let's find out. Let's find out, gamers. Let's find out. Also, Armani, don't fucking spoil what's gonna happen in the drama. I don't know what's here, bro. Come on. Let me watch. Okay, let me watch. Let's find out.
And if the Mario Wonder bus crashes into us.
Thanks so much,
I
Ostender.
literally watched one of these yesterday last night, but I fell asleep halfway, so I don't have much memory.
Well, let's refresh your memory then. Thank you so much. Can I get rid of this aura around me? This fucking lighting aura around me? It just keeps getting worse. Gamers, it keeps getting worse. I'm a beacon. I'm a lighting beacon. I don't want to watch Octorok. I mean, you can go. You can always go, Morkin. You can go and come back later. That's okay. You can do that. Yeah, why am I so bright? I don't get why I'm so bright here today. I don't get it. My room isn't even that bright. Hang on, let me turn on the light, man. Now we got the sun. Now the sun's here. Now we got the sun, gamers. Also, just as a heads up, this drama's gonna go. Oh my god, I am like an angel. I am an angel from the light today. Jesus Christ. Okay, now I'm too dark again. Okay, that's as good as it gets, chat. That's as good as it gets. Actually, I don't even want the light on. I lied. I don't want the light on. I lied. I want it to be dark and moody because we're getting some drama. Okay. Alright, we'll just deal with the light. Okay, I'm white today. I'm LARPing as a white guy. Hey guys, ready to rock and roll? What's the damage? That's a bit rich coming from you, pal. That's a bit rich coming from you, you know? That's a bit rich coming from you, pal. Hombre. Okay, we'll just leave it there. I've got aura today, gamers. Alright, gamers, just a heads up. This is also going to get a bit like left wing, right wing. If that's not your jam, feel free to head out, gamers. If you don't want to get like tangentially political, get out of here, okay? Get out of here. This is going to be, we've had our joy and whimsy. Politics, okay? Alright, we scared everyone off. Alright, let's go. In defense of the Gerudo.
You know, when I first started this channel, I always knew there would come a time when certain parts of the Zelda fandom would rub up against me in a way I would consider to be bad faith. Okay,
so far, and you're saying Reddit? Okay, so far, minus point for Octorok, minus point for Hitler, because, everyone's being bad faith. And it's fucking Reddit? Your source is Reddit. Already I'm not endeared to you, Mr. Hitler.
The entire r/Zelda subreddit was an early example of that for me.
It's Reddit!
And the recent issue I've had to contend with is Twitter users.
Oh my god, oh, don't tell, okay, this is going to be a stinker, chat. This is going to be a grade A stinker. Minus 2 points to Hitler right here. Reddit and Twitter. I'm sorry, you shouldn't be allowed to talk about the Zelda casting if you can't name 5 Zelda characters excluding Link, Zelda, and Gandalf. I mean, they're out of line, but they're kind of right, guys. I'll be honest with you. They're out of line, but I don't necessarily disagree with them, I'll be honest. If this is your indication for Twitter users bad, you're not really showing the best version of Twitter bad. Does that make sense? They're out of line. I agree with him, though. Low-key.
These people are full-time amateur complainers, in contrast to myself, a full-time professional complainer. I'm all...
Well, okay, I know, obviously that was a joke, fair enough. Heard. But, like, if you wrestle with pigs in mud, then the pigs love it. I just want to make that very clear after that, you know?
For critiquing the Zelda series, don't get me wrong, but something I learned recently is that there's a decent contingent of Zelda fans who genuinely hate parts of the Zelda series, not because they're poorly designed or badly made, but because they've convinced themselves that they are somehow morally...
Zelda and Tetra should have kept their iconic Tan and Wind Waker like this mod. It's so messed up that both basically goes, now return to your royal family privileged white. Is a bit weird that once she becomes Princess Zelda, she goes to being... She drops her tan and becomes... It is a bit strange, but I'm just like... I can see people saying this and being like, yeah. If this is your example, what I'm trying to say, Octorok reviews, you're probably someone who's a bit right-wing. I'm someone who's a bit left-wing. But I'm also not a left fucking... I'm not Stalin, okay? I'm not like... I think left blue sky people are weird. If this is your example of, oh my god, look at these left Twitter wokes. This is a bad example, you know? So I do see that and I'm just like, yeah, I do think that's a bit weird. I do think people seeing that and going, yeah, that was a bit weird, yeah. Yeah, it's just a bit, like people in my chat are saying, yeah, it's a bit weird that happened, isn't it?
Or politically problematic. This video isn't for those people, because they've doubtless already made up their minds and likely aren't willing to listen to reason at this point.
And then oh, Nick Gamers, I hope you're ready for a grade A stinker. Holy shit. Oh, you see those people? Those Twitter people? They've already left by now. So I'm going to talk to all the normal people, okay? It's like, you made a video with your takes. Yeah, this video is for... So far, this video is for no one. Oh my god.
I want to do today is to tackle a particular topic that was brought to my attention recently that I personally take issue with.
So you can pick it up, come on.
It relates to the storytelling of my favorite game in the entire Zelda series, Ocarina of Time.
More minus points to Hitler as well. He likes Ocarina of Time. Fucking hell, mate. Really? Your favorite game is... That's how we know this guy's Hitler. Honestly, I'm siding with... So far, Skittybitty hasn't even said a word yet, and I'm already on Stalin Bitty's side. I already am. I'm already on their side already. Crazy how that works.
Particular topic is... the Gerudo. For those of you who don't know, the Gerudo are a fantasy race from the Legend of Zelda series comprised of dark-skinned, red-haired, often beautiful women who only give birth to a single man once every 100 years. This man, by law and tradition, is made their king, and the current person occupying that role would be Ganondorf, the series' main villain. They live in the drylands west of the Great Canyon dividing Hyrule from the Gerudo Kingdom, but they often travel into Hylian lands in order to steal high-value goods like horses and men. Yes, men. Because these women only give birth to a single man once every 100 years, the only way they can continue to reproduce in the interim is by taking men from other tribes, in this case the Hylians, and using them to, well, you know. Oftentimes, this activity is achieved through seduction and thus completely consensual, because actually capturing men...
So you're defending rapists, are you? Interesting gambit, Hitler. Interesting gambit. Of course Hitler would do exactly that. Did we need the artwork as well? Did we need the artwork? It's probably cropped pornography as well. Did we need the artwork? Interesting gambit, Hitler. Very interesting.
And can be quite difficult when your race is made up entirely of small, beautiful women. So there's both a combination of direct...
Yeah, of course, the right-wing guy has dubious opinions on consent. He's not breaking the stereotype. Let's make that clear. You know? Don't worry, guys. I volunteer as tribute. Disgusting behavior. Oh. Mods, take him away and tell me where he's going for research purposes, okay? Oh.
Direct banditry and feminine wild that they utilize to survive. And yes, I do say survive, because the lands they come from are so barren and inhospitable that their theft is, in fact, done out of necessity in most cases. Ocarina of Time makes that rather clear. Still, Hylians tend to negatively stigmatize the Gerudo for their constant thievery, to the point where one might even go so far as to call it a kind of fantasy racism, though obviously it is born out of some understandable degree of caution in this case. Now, I love the Gerudo. In fact,
I mean, you could argue most people who are racist say that to justify their racism, but let's continue, okay?
A lot of people do. In my case, I love them because of the storytelling and world-building implications they add to the setting of Hyrule, with characters like Naboru and even Ganondorf himself providing unique and interesting perspectives on Hylian society from the point of view of an outsider, one who came from a land possessing none of the blessings of Hyrule's perfectly temperate geography. Others see them as icons of representation and diversity, and ones which don't break the immersion of Hyrule's world-building either, giving the fandom plenty of positive women of color models to look up to like Naboru, Urbosa, and Riju. Either way, they're often hailed as inseparable additions to the world-building of Hyrule, adding depth and representation to a well-beloved series. So color me surprised when I learned that certain parts of the fandom not only don't like the Gerudo, but actively campaign for the removal or complete retcon of their culture and
show me. I don't believe you. I don't believe you've had anything more than lefty loser 627 saying they want them removed. I don't believe you. I could believe that people are just like, I could believe that someone's like, I don't know, in Ocarina of Time, they're definitely a bit too stereotypical. I could believe someone saying that. But you're going to have to help me here, Octorok. Come on. Show us.
And storytelling. The reason, as I was told, is that the Gerudo are, quote, Orientalist. Now, there's a bit more to this.
No disrespect to the original comment, by the way, because they're absolutely right. Orientalism isn't indeed a key issue. There's other. They don't hate the Gerudo. They think some aspects of where they were depicted in the game are Orientalist, which is hard to explain, but basically race, I think. Okay, so you're showing me a tweet of someone saying that someone else thinks they're Orient with 4 likes as well. Was oriented. I'm sure he's going to get into it. He'll explain it. Or if he doesn't, then I will, I guess.
Opposing argument than just that one singular term, but it's important that we understand what that word means and how it's applied to the Gerudo before going any further. Orientalism is an often disputed term, so I'm going to give you the simple, and I think rather nuanced definition provided by Britannica just to start us off.
Okay, so basically, it's a bit like, well, I'm not sure actual people saying this. Yeah, exactly. I don't know. So far, it's not indeed, but it's like if I was to depict like I think Orientalism usually refers to like Middle Eastern now, not usually that sort of area. It's like if I depicted a Middle Eastern person wearing a turban, face covering, scimitar, shouting Allahu Akbar, basically, right? Basically, like stereotypical depictions of people in the Middle East is what Orientalism is. You know what I mean? I think that's kind of what the long and short of it is, basically.
Orientalism, a Western scholarly discipline of the 18th and 19th centuries that encompassed the study of the languages, literatures, religions, philosophies,
it's the fetishization or lack of comprehension about the East. Yeah, pretty much, yeah, exactly, yeah.
Histories, art, and laws of Asian societies, especially ancient ones. As Britannica puts it, this discipline still...
The term Middle East is also Orientalist. Well, I guess you guys just have to unsubscribe then, huh? Oh... Sorry, I forgot the Arab-speaking portion of the world. Then, my bad. I'm so sorry for all my Arab-speaking. But I got outwoked. Literally, something's happening to me. I'm fading. I got outwoked. I can't believe this.
Exists. It's simply been rebranded as Asian Studies. Or, if you're trying to be more specific, since Asia's a big place, Middle Eastern, Indian, Chinese, or other such studies. Okay, sounds pretty innocuous, right? So, what's the problem here? The problem is that in the modern day, the term has been commandeered to specifically refer to depictions of Eastern cultures which are considered by some to be problematic.
When you say commandeered, I don't... Like, it's probably taken on a new meaning. When you say commandeered... The loaded language is kind of killing me here, but okay, I'll let you slide with that for now.
As Britannica points out, it was the work of Professor Edward Said with his book Orientalism, published in 1978, that began to shift this perspective. And given that Said himself was an American immigrant from Palestine, his work obviously centered around Middle Eastern culture specifically. Thus, despite the term Orientalism having broadly referred to Asia as a whole, and even India specifically at times for the British, the way many Americans understand the term nowadays is as thus: the problematic and or racist depiction of Islamic and Arabic culture in media. So when some people say that the Gerudo are Orientalist, what they're really saying is that they think the Gerudo are negative or racist depictions of Middle Eastern peoples, and thus advocate for their removal from the series.
I don't believe you. I don't. When people say removal from the series, again, I just don't believe you. I could believe that somebody who's a bit more well-meaning goes, yeah, I think these depictions are a bit too stereotypical and a bit too Orientalist. Is there any way we could change? Is there any way we can, like, maybe go around because if you're telling me a company from Japan, a famously xenophobic nation, in the 90s managed to depict Middle Eastern culture in the form of the Gerudo tribe somewhat poorly. Are you gonna say? Are you telling me you're shocked, chat? Are you gonna tell me? I'm not shocked. I'm certainly not shocked. So I could believe there's probably some depictions of like, especially other cultures in Japanese media where they're not more closed off as a nation, they're famously xenophobic, that their depictions of other cultures are a bit strange, if not problematic, if not just outright some sort of istophobe, you know? Yeah, cloud found in sky. Yeah, exactly. There's been many an example of like, I'm sure, again, I don't really have too many examples off the top of my head, but I'm sure there's plenty of examples that you can find of Japanese media being like ported, like seen in the West, and us just going, what's that all about? What's that all about, bro? The only one that comes to mind first is obviously Jinx from Pokemon. The original in its original depiction was basically just a Pokemon with a dark face and like bright red lips, and I'm just like, yeah, you wanna? And like, yeah, sorry, my bad. We'll make up purple. I'm like, yeah, cheers, mate. Oh, Mr. Popo as well is another amazing example. It's like, yeah, do you wanna? Yeah, do you wanna? And it's like, okay, sure, you know. Kind of doesn't make sense to me when the Zelda Gerudo represent species as their own fictional thing. Yeah, but they're obviously based on the Middle East. Like, quick, let's put 2 and 2 together here, buddy. You know what I mean? They're obviously, come on now. What's it? As a Palestinian, honestly, I felt like the Gerudo were being too stereotypical with that, but doesn't mean they aren't. I haven't realized. Yeah, I think that's the thing. Is like, if you're asking me right now, do I think the Gerudo are like a bit too stereotypical? I don't think so. But that could just be me being uninformed. Yeah, exactly. I could be. I don't know. Am I going to get a fair interpretation in this video? Something tells me I'm not, but we'll see. Hey, listen, I'm open to having my mind changed. I was blackface in Doki Doki Panic before it came to Mario 2. Yeah, exactly. Like the fact that you guys are coming up with instances off the top of your heads of like instances where Japan weren't exactly very sensitive to other cultures is a testament to the fact that, yeah, this is a very endemic issue with Japan. And thankfully, one in recent years has stopped being as much of a problem as the world becomes more globalized and connected. But it's still something that I could believe was an issue in Ocarina of Time. I don't know that yet. And it's your job to indicate to me that it's not a problem. Let's find out.
I cannot disagree with this perspective anymore if I tried. It's so blaringly surface level in its analysis of the purpose and role of the Gerudo within the Zelda series that it frustrates me just thinking about it.
Okay, again, this is a race of people based in the Middle East, like based on Middle Eastern culture. They wield scimitars. They wear like they all wear, a lot of the Gerudo women wear belly dancer outfits. They're all thieves. I could see someone looking at that going, yeah, it's a little bit. Hang on, depicting a marginalized group as a caricature that feels as far removed from the standard race of humans in the game as the fish, bird, and rock people that do is obviously in bad taste. What are you talking about? Again, this tweet has 3 likes. So I'm just like, is this really the example of the Zelda community they're trying to depict here? Or is this just someone's take?
Honestly, though, I wouldn't be making this video if it were just a few Twitter freaks who had this perspective. It's specifically because I was told all this by a...
Orientalism is inherently problematic. What are you even talking about? But for the Gerudo specifically, making your Middle Eastern coded characters entirely tribe of midriff-bearing thieves who fight with scimitars indeed racist. I could see, and 6 likes? What are we doing here? You're saying it's like endemic to the Zelda community, but it's like I could see someone thinking that maybe laying it on a bit too thick here. But sure, this just seems like a typical Twitter post or Blue Sky post to me. I don't know, but like
other larger Zelda creator who I will not name because I don't want to send any harassment.
Oh, this is from a larger creator. Wait, is this from Skittybitty by any chance?
Their way, that I realized that this faulty perspective was a lot more widespread than first thought.
Is it?
And looking into online discussions on the matter.
Some insane motherfucker on Wikipedia wrote a whole essay summarizing all the bullshit views of games journalists who complain about this shit over the years. I've seen actual articles from major historical events with less detail written on them on Wikipedia than the Gerudo article specifically. Holy shit. Okay, what parts of this article are terrible? Do you want to like, what?
Matter only prove that much. So that's why I'm making this video. I want to actually engage with the other side on this issue and argue, from my perspective, why the Gerudo are important and positive additions to the Zelda series, and why this accusation of
Hitler isn't really painting himself in the best light. I know, right? It's crazy. I thought his reputation was already at the bottom. It can only be up from here.
being Orientalist is ultimately surface level and not a convincing argument as to why they should be removed or retconned from the series.
Again, you've shown me no one that says that. That's the issue. Again, that's the issue of this video, really. You've not shown me a single person. You show me people that say it's problematic, which I could see the arguments for. Again, I'm not that well knowledgeable, so I wouldn't really chime in on this. I could see it, though. What?
I think the first question we need to answer at this junction is, are the Gerudo even supposed to be representations of Middle Eastern people? After all, if the answer were no, then it would kind of kill this whole argument in its crib, so let's start there. The Gerudo are clearly different from real-world Islamic cultures in several ways. The first of which is that they're an inherently matriarchal society, even in spite of their male king, because the consequences of their biology dictate it so. They look down heavily on men, believing them
Well, I mean, it could be like a weird flip on its head. Like, a lot of Middle Eastern countries tend to be very patriarchal. So when they were interpreting that culture for the Gerudo, they made it matriarchal. It's like a flip on the head, you know? I could see that being the case.
Useless for anything other than breeding. This, obviously, is in complete contrast to the general patriarchal family structure.
The Islamic court in this documentary did actually protect the woman in this case, since it... However, she's still forced to choose another man's house to live in, so it's obviously still a highly patriarchal social structure. Even if it does seek to protect women as much as it controls. The Gerudo obviously in no way resemble or comment on this particular aspect of Islamic culture. Oh, sure, okay. I don't think anybody was saying that they were... I don't think anybody was saying that they were... Was it a Sharia law or anything to that effect?
Of real-world Middle Eastern peoples. There are also no parallels to the Islamic religion.
Slight correction. This crescent symbol is perhaps the one parallel, but it does appear in other places in the game, and is ultimately meaningless since it's tied to any in-game religious significance. I was removed in subsequent releases anyway. Well, I mean, considering that, what was it, the Fire Temple also had, like, Islamic chanting as its original music before it was edited out, indicates to me, at least with this symbol as well being in the game, it really does seem to be like it kind of was, if you ask me.
Religion.
He seems to be focused on the gender argument when the people he showed is much more interested in the usage of the dress weapons they use. Yeah, exactly. Oh, no, man.
Very big omission if the intent was to make them an allegory for such people. With even the singular...
Yeah, that's like very clearly like the... That's like very clearly the crescent moon, you know what I mean? From like the Islamic symbol. All it's missing is the star, which that kind of looks like a star to me. I don't know, man.
People. With even the singular track of the game...
Kind of reaching here, bro. Yeah, kind of reaching here, Mr. Octorok, I'll be honest.
OST that utilized an Islamic prayer being
associated
with Gorons, not the Gerudo. If the developers were held...
Yeah, but the fact that they kept that in is probably a bit... It probably lends itself credence to the theory.
Bent on associating the Gerudo with Middle Easterners specifically, then it's strange that this rather blatant parallel was associated with a completely different race. So those are some of the differences, but how about the similarities? Well, first off, yes, these women live out in the desert, so that could easily be associated with the climate of insular Arabia. Yes, their harem pants rightly associate them with the stereotypical dress of Muslim women, and the skin they show around their midriff is reminiscent of Egyptian provocative dancers of the 19th century. They also have dark skin and large noses, which are phenotypes often associated with Semitic peoples. But the bright red hair is definitely a distinguishing...
Harem pants, yeah, I did notice that as well. I wouldn't be shocked. Octorok strikes me as the kind of guy where I wouldn't be shocked if I go on Twitter and all his replies are just gooners. It's just all his like reposts are just like porn, you know? I wouldn't be shocked based on some of the small little bits we've seen in this video, you know what I mean? I wouldn't be shocked.
Feature that throws that comparison off a bit. And honestly, depending on which games you're talking about, their skin is more orange than it is brown, which doesn't really match up with any real-world ethnic groups at all.
Okay, but like, you're kind of stretching here. Like, it's obvious that they kind of... Okay, this guy... to be fair, many video game media references Arabic Islamic culture. Just because it doesn't mean it's Orientalist. Yeah, I know. I don't think any of us have said that yet, no.
Additionally, Ganondorf himself doesn't look anything like a Middle Easterner, Arabic or otherwise, with green...
So he took a surface-level argument with 3 people. Not saying this can't be an issue, but he misconstrued the argument and laid the dressing a bit too thick. Yeah, basically. And the worst part is he probably could have cut out this beginning bit where he was like, I saw these fucking people on Twitter. I just fucking had to own them. And I'm like, okay, you could have just taken that whole out and just made this video a bit better, but... Sure, okay.
Skin, no facial hair, and armor that looks completely made up and fantastical as opposed to any sort of real-world parallel to Arabic armor.
Well, yeah, but like it's supposed to be like their own Okay.
That being said, a few of the Gerudo's more advanced warriors utilize scimitars in combat, which are traditional pan-Arabic, even pan-Islamic swords. Though it should be noted that the vast majority of Gerudo guards use glaives, which are not exclusively Middle Eastern, and the Iron Knuckles, who are just brainwashed Gerudos in suits of armor, utilize battle axes in combat, which are anything but Middle Eastern. Alright, so what's the conclusion we can draw here? Well, it's clear that the Gerudo are absolutely not simple stand-ins for Arabs, Persians, or any other kind of
I would say inspired,
people, because the fundamental differences in their biology, society, and customs are too different to ignore. That being said, some pretty major similarities are definitely there as well, and them being pitted as an oppositional other to the Hylians at times, who are absolutely inspired by European cultures, cannot be ignored either. Ultimately, my conclusion would be that the Gerudo, like the Red Guards from the Elder Scrolls series or the Ishvalans from Full Metal Alchemist, definitely take real-world inspiration from Middle Eastern cultural elements, while ultimately creating a unique and completely different fantasy race in the process.
Yeah, I agree.
Is honestly the same thing you could say about the Hylians, who are based on Germans, or the Sheikah, who, in the Breath of the Wild era games anyway, are based on Japanese people. So, okay, what's the problem here? Pretty much every fantasy series in existence takes real-world cultures and molds them into made-up races and societies in order to create interesting and fleshed-out fiction.
I'm wondering what the issue is too,
what's wrong with the Gerudo in particular? This is where the term Orientalism comes back into play. Apparently, the Gerudo are problematic because their culture is based off of perceivably exaggerated and stereotypical elements of Middle Eastern society. And thus, according to these people, that makes the Gerudo inherently racist.
Now, who said that? Who said this? Listen, the worst part is Octorok. Listen, I can tell you some... listen, we are on opposite sides of the political aisle. I can already tell. I can tell by just the way your video comes across. I'll be right there with you if you just tell me who. Just tell me who is it? Was there like this big wave? Was there a big video? Was there like a lot of people? Who is it? What? If you just made this up in your head? Because right now, gamers, I'm not going to lie, I'm really getting the same energy from this video as like, you guys remember like when, what's it? SJWs Get Owned compilations from like 2016? It feels like he saw 3 people on Twitter going, oh, you're being so Orientalist right now. I was like, can you believe these fucking left-wing losers? It's lit. Hang on, what year was this? In fucking 2025 as well. Yeah, this is Ben Shapiro, Bizarro Shapiro. That's what this is. Just change your name to Bizarro Shapiro, broski. Because I'm like, you could make an interesting video, but it seems like it's not going to be it. You know?
Fairness, this is a subjective conclusion to come to. Plenty of unreasonable people will shout racism at the most innocuous depictions of human beings, and there's little I can do to convince these people otherwise. But what I can't...
Okay, but like, why are you wasting time that you could be explaining to us and showing us these dipshits, going, yeah, but like, people don't get jokes though. I'm just like, I know that Team America World Police is a parody. I know that. I thought it was a decently funny film, if you ask me. Even if it is being like, yeah, like obviously some of the jokes are very, yeah, but that's kind of the point of the film. It's supposed to be kind of a lampshading of like America being like the world's police. That's why it's called Team America World Police. That's the whole point. Yes. Can you disprove the points, please?
Criticize the Gerudo.
Like, hang on, what was that? Again, this was a parody. I should have to clarify that. Holy fuck, people take things. Who are you clarifying this for? The dullets in your audience? If anything, hang on. Again, think about it clearly. He said at the beginning, this is not for the people that aren't going to take this reasonably, because they're already gone by now. So what? This is for the right-wing dullets? The right-wing dullets in your audience? That's who this is for? Because I know that Team America World Police is a parody. I think it's a really good film. As a result, I think it's a really good film. The lampshades like 2000s American like patriotism. Very good, you know? So who are you talking about here? Yeah, it was made by Trey Parker. Like this film was made by the South Park guys, chat. The guy who made South Park. Okay,
otherwise. But what I can do is engage with the very logic being used to criticize the Gerudo and tear it apart to the best of my abilities. In such a way that
okay, so you've wasted 9 minutes of my time. Let's fucking go. Come on.
Heads will prevail by the end of things. We should start our analysis by dissecting the very concept which is being used as the crux of the opposition's argument.
Okay. Sorry, Octorok. I'm pausing this very dull video of yours because I'm getting money.
Bizarro Ben Shapiro be like, let's just say literally.
Yeah, let's just say, guys, let me, hypothetically, if you were trapped in the room with a Gerudo, right, would it technically be bad if, you know, analogically speaking, turning point Hyrule, Octorok. Let's just like hypothetically. Fucking hell.
Orientalism.
Okay, now the video starts proper. Let's fucking go. Go on.
Dissecting the very concept which is being used as the crux of the opposition's argument. Orientalism. I already explained briefly what Orientalism objectively is, but it should be noted that there's a much more precise definition which these people are using when they're applying it in the context of media representation.
Okay, what are they saying? Go on.
Culture,
go on.
or even fictional depictions utilizing aspects of Middle Eastern culture, as in this case.
Counting or not counting Bokoblin violence? Okay, Chad, come on now. We gotta watch the video. We gotta be fair, okay?
Sure. Or even fictional depictions utilizing aspects of Middle Eastern culture, as in this case. Professor Saeed himself points this out in his definitive work on the subject, claiming that Orientalism has many separate yet equally important and valid definitions. I should preface that Saeed was actually quite the respected scholar in his time, and, having read much of his work myself, I highly respect his writing style, argumentation, and even his views to a degree, even if I disagree with him at several points. Ultimately, though, the definition he was interested in, and thus the one used by those who derive their views from his work, is as thus, quote, Orientalism is
not a mere political subject matter, nor a field reflected passively by culture, scholarship, or institutions. Nor is it a large and diffuse collection of texts about the Orient. Nor is it representative and expressive of some nefarious Western imperialist plot to hold down the Oriental quote-unquote world. It's rather a distribution of geopolitical awareness into aesthetic, scholarly, economic, sociological, and historical and philosophical texts. It's an elaboration of not only the basic geographical distinction, but also of a whole series of interests, quote-unquote, which it not only creates but also maintains. It is rather rather than expresses a certain will or intention to understand, in some cases, to control, manipulate, or even incorporate what is manifestly different or alternative and novel world. Okay.
Not a mere political and expressive of some nefarious fusion of geopolitical awareness of a whole series of interests which it not only creates intention to manifestly different, or alternative and novel, world. To simplify, Saeed believed that European art, culture, and studies related to the Orient, whether scholarly and factual, or perverse and stereotypical, ultimately helped to maintain an image of otherness regarding Near East cultures and people, thus propagating the colonial system and imperial ambitions of both France and Britain. In other words, intent mattered very little to Saeed, because in many cases, Oriental studies were both informative and respectful. Saeed himself lists several key examples, such as Edward William Lane's account of the manners and customs of the modern Egyptians. But because the summation of all these works existed within the context of colonial domination over the Near East, and oftentimes were used to justify said domination, the ultimate purpose and end goal of Oriental studies was, in Saeed's conclusion, a way to stigmatize, otherize, and dominate the Near East from a Western perspective. Alright, so with all of that out of the way, there's now an obvious question we need to ask ourselves at this point.
How does this relate? Yeah.
What the fuck does any of that have to do with a fantasy video game made by Japanese people in the year 1998? It's not.
Well, it has everything to do with it, really. Like, what you just showed is that Saeed's work obviously means to depict the Arabic-speaking portions of the world as others. Is that not what the Gerudo technically are in Ocarina of Time? Or have I completely just lost the plot there? Based on what you've told me, yeah, like, Saeed's work, that's what it indicates. In which case, yes. And again, it comes back to the other point, innit, chat? In that I can believe that a Japanese company from Japan, a country that is notoriously xenophobic, in the 90s, when they were depicting their fantasy races, and they based one on the Middle East, I can believe that some people are looking at that and going, yeah, yeah, I can believe that. It has everything to do with that. Yes. And in fact, you're the moron, Octorok. You gave me the ammo to kill you. I didn't know about it. Thank you for teaching me about Saeed's work. I didn't know anything about that. Okay, it might have been an unfortunate pause, so we'll replay the video. But if you're asking me, it has everything to do with it. You know? So, sure, okay.
Not that Orientalism or colonial stereotypes are impossible for Japanese people to participate in. See Kimba the White Lion and all of its blatant racism against both Africans and Middle Easterners is a prime example. But how does that have anything to do with the Gerudo? The idea seems to be that because the Gerudo have...
Also, you agree that it's an interpretation that someone could reasonably come to a conclusion of then? Like, again, Twitter dipshits and blue sky dipshits are going to be dipshits. But again, I've said this 10 times in this reaction, gamers. I don't necessarily blame someone if they come to that conclusion. And if they would explain to me, like, what makes the Gerudo problematic, then I'd understand. But yes, I could believe that. What makes that so unbelievable to you? I don't know.
Aspects of their culture dictated by Middle Eastern elements, and because said culture stands in contrast to Hylian society, that it is therefore Orientalist. But Orientalism doesn't automatically equal bad. Like I said, modern Middle Eastern studies are literally just Orientalism with some rebranding attached to it. One of my main contentions with Said's work is that he includes good faith scholasticism, which he himself acknowledges the existence of, within the wider context of Orientalism. In other words, under Said's definition, it's impossible as a Western scholar, artist, writer, or whatever have you, to produce any work that integrates Middle Eastern culture into its DNA in any capacity without it then being considered Orientalist, and thus, as these people will tell you, racist. Therefore...
Okay, but like, okay, fair. If that was Said's interpretation, okay, can you point to me where people said this, or are you just like, again, did you just find one or two tweets? Like, what are we doing here? Like, who are you talking about? This whole video is in your head. I'm waiting for the golden moment where you show me who's saying this. Like, and I'm talking like, not just 3 Twitter dipshits. I'm talking like you said there's loads of people that want this removed or retconned. I've never seen a single person. I would have been educated by this video, and I think I have, just in relation to the opposite of what you mean to say, you know?
Racist. Therefore, how...
Trumpanorth? I don't know. Donald Dorff?
Distinguish genuine...
There's a joke there somewhere. Someone can make it.
Scholarly or artistic interest from blatant racism or bigotry. These are the reasons I personally remain unconvinced by many of Said and his followers' arguments, even if he provides some pretty brilliant analysis at times, because it essentially disallows anyone from taking an interest in Middle Eastern culture, philosophy, or history without then being labeled as an Orientalist, and thus a participant in colonial domination.
Okay, again, this is all fine and dandy and interesting, and thanks for the history lesson, but it's all falls flat if you don't tell me who's saying this. Who? If this is happening, you should be able to show... Yeah, this is terrible. I don't know how much more of this I can take, gamers, I'll be honest. Because this is boring. This sucks.
So whether or not the Gerudo are or aren't Orientalist almost doesn't even matter at this point.
Does it not?
Let's completely abandon the opposition's Orientalist labeling. It clearly isn't helpful. The real question
so why did you even bring that up then? I feel like I wasted my time here.
Is this: are the Gerudo a negative stereotype meant to characterize Middle Eastern peoples in a bad light? The answer, I would posit, is an emphatic no. True, the Gerudo...
I think they're far enough removed, at least in a modern interpretations, where I wouldn't say so personally, but okay. That's what I say.
Live in a society which values skills and thievery above all. This is undeniably a fact, and one could, on a surface level, say that this is an evil trait. But is this obsession with thievery something endemic to the Gerudo race? Or is it perhaps more environmentally determined? See, the Gerudo live out in a barren desert where absolutely nothing grows. Again, this is reminiscent of the very same geography one might find in insular Arabia. However, rather than being a mere bit of window dressing, a lazy way to communicate the otherness of the Gerudo race, this geographical reality...
Someone just said second monitor slop. That's what this whole video is. This is what is the other paragraph, by the way? Why the Gerudo are distinct? I want to be honest. I'm kind of. I think you've wasted I'm kind of done. I'll be honest. I think I'm tapping out here. I'll give it like another minute.
Medicine.
All right, Octorok, thank you. I think I'm nearly done here. Hang on, give me like another minute, and then and then we'll say it's done.
Is built into the very foundations of Gerudo society and culture. The Gerudo King Ganondorf invades the land of Hyrule not because he just feels like it, but because the land he comes from is a barren desert where nothing grows. This is said explicitly in The Wind Waker. Not even Gerudo horses are native to the desert, with most having been originally stolen from the...
Honestly, my audience is disappointed. I'm disappointed. I think we're gonna jump ahead. I think we're gonna jump ahead, Mr. Octorok. This video is boring. This is someone said this is fourth monitor content. That is an insult to the fourth monitor. Yeah, I think I'm. If anything, I'd say I'm more offended by how boring your video was. If anything, and the fact that you kind of prove against your point in the middle of that there, arguing with shadows. Yeah, I'm okay. I don't really want to watch any more of that. So that video comes out, gamers. So let's continue with the drama. That video comes out, and then Skittybitty makes a response, a big response, gamers. I like the history lesson, and then I forgot this was... Oh, whoops, I've skimmed a bit. I like the history lesson, then I forgot it was about the Gerudo Namsat. Yeah, exactly. I learned about... I forgot his first name was that Saeed fellow, who kind of propped the idea of Orientalism in Western culture. I was like, oh, that's fascinating. I like a bit of a history lesson. Unfortunately, we didn't get it. Now, obviously, I don't think I want to watch the whole thing. It's like 56 minutes. But I'd say we'll get the broad strokes of this. Let's go. Skittybitty, how does Skittybitty respond? An hour long response, huh? I can't believe this.
Hi everyone, famous YouTuber Skittybitty here. For a while
You know,
now,
I've
wanted to make a video about the portrayal of the Gerudo in the Zelda series. I love to examine, criticize, and interrogate works of art that are important to me, and the Zelda games are no exception. I find the Gerudo fascinating, and I've discussed them a little bit here and there on stream before, but there hasn't felt like a right time to talk about them at length. So why am I talking about them now? Well, it all started on Twitter. This is going
it all starts on Twitter, baby.
Be a mostly serious video on a serious topic, but unfortunately we need to briefly talk about some internet drama for a couple minutes just so we're all on the same page. So, a friend of mine sent me this Tumblr post complaining about the lack of substantial fan content for the Wild era games, specifically mentioning people mischaracterizing Zelda and obsessing over Link's quote-unquote racist-ass Gerudo outfit. The post concludes with the tag, "The consequences of that ass Skittybitty video essay."
What?
I was confused by this, so I reposted it to Twitter and said, "This is such a weird post to catch a stray on, because this person has clearly never seen any of my work. Like me, famous Gerudo Orientalism hater Skittybitty, famous Princess Zelda defender Skittybitty, famous good take-haver Skittybitty, bizarre." This tweet wasn't about the Gerudo, it was about someone's weird misdirected frustration towards me, but that wasn't enough to dissuade small creator and perpetual reply guy Octorok Reviews from hopping on the post.
Here we go, gamers. We're back in the drama building again, and it all starts on Twitter, doesn't it? Every time.
To voice his concerns.
You hate the Gerudo? I think they're fantastic additions to Ocarina storytelling, precisely because they're meant to be this tragic other that got dealt a bad hand in life. They're products of their environment, not inherently evil. Now, Breath of the Wild Gerudo is another matter.
This led to a brief back and forth that I'll put up on screen for people who are curious.
Oh, hang on. The concern... I'm reading from left to right. No, I don't hate the Gerudo. Oh, okay, this was the one we were talking about, wasn't it? Orientalism isn't inherently problematic, though. Just the same romanticization of European or Japanese culture isn't inherently problematic. If there's a problem with the depiction of the Gerudo, you have to be specific and simply instead of calling it Orientalist. Sure, okay. Orientalism is inherently problematic. Oh, Skippy hates that, okay. What you're even talking about, as for the Gerudo specifically, making your Middle Eastern coded characters entirely based on tribal midriff-bearing thieves who fight with scimitars is indeed racist. Okay. There's nothing wrong with the depiction of foreign cultures in interesting and respectful ways. It's only an issue we've ever done distastefully and poorly. I agree that the Gerudo and Breath of the Wild are horribly underdeveloped, but their original purpose and role in OOT's world building is great. Depicting a marginalized group as a caricature that feels far removed from the standard race of humans in a game as the fish, bird, and rock people do is like an obviously bad taste. What are you talking about? A marginalized group, you say? Well, in the game in question was made in Japan. They did the same thing with their own culture with the Shaker, depicting it as different from the Hylians. Are you going to claim the devs are racist against themselves too? Be consistent. No, that's obviously not what they... It's the... This guy's a moron, isn't he? I'm glad we skipped this video. This guy's a fucking moron. Oh, would you say the same about the race of characters they made that are inspired by Japanese people? Well, it's like, no, they're Japanese. They could probably depict those races with a lot more accuracy. But if you're going to depict a culture from like the Arab Peninsula, of course there might be some questions to be asked there if they're done poorly. I'll add to that, developed being in Japanese or inherently depicting foreign European cultures like the Hylians. Is the knight, the princess stuff a romanticization of Western culture? Obviously, but it doesn't make it problematic. So neither are the Gerudo IMO. Well, yeah, but like generally a lot of European depictions tend to be what? Knights, kings, kingdoms, You know, don't tell me like, oh, you just romanticized European culture. And it's like, what? It's knights, kingdoms, paladins, crusaders, and then like the one that depicts the Middle Eastern, thieves, scimitar wearing, all women with midriff clothing. It's like, do we not see the? Do we not see? do you not see the difference here? Why is it so okay to depict the European coded characters as noble knights, but not to depict the Middle Eastern coded characters as traitorous, bloodthirsty thieves? I am intellectual. No, Skippy says the same thing. Stalin said the same thing. At the moment, Stalin is beating Hitler right now, chat. Oh my god, this is crazy. I don't know how to explain it to a capital G gamer. But if I called someone a crack on the street, that does not entitle me to also say the N-word. That is a very apt comparison. I don't know who this boobly guy is, but that's a very apt comparison. Stalin's soldier did a very good job there. Amazing. What the fuck does he... What do you mean? What does that mean? The analogy, it's a bit of a weird analogy, but it works. It works. In the same way, you wouldn't say, you're romanticizing European culture. Literally knights in shining armor. To the same as Middle Eastern culture with, like, thieves. It's literally analogous. It's one of them. Jesus Christ, this guy's a moron. In a fantasy world where the Sheikah are overtly racist caricature Japanese people, does not grant them a free pass to future bigotry. Most people learn that two wrongs don't make a right in preschool. Yeah, this guy, I don't know who this guy is, but this guy is murdering him. This guy is murdering him. Boobly, I can't believe Octorok still has a channel. You got murdered. Oh my god. He even explained it to you as well. Oh my god, what is happening here? Bro, the Japanese people made this game. Who are you to tell another race or country what is and isn't a respectful depiction of their culture? I think it's fair to assume, let's say for example, I was depicting Somalian culture. I think it'd be fair to assume I'd be depicting it with a bit more accuracy because I am Somalian. In the same way, it's fair to assume the Shaker depiction is respectful. You can prove it's not, obviously, but it's fair to assume that it's not. This guy's a fucking turbo moron. Holy shit. You're literally doing that in this thread. Literally, you are! There's a mischaracterization of the Gerudo's role in OOT Ski, and if you've seen my review of the game, you know my thoughts are more complex on the matter. There's only so little we can articulate on Twitter. Please don't imply such bigoted ignorance on my part. Well, but it's true, it is bigoted insecure. I think there's the one time where someone could say, yeah, that's true. What do you mean? That's a fair implication to make about your tweets. Yeah, there is bigoted ignorance on your part. Yes, this isn't even like Twitter or Blue Sky being Twitter or Blue Sky. That's a fair takeaway from your tweets right here. You're being a bit ignorant here, buddy.
But it didn't really go anywhere productive, the fate of all Twitter arguments. Eventually, I stopped replying, and I figured that was the end of it. I was wrong. 10 days later, Octorok Reviews released In Defense of the Gerudo.
Oh, we saw that. Yeah, this video sucked.
30-minute long video that, while never mentioning me by name, shows screenshots of my tweets.
And it was. It was, gamers. Ooh. It was Skittybitty's tweet. We just censored it. Oh, Octorok, why did you censor it, huh? Interesting!
Clearly prompted by our little exchange. So, to recap, I made an offhand comment as part of a completely unrelated post. This guy showed up in my mentions accusing me of hating the Gerudo, and now he's parlayed the argument that followed into a 27-minute long video defending them. The bad news is that he doesn't seem to understand what people are actually talking about when they criticize the Gerudo, especially their portrayal in Ocarina of Time. But the good news is that now I have an excuse to talk about a topic I think is really interesting. So this video is a response to Octorok Reviews, but it's also about the Gerudo, Orientalism in the Zelda series, and what I think.
Hey, if you could teach me some history, I like the history portion of Octorok's video. That was fun. That was very, very fun, actually. So if you could teach me some more history, I'm down for that.
The answer isn't to remove or retcon them from the game. Speaking of which, the biggest problem with Octo's argument is that it's predicated on a misrepresentation of what I actually believe. Throughout his video, he claims repeatedly that some sinister group of performative Zelda
that some fans want to remove or retcon when no one actually said that. I noticed that too, Skittybitty.
Fans is advocating for the Gerudo to be removed from the series.
So color me surprised when I learned that certain parts of the fandom not only don't like the Gerudo, but actively campaign for the removal or complete retcon of their culture and storytelling, and thus advocate for the removal from the series. And why this accusation of them being Orientalist is ultimately...
And then what, we got footage and timestamps to the exact part where Skittybitty's Ooh, this response is cooking, gamers. She's cooking.
Ultimately surface level,
Oh, they're
and not
cooking. I think it's
the
they
argument
then.
as to why they should be removed or retconned from the series. Not only would they seek to remove a vital part of Hyrule's world building from the canon simply to satisfy their own need to fight against self-perceived Orientalist prejudice.
This is the crux of his entire video. It's right there in the title, In Defense of the Gerudo. What is his evidence that people want to see the Gerudo removed from the Zelda series? Well, he doesn't have any. No articles, no blog posts.
Yes, he does. He doesn't. Yeah, no, that's the part that fucked with me. Stalin, you gotta kill Hitler now, okay? This is your chance. Stalin Skibbity. someone said Skittybitty instead of Skittybitty. That kind of works.
The source for the claim that underpins this entire video is literally just, trust me, bro. My favorite part is when he claims,
I realized that this faulty perspective was a lot more widespread than first thought.
He says this while showing a screenshot of one of my tweets
with
that
six
has 6
likes.
likes on it.
Yeah.
And the tweet on screen isn't even saying the Gerudo should be removed from the Zelda series. He's not showing the tweet where I say that because it doesn't exist. Because I don't think that. There was never any discussion of removing or retconning the Gerudo out of the Zelda series at any point. So what is this actually about? What is the point of this video?
There is no point. The video sucked. We verified that firsthand. It sucks.
Of the Gerudo honestly feels like some sort of temporal anomaly.
Only Octorok could make me root for Stalin. That's what I'm saying, right? I don't want to be rooting for either of them. But here we go.
And ringing about politically motivated fake fans who want to censor your video games is so 10 years ago. I was.
Hey, Skitty, hey, Skitty, do you wanna? Hey, listen, far be it from me to associate with Stalin, but like, Stalin, are you any good at Fortnite? We'll squad up and play some Fortnite together. Do you want to play some Fortnite? I said literally the exact same thing. It came across as this like, look at these fucking woke lip shits. Look at these guys. And I'm just like, where's anyone paying attention with like any brain at all?
Bro somehow argued and lost to the voices.
That's what I'm saying, man.
Under the impression
he would, if you were paying attention to that video, he would have you convinced that he needed to say that Team America World Police was a parody, because some people don't get. Only the most dropped people, or should I say your audience, are people that would not understand that Team America World Police is not a fucking parody. It's a
that serious people broadly accepted that video games, like any art form, are sometimes subject to critical analysis through socio-political lenses.
Yes.
It's been like this for decades. One of the
It's not my preferred way of analyzing games, but like if you want to do it, then go for it, you know?
Articles I read for this video that argued the importance of studying video games through the lenses of race and gender was published in 2006. This isn't some current day culture war nonsense, but I suppose everything feels new if you haven't been paying attention. Just a
I think Octorok needs to delete. I think honestly, Hitler needs to delete his channel. Stalin's got you beat, broski. They're marching through Poland.
Clarify what I actually believe. Yes, I do think the depiction of the Gerudo in the Zelda series is leaning hard on Orientalist tropes. I think that's especially true of their appearance in Ocarina of Time. I still love the Zelda
Educate me,
series,
I'd like to know.
I don't think Nintendo did this out of some conscious will to do harm. I don't think
No, I don't think so either. I just think Nintendo's a Japanese company, and a lot of them are just by nature of how closed off the country is, tend to be a bit more ignorant towards the world as a whole. In general, I would say. Obviously, not all of them, obviously, but like in a general sense, I'd say, yeah.
Racist monsters, and I don't think the solution here is to write the Gerudo out of the canon.
No, I don't think so neither.
I do.
Wow, isn't it crazy how Octorok's review's leading tweet was Skittybitty's one, and that's not even what Skittybitty believes? They're like, oh yeah, like it's just like it's a bit the picture's just a bit weird, isn't it? Crazy.
I think there are respectful ways for fantasy writers and designers
to Occam's razors. Yeah, it's not malice, it's ignorance. It definitely is, yeah.
From real life cultures, and we'll talk about that later in this video. But the Gerudo have historically fallen short in this regard. They've changed a lot over the years, mostly for the better, but there are still some issues that are worth criticizing. There's nothing wrong with enjoying a story or game that has problematic aspects, and there's also nothing wrong with highlighting or interrogating those aspects.
Skitty may hate Totk, but they know how clap back in a response.
Honestly, I can't wait one day to play TOTK, and then I'm gonna watch all of Skittybitty's video and say she's wrong and Skibbity, and then they're gonna be owned. They're gonna be owned in Skibbity toilet. I can't. One of these days, gamers, I will play TOTK, and I will put Stalin back in the grave, guys. I will put Stalin back in the grave. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen, gamers. Octorok has gone silent and was spotted in Argentina. You might have to flee there soon. I'm not honest.
politics. When people discuss these sorts of things, it's almost always an expression of love and care. You'd think someone who makes hours-long videos dissecting and criticizing Zelda games while still loving Zelda games would be able to understand that, but I guess not. Disclaimer, do not harass Octorok reviews. That behavior is never acceptable and will not be tolerated. I think this video is bad and disingenuous, but that's why I'm making this one. No further action on your part is needed. Thank you for your cooperation. So,
I won't, don't worry.
Octo's video is framed dishonestly, but what about the actual content of his argument, his defense of the Gerudo? He says,
I want to actually engage with the other side on this issue.
What does that look like? Is he at least making a good case for his position?
No.
Well, no.
An essay by an essay. Ooh, what's Oriental? You got the font as well. You got the Zelda font. Ooh.
Before we proceed, I think it's important to define the word at the heart of this discussion, Orientalism. Actually, before we do that, let's ask an even more basic question. What is the Orient? The English word Orient comes from the Latin word oriens, which means east. So the Orient is the east. Got it. Follow-up question, east of where? Well, east of Europe, specifically Asia and parts of North Africa. But that's ultimately arbitrary. The Earth is round. You could theoretically draw a line dividing east from west anywhere.
And that's where Orientalism comes from. The Middle East, right? Why is it east? But only because we assume that we're the center of the world in Europe. Hence, even that word is Orient. I'm learning. I've learned a lot. Guys, I'm a historyman. I can do history, mate.
But of course, when you colonize the world, when you draw the maps, everything gets to revolve around you. So that's the Orient. What about Orientalism? It's impossible to discuss Orientalism without
I've sped up the video, by the way, if anyone's curious.
The work of Palestinian American author Edward Said.
There's Edward Said! That's the guy! I know about him!
How countless people from well-respected
woke? Oh, did I just get +1 in my woke me? +1. Yeah, +1 woke. Let's go.
Academics to third-rate video essayists like myself understand the East as a Western construct. Orientalism, the book, can be a dense and difficult text, and if I spend too long talking about theory, nobody's going to sit through this video. But this is essential to understand, so please just bear with me for a minute.
Okay, I'll try.
We'll talk about Zelda soon.
Okay.
If you pay attention, you might even be able to see where I'm going with all this.
Okay,
so when Said talks about Orientalism, he's talking about multiple different things that he considers to be interdependent.
I think Octo said the same thing,
We're going to focus on the 3 definitions that he lays out in the book's introduction. The first is the academic definition. Before the publication of this book, Orientalism referred to the Western study of the Orient, or what you might recognize today as Asian or Middle Eastern studies. Though even at the time of writing, the term had kind of fallen out of use, both because of its association with late 19th and early 20th century colonialism, and also because it's too vague a term to actually be useful. As Octo himself points out,
Asia's a big place.
The second definition of Orientalism is, quote, a style of thought based upon an ontological and epistemological distinction made between the Orient and, most of the time, the Occident. In other words, Orientalism is the idea that there's some fundamental distinction to be made between the East and the West. Said's third definition of Orientalism is as follows, quote again, Orientalism can be discussed and analyzed as the corporate institution for dealing with the Orient, dealing with it by making statements about it, authorizing views of it, describing it, by teaching it, settling it, ruling over it. In short, Orientalism as a Western style for dominating, restructuring, and having authority over the Orient. Basically, Orientalism is a system that invents the East as a concept so that it can be described, understood, and dominated by the West. Putting these definitions together, Orientalism can be most easily explained in 3 steps. Step 1, divide the world into the West and the East with the starting assumption that the West is, as Said puts it, rational, peaceful, liberal, logical, capable of holding real values without natural suspicion, and that the East is none of those things. Step 2, study the East so that you can represent the East. What's important here is that you never even consider the possibility of Eastern people representing themselves. And finally, step 3, use your representation of the East as justification for conquering it. That's still 3 whole things to keep track of, so let's make it even simpler. Orientalism is a way of representing the East as something...
Yeah, it's fundamentally... Yeah, I was going to say that, yeah. It's like, Orientalism is, basically, as we found before, it's like, it's just representing them as, like, different, basically.
Fundamentally exotic, but ultimately knowable from the outside. The Orientalist worldview flattens hundreds of diverse and often contradictory cultures and peoples into a vague, monolithic other. While the impact of Said's work is hard to overstate, Orientalism was...
The large-scale other, yeah, basically. It's not like, you might think, like, the Middle East, like, again, I'm using the term the Middle East, aren't I? But it's like, if, for example, Orientalism is just assuming they're all kind of, like, in one thing, in a one big brush, So, like, Iran is the same as Egypt, is the same as Saudi Arabia, is the same as Kuwait type thing, When it's like, these are all different countries with very vastly different histories, but obviously Orientalism doesn't allow that, does it?
Published in the late 1970s. Viewing this book and its definition of Orientalism in isolation ignores the nearly 50 years...
Whereas, like, for example, you'd go to, like, Europe and you'd be like, oh, like, you say, you go to Europe and you say, like, oh, Denmark and, what's it? No, not Denmark, like, Belgium and Netherlands, that's, like, the same thing. You'd be like, oh, like, tell that to, like, a Belgian person, they'd fucking kill you, But then you could offhandedly say, oh, like, Iran, well, same thing, right? That's basically what it is, Yeah, so an overgeneralization of that entire, like, area of the world, we should say, yeah.
Scholarship and criticism that came afterwards. In media studies, Orientalism refers to a stereotypical depiction of usually Asian or North African cultures, especially when those stereotypes are used to indicate that a person, place, or thing is alien or exotic in some way. The term is also sometimes used in Native Hawaiian and other indigenous scholarship to reflect the way that those cultures are also often flattened, stereotyped, and seen as backwards. It's important to note that these stereotypes don't need to be negative to be Orientalist. For example, these dancer outfits are everywhere in anime and video games.
Yeah, but like, how many people? Yeah, see, look, think about it. People would say this is like, oh, Middle Eastern inspired. Yeah, but where though? Do you see what I mean? Interesting. You see, we're learning, chat. People would see this and go, oh, it's like a belly. Oh, it's a belly dancer outfit, but from where though? Oh, but hang on. Let me show you this outfit, and it's like lederhosen. Oh, that's like obviously that's German, isn't it? Like, yeah, exactly. But what about this one? Oh, you don't know, do you?
These designs can be compelling, even
think it's
beautiful,
Middle
but they're still
Eastern,
being used as a shorthand for a distant foreign culture that's as alluring as it is unusual. Octo
Exactly,
says
yeah.
early in his video that it's
Important that we understand what that word means and how it's applied to the Gerudo before going any further.
And I agree. Words like Orientalism are helpful because they describe something specific, so it's essential that we're all on the same page about what that specific something is. Unfortunately, this noble pursuit immediately flies out the window when Octo pulls up the Britannica article on Orientalism. This article is not about Orientalism, the academic term we just defined that's been
It's
used in
about
media
the old
studies and
one,
cultural
yeah.
theory for decades. It's predominantly about the 18th and 19th century scholarly discipline, what you might remember as just the first part of the three-part definition we looked at earlier. There's one sentence in this entire article explaining that more recently the term has been used to refer disparagingly to, quote, allegedly simplistic, stereotyped, and demeaning conceptions of Arab and Asian cultures generally held by Western scholars, end quote. But this is pretty reductive, and it doesn't actually help a reader understand what people mean when they call something Orientalist in a media studies context. Again, these stereotypes don't have to be demeaning, they just have to be othering. But Octo goes on to explain that
In the modern day, the term has been commandeered to specifically refer to depictions of Eastern cultures which are considered by some to be problematic.
he says that Edward Said's work began to shift the definition of the word Orientalism towards the way that
Many Americans understand the term nowadays,
which he describes as
the problematic and or racist depiction of Islamic and
Yeah, he was trying to, like, I think Camp pointed this out. He was trying to Octorok was trying to make Orientalism, or it seemed like a term that used to mean something, but now it's been paraded by these dark wokies. And it's like, it was already a term falling out of favor, and which is kind of like, Edward Said kind of picked it back up and kind of put it in like the modern day parlance with his own spin on it, essentially. It's a bit like how, the righties have kind of taken woke, haven't they? Like anything that on Fox News, this is woke, that's woke, this woke, that woke. Like they've kind of co-opted that term, but like he was kind of trying to put that same banner on Orientalism when Skittybitty has indicated that not necessarily the case.
Arabic culture in media.
I want to pause and point out the deliberate choice of words here. The media studies definition of Orientalism isn't presented as the result of the kind of benign linguistic evolution that happens all the time in academia, but as some uniquely American project to commandeer an unrelated word to mean something completely different. But of course, these things aren't unrelated, as the scholarly discipline that Britannica is talking about here is the institution that Said was criticizing, one that sought to invent and represent the East. Even Octo's use of the words Eastern, Islamic, and Arabic to interchangeably refer to—
So Octo tried to sneakily not paint Orientalism as a bad thing. He tried to paint it as this like, oh, it's this newfangled thing that people are just... He tried to paint it as like Twitter bullshit, basically. That's what it was. That's what he tried to paint it as opposed to like a thing that like kind of has existed for like a couple decades now, or at least like a talking point, should we say, about Eastern culture. The lack of free communication in the cultural exchange in the Middle East to places like the North America likely left people uninformed too. Like our Russian culture is lost due to their government. Yeah, basically, yeah. Something to that effect.
The cultures and people of Southwest Asia and North Africa is the exact sort of flattening that Said was talking about. I'm not bringing this up to accuse Octorok reviews of being racist. It's just a good example of how easy—
Yet. I'm not accusing you of being racist yet. Ooh.
It can be to slip into this way of thinking. Octo claims that he's read much of Said's work, but I frankly don't believe him. He only directly quotes Said once, and the quote he uses is found on page 12 of Orientalism. Considering some of the arguments—
Oh, man! Gotta get page marked. Brother! Octorok, you got page marked. What's gonna happen there? Page 12 is all you read, yeah? Oh, I didn't even catch that. Skibbity. I didn't even catch that. He's hitting him with the LARPing allegations. Damn.
he's about to make in this video, I have no reason to believe he read past the introduction. To finally get back to talking about Zelda, though, Octo says that
when some people say that the Gerudo are Orientalist, what they're really saying is that they think the Gerudo are negative or racist depictions of Middle Eastern peoples, and thus advocate for their removal from the series.
We've already established that nobody in the conversation that sparked this video, and indeed nobody I've ever seen, is advocating for the Gerudo to be removed from the Zelda series. But would the Gerudo even need to be negative or racist depictions of Middle Eastern people to be considered Orientalist? No. The real reason the Gerudo—
that's the whole point, is that like they're always depicted as an other, even if they're not, you know? that would be enough to make them seem Orientalist. Now, whether that's a problem, is that a problem? Skittybitty can argue that point. I'd say it's more so a problem when it's like, it's less so you're showing another culture for like, you know, like if you're showing another culture, like if you're showing like a Middle Eastern culture, should I say, and it's not necessarily like in a context where it kind of is, I would say, is respectful the right way? But like, it's not, you're very clearly taken a lot of cultural context into account when you're doing it, then I don't think there's an issue there. But obviously when it's just kind of like, oh, it's Middle Eastern people, therefore they kind of wear belly dancer outfits and they use scimitars, and you know, that's where it becomes a problem, right?
Or Orientalist is because they borrow from a vague quote-unquote Middle Eastern aesthetic.
Yeah, exactly. See? Skittybitty just says it right there. It's like they capture from this like vague Middle Eastern, like, ooh, that's it, really, isn't it? Like, it's all just belly dancers and thieves and like bazaars and sheikhs, and that's it, really, isn't it? And imams, and oh, it's like a crescent moon and a star, you know?
To communicate their otherness. One of the weirdest things about Octo's video is that a huge chunk of it is dedicated specifically to defending the Gerudo as they appear in Ocarina of Time, at their least nuanced and most Orientalist. Hell, even his initial tweet praised the Gerudo specifically for their role as a quote-unquote tragic other in Ocarina's story. To be clear,
a tragic... so Octorok likes it when the group of people that tend to be portrayed as others were portrayed as others, huh? I'm learning a lot about you. Octorok. I don't know, man.
There's nothing wrong with having a character or even a group of characters in a fictional setting that exists to give an outsider's perspective on the society in which the story takes place. The problem arises when that difference is communicated using symbolism loaded with historical and political baggage. If you're not compelled by the argument that this perpetuates harmful ideas about real-world people, at least consider that it's lazy world-building. After all, you don't need to write a fleshed-out group of outsiders if you can just plaster your fictional race with iconography that's historically been used to denote the other. Octo's video actually demonstrates very well how effective this tactic.
Even if it was done in the typical stereotypes, if they're done fun and uniquely in a fictional setting, there's nothing wrong with it. It's about execution. Yeah, exactly. Like, for example, Punch-Out. I don't think anyone whose country was depicted in Punch-Out is clutching their pearls, are they? Like, if Punch-Out had a Somalian character, I'd love that. Are you kidding me? That'd be so cool. I'd fucking love that. But like, that's just kind of like Punch-Out's whole deal, you know what I mean? They tend to be like, over-exaggerate like the stereotypes of each country. But there's enough like charm in it where like it's kind of done tastefully, where a lot of them speak in their native tongue, you know what I mean? That's kind of how it goes, you know? Okay, dude, the French fucking hate Glass Joe. That sounds really fun. That would be really funny, you know? But just made by Canadians, and Bear Hug is probably the biggest stereotype. Yeah, literally, that's what it is, you know?
Is because he repeatedly makes claims about the Gerudo that, rather than being rooted in the text of the game, are based on assumptions he makes about them as a result of the tropes and visual language used in their design.
A tragic other.
Let's start by asking a simple question. What do we know about the Gerudo in Ocarina of Time?
What do we know about the
Gerudo? The answer is actually not a whole lot. We know they live in the Gerudo Desert at the western edge of Hyrule. We know they're all women, with the exception of one man born every 100 years, who, by law, rules over them as their king. And we know that they're referred to as thieves. That's pretty much all we get in the actual text of the game, but you wouldn't know it by listening to Octo talk about them. According to him, the Gerudo are actually a tragic, misunderstood group of people who only resort to thievery because they live in the desert and have no other choice. Here's the problem. That's fanfiction. Despite the constant references to the Gerudo being thieves, we're never given examples of any of them besides Ganondorf actually stealing anything, let alone any kind of insight into their motivation. Octo says,
There's both a combination of direct banditry and feminine wild that they utilize to survive. And yes, I do say survive, because the lands they come from are so barren and inhospitable that their theft is, in fact, done out of necessity in most cases. Ocarina of Time makes that rather clear.
But it doesn't. None of what he just said is reflected in the text of Ocarina of Time. Instead, he's making an assumption about what motivates the Gerudo based solely on the fact that they're thieves who live in the desert, which, to be clear, is exactly why the Gerudo are depicted as thieves who live in the desert. Leaning on tropes is an easy way to imply story or character depth without actually having to write it. And I don't think visual shorthand is always a bad thing, but tropes don't exist in a vacuum, and I think it's important to examine the underlying assumptions that they communicate. Yes, there have been plenty of groups throughout history who engaged in raiding or banditry to survive. Pirates, highway robbers, Mongols, Wild West outlaws, and yes, desert nomads have historically popped up in places where valuable trade flowed through, like the Silk Road, or where resources are scarce and there's no real law or centralized control, like on the open ocean. But there's nothing to suggest the Gerudo are a nomadic people. As far as we can tell, they permanently reside in their fortress, and if they're close enough to Hyrule to raid and steal from the people who live there, wouldn't that also mean that they're close enough to Hyrule to engage in trade? There's no shortage of shops and other vendors across.
That's true. Ooh, that's true, isn't it? So that's interesting.
There's no Gerudo shop. Why not? Why are the Gerudo depicted here as less sophisticated than the rock and fish people? The only.
Could it be because of Orientalism, maybe? Interesting. Very, very interesting.
The merchant in the Gerudo Desert is this unnamed barefoot guy with a huge nose who sits cross-legged on a flying carpet and sells you a mysterious item for an upfront payment of 200 rupees, which turns out to just be bomb shoes, which usually only cost 100 rupees. The only merchant in the desert is a guy on a flying carpet who scams you. Honestly, I feel like...
Oh, yeah, now people will say, oh, best game ever made, yeah? Best game ever made. Oh, bunch of Orientalists. I can't believe this, man. Interesting, huh?
We can end the video here. If you're thinking...
And remember, an Octorok will defend this as well, by the way. Crazy.
thinking at this point that there's no way the developers thought that hard about this, I actually agree. I don't think this was done deliberately because Nintendo...
Yes, again, I don't think Nintendo did this maliciously. I just think, again, they had this idea in their heads, and that was kind of it, you know?
Racist. I think it was done because these Orientalist tropes have been reproduced so many times that people often don't think twice about including them in their work, which is exactly why it's so important to be thoughtful and to grapple with our own unconscious biases. Octo spends a considerable portion of his video trying to answer the question of whether the Gerudo are even meant to represent real-life Middle Eastern people in the first place. And while one look at their design is enough to lean towards yes, the real answer is that it doesn't actually matter. The Gerudo existing as some non-specific mishmash of various Southwest Asian and North African aesthetics actually strengthens the argument that we're dealing with an Orientalist caricature here. Everything about the Gerudo serves to other them in order to create a juxtaposition between the civilized, prosperous Hyrule and the backwards alien Gerudo Desert, and that's most apparent in the way the game's villain is characterized. Let's talk about Ganondorf. Ganondorf is branded as an outsider from his very introduction, where he's referred to as a wicked man of the desert. While Wind Waker would go on to flesh out Ganondorf's backstory and motivation, in Ocarina of Time there was no stated reason for his desire to conquer Hyrule. He was just an evil guy doing evil things for evil reasons. Octo himself describes Ganondorf as embodying
the absolute worst of Eastern despotism,
which is funny because I thought the Gerudo Desert was in the West. He must have played the Master Quest. All jokes aside though, isn't this a major self-report? A despot is just a ruler with absolute power. It's a synonym for tyrant, and tyranny isn't confined to any one time period or geographic location. Describing Ganondorf not
so he described him as an Eastern despot. It's like, yeah, why would you... Interesting.
Just as a despot, but an Eastern, dare I say, Oriental despot is
That's true, Ski. Why would he say that? Yeah, like, I would say, like, people that are mad with power that end up being conquerors aren't... That isn't exclusive to the Middle East, is it?
Evoking a discursive framework that became popular in 18th century European politics. The philosopher Montesquieu popularized the idea of Oriental despotism not as a straightforward criticism of Eastern civilization, but as a sort of boogeyman representing the dangers posed by absolute monarchy. If you think back to your 10th grade history class, you might remember that Montesquieu was an advocate for institutional limits to prevent a descent into tyranny, most famously expressed in his idea of the separation of powers. The role of the Oriental despot, then, was to serve as an example of what happens when tyranny goes unchecked. Of course, like all Orientalist fallacies, this flattens and essentializes an entire geographical region, but this idea of Oriental despotism managed to outlive Montesquieu and cement itself into the Western scholarly canon, something Said mentions by name in Chapter 3 of Orientalism. One of the important developments in 19th century Orientalism was the distillation of essential ideas about the Orient, its sensuality, its tendency to despotism, its aberrant mentality, into a separate and unchallenged coherence. Thus, for a writer to use the word Oriental was a reference for the reader sufficient to identify a specific body of information about the Orient. All of this is to say that when Octo says that Ganondorf embodies the absolute worst of Eastern despotism,
he's kind of using Orientalist depictions to come to his conclusions.
It's hard not to hear that as a word-for-word invocation of the exact sort of rhetoric Said was criticizing.
Exactly, yeah! Guys, I think I'm learning here. I'm learning quite a lot here, actually. I think I'm learning about Orientalism.
Also points out that Ganondorf
doesn't look anything like a Middle Eastern or Arabic or otherwise.
And side note, Arabic is a language. The word you're looking for...
Yeah, Arabic... I was just about to say that. No, he doesn't look Arabic? No, it's a language. Someone doesn't look Arabic, they speak... Oh my god! Oh my god! They speak... It's a language! Oh my god! Jesus Christ! That video must have been worse than we thought! Why does someone look Arabic? It's like saying someone speaks American. It's like, no, the language is English. Like, what do you mean?
Or is Arab.
Look anything like a Middle Eastern or Arabic or otherwise.
And side note, Arabic is a language. The word you're looking for is Arab. But anyway...
Yeah, Arab, exactly.
While his final design certainly leans more into fantasy than any real-world inspiration, his concept art looked like this. So,
Scimitar, turban, a longer nose. Wow, and we're assuming that... Hang on, are they really basing this off of Middle East? Were they really basing this off of... And when you see the concept art, you're like, yeah, It fucking
With
works!
that what you will. Octo frames the Gerudo, including Ganondorf, as sympathetic products of their environment.
Jesus
The desert is hardly
Christ.
an innocuous, apolitical choice of backdrop
Oh,
for your society
man.
of bandits. And environmental determinism is a
What, if anything, just watching this just makes me realize what a weird hill for Octorok to die on, right? Because when you do a bit of research into this, it's very clear. It's very, very clear, you know? Whether you hate them, whether you want to, like, what you want Nintendo to do with them is obviously, like, a question for you to answer. But it's very clear in there, like, depiction in Ocarina of Time was, like, you know, I mean, it's like, it's a little...
hallmark of
You
Orientalism.
know?
Hold on. Can we talk about this? The desert
Who's
thing?
this? Steelisms? Oh, a guest star? Oh, hell nah.
The desert is not a barren wasteland where nothing can survive.
Bringing back my cat. I don't like Sphere. I hate Sphere. What?
Sure, from the outside looking in, the desert looks
Actually, no. I'll give you a chance.
that way. You don't know where the water is, you can't identify the plants that grow there, you don't know what to wear, you don't know how to build your buildings. So it's a wasteland to the outsider. But the desert is not a wasteland.
It's not. Ooh, that's another thing I've not thought of. Right? Like when we think of deserts, obviously we think of wastelands, right? But it's like, well, if it was truly a wasteland, why would people live there? Isn't that a very Orientalist way of thinking about that area of the world? I'm learning a lot. I'm learning a lot today. I'm like, what the fuck?
There are areas of the
My
desert
entire worldview is being like shattered right now.
which are unlivable. Just like there are areas of a lot of biomes that are unlivable.
Exactly.
That is why people don't live there. I'm
Yeah.
not saying that the desert is the easiest
No, it's not the easiest, but obviously, like when people refer to it as a wasteland, it's obviously a bit like flipping, isn't it?
place in the world to live, because that would be stupid. But we need to undune the desert. Egypt is not Arrakis.
Exactly,
Your oldest
exactly.
ancestors came
Yeah,
from
did you
this
see that?
Undune the desert.
Like when you think desert, you think this instead of thinking,
Egypt is-
but why are you not thinking this, right? Why are you not thinking this? A bit weird, eh? A bit weird.
Not Arrakis. Your oldest ancestors came from the desert. It's somewhere people thrive and have thrived regularly. across
Exactly.
time, without
Interesting.
stealing, without kidnapping, or any other change to their moral fiber. To insist otherwise is deterministic and inaccurate. Octo is so attached to the idea of scarcity in this desert that he says there are no horses when Ganondorf rides a specifically Gerudo stallion. And that's not to mention the sand seals, which also provide transport. I think that they're doing fine. It's really unfortunate then that the moral fiber of people who live in the desert, particularly in North Africa, is cheapened by default, because in the eyes of people who don't understand our politics and don't ever try to, we are humiliated. In Octo's video, he brings up Islamic...
It's a bit. It's like you know what I mean? It's a bit like how. Oh, it's like, bro, I'm getting a brain blast here. It's like I remember when I went to Somalia, and like I literally had to show people pictures to convince them that Somalia isn't just like sand dunes. I'm just like, no, like. I went to Hargeisa. It's like the biggest city in northern Somalia. Like, this is Somaliland. It's got buildings and shit, bro. Like, what do you even? What do you mean? Where do you think I went? You think I was just in like? Do you think I was just there and I was just doing like the World 2 SMB Wii music, like? Like, do you think I was just that the whole time? No. I was like having tea outside a cafe, you know, like going to mosque when it was time to pray. And then getting some medicine because my stomach was really hurting the whole time. I did not get used to the food when I was there.
culture a lot as a
So, the building, shut up, chat. Yeah, they think I'm in the Sahara, and I'm just like, yeah, it happened to me when I went there, so that makes a lot of sense, doesn't it?
contrast to
Islamic culture is the term all the time. Imagine explaining Germany as like Christian culture. Yeah, exactly, innit? Interesting.
We are humiliated. In Octo's video, he brings up Islamic culture a lot as a contrast to Gerudo. He argues that since Islamic culture is patriarchal and Gerudo society is matriarchal, the Gerudo are not inspired by Southwest Asia and
When it's obviously like just a myth, isn't it?
North Africa.
The dunes!
People imply.
The Gerudo are clearly different from real-world Islamic cultures in several ways. The first of which is that they're an inherently matriarchal society. This, obviously, is in complete contrast to the general patriarchal family structures of real-world Middle Eastern peoples.
The thing is, the Gerudo are not a matriarchy. Women are not the default center of power for them in every era of Zelda. The reason for the population's gender imbalance in the first place was not a based woman-only society thing, it was adherence to a harem stereotype. Ganondorf and his fortress, surrounded by beautiful women in harem pants and pointy shoes who are almost all obedient to him regardless of their own feelings on his actions. The only difference is that here, the women carry swords, but the dynamic and basic aesthetics are all there.
Oh my god, that's true, isn't it? The man instantly becomes king. And he has all the women now able to... That's... I didn't even think about it like that. That it is true. He's the Isekai prototype. Ganon said... I just didn't put that together. I don't know what it was. Like, oh, it's just like... I just didn't put it together. I don't know. Am I an idiot? Am I not woken up? Like, I just didn't put it together. Interesting. When I was little, every time I got asked about elementary school about me being Egyptian, I got asked if it's been to the pyramids. And I asked to translate Urdu in movies and shit as well. Yeah, exactly, innit? Like, you been to the pyramids? You seen the pyramids, bro? And it's like, bro, I don't even live near there, man.
Now, modern era Zelda feels more matriarchal because Ganondorf just isn't there to rule. He's Calamity Ganon instead, a blight and not a person. And the Gerudo have completely distanced themselves from him. He did destroy the world, maybe because Nintendo got it through their thick skulls that the harem thing was a bad look.
Oh my god.
Reminds me of how people think South Africa or Africa in general is just jungle, safari and poor people when like, no bro, we have literal cities here.
Crazy, honestly. It's crazy how that pans out, isn't it? Yes, like we've had like Wi-Fi. Oh, you guys have Wi-Fi there? Yeah, we have had it for like as long as you guys have had it. What are you talking about?
If you're focused on Breath of the Wild era Zelda, we are on an upward trajectory, but it's revisionist to ignore the roots of the society and lore, which are about Ganon having a very patriarchal, very stereotypical harem. I am not affirming the idea that so-called Islamic culture is just a unique patriarchal hellscape, and the Gerudo being patriarchal means they are inspired by it, because harems are not Islamic culture, and patriarchy is a global reality that's difficult to escape. It exists everywhere, and will assert...
I'm asserting the patriarchy right now, still by pausing your video and talking over you.
I also love Koopa Troop speech. Lovely track.
Oh, you know, the Mario, sure, Monty, you might want to like fast forward. We finished the Mario Kart portion of the stream. Now we're getting woke. Now I'm learning about, and I'm actually learning as well. I'm actually enjoying this. I'm learning a lot. I'm learning a lot today, actually.
Itself through certain
I'm invested in this.
Of religion as much as it will through anything else. That's human culture at this point. I want to focus on this conflation of the Middle East with Islamic culture. Conflating these two things is already ridiculous. Even though a lot of the countries in Southwest Asia and North Africa are Muslim majority, the cultures are vastly different. There's a reason why people entrenched in these cultures don't just try to marry any Muslim. They try to marry within their own ethnic group. Marrying outside of it causes cultural tensions.
Oh, believe me, that's fucking true. Gamers. Oh, believe me. I think, if anything, Sphil understated that point of the video. Oh my god, trust me. The amount of people that I've met that like, they all like hide. If they're like Algerian and they speak to someone that isn't, they're just like, you know what I mean? Or they're Egyptian and they're talking to a guy that's not. It's like, okay, so do you die now or do you die later? Like, what's the plan here? You know?
They have different expectations. And
there's different denominations. Yeah, there's lots of different denominations. Or I won't say lots, but like obviously the two big ones are what? Sunni and Shia Muslims. Those are the two main differences. But I'm sure each country also has their other variants as well on how they do it in like small clusters.
And views and practices, because they aren't a monolith, like, at all. No. But in Octo's video, Islamic culture is conflated with Southwest Asia and North Africa all the time. He mentions harem pants as being, quote,
the stereotypical dress of Muslim women.
And the bare mid-range pants create as
reminiscent of Egyptian provocative dancers of the 19th century.
Which one is it?
Oh, I didn't even catch that when I watched the video gamers. Ooh. Yeah, he says typical dress and then says reminiscent of Egyptian belly dancers. That's not the same. He was doing Orientalism right there and then. That's what he was doing. He was doing it right there. Oh, we didn't even catch it. Because we were unwoke back then. Ooh. So you caught me. You caught me. Now I'm woke.
Because as far as I know, belly dancing is not the paragon of traditional piety. We've fallen into confusion. The only way to fix it is to understand. What is Islamic culture? Octo's attempt at defining it...
Like, I knew the video was bad, but like, this is showing me like how bad it was, you know?
...is... Well, the example in this video of patriarchy in Islamic culture is not sourced, but there is a New Yorker watermark, so it's pretty easy to look up. The New Yorker Muslims and the Taliban?
The Taliban?
The infamous terrorist organization in Afghanistan is what we...
Wait, that was from the Taliban? You're lying. Nah, you're lying.
We are using as reference for the Islamic court. This is not an okay way to represent.
Now, surely later in the video, was that where it was? I didn't even think to look that up because I didn't think he was that much of a fucking moron. I'll be honest. I want to be honest. I gave him the grace of assuming he wasn't that much of a fucking moron, where his one depiction that he showed on screen was literally the Taliban. The Taliban? Terrorists, yeah? You couldn't have shown me instead. No? Oh my god. Oh my god. Remember, this is the man. Hang on. This is the man who kept specifying, remember guys, Team America World Police is a parody. And yet the one depiction of Islam I'm going to show in my video is the Taliban. That's actually crazy. That's actually crazy, bro.
A globally marginalized group of people. This is not an Islamic court. There is no book of Sharia law that people go to and give verdicts through. This is a discursive tradition. There are typical discussions of jurisprudence. The religion is based on a book, which people interpret and reinterpret through an ever-evolving discourse, which has no central institution. People do it in all sorts of ways. And maybe, just maybe, the way that they practice their religion is a little off the mark because they are part of a terrorist organization. The New Yorker loves to shove a camera in this Osama bin Laden looking ass face so that you can feel okay about it when your country extracts resources from the region.
It's American Orientalism. They show Islamic culture as this so that when you guys go over there and get oil, you're like, well, they all look like this. So, I mean, there must be bad people over there, right? Broski, I'm feeling woke. I'm feeling so woke right now, chat. I'm gonna tweet for my Blue Sky account, chat.
You are just eating it up and presenting it as Islamic culture when it's just what's happening in Afghanistan specifically. If you want to learn more about what Sharia actually is, I highly recommend the channel Let's Talk Religion, where a non-Muslim creator has an amazing video explaining Sharia, so that when you hear people talking about it on the news or in videos like this, you'll actually know what it is. A lot
I might have to refresh my memory.
Issues with women's rights, but
I listen. I'm a Marxist now, gamers. We're Marxists now. Okay, that's what's happening. Yeah, that's it. It's happened, gamers. It's happening. It's happening, gamers.
This is not.
We are all Marxists now.
Islam. This is the Taliban. This is the situation in Afghanistan. And the fact that they're being presented as one and the same makes it really hard to even engage. If you wanted to know what Islamic culture was, why is this your source? What's your other depiction in this video? Team
America World Police? Yeah.
Describing it as
the most innocuous depictions of human beings.
While these guys walk around saying,
Durka Durka, Muhammad Jihad.
There's an element to this which is parodizing Hollywood's racist and Orientalist depiction of Southwest Asia and North Africa, but that feels kind of ephemeral. I guess I wonder what's funny about this scene, if you're against the war on terror, or if you're from one of these countries yourself. Is it really funny enough as just a parody? Or is a part of what you're laughing at the brown guy going, Muhammad Jihad? There sure are a lot of conservative comments on this movie clip on YouTube. I wonder why. There's this idea in Octo's video, and just in general, that people who criticize Orientalist media have an issue with things being—
So when the wogs come to Blue Sky, I might have to come to Blue Sky.
Morally or politically problematic.
How vague. These aren't just political issues for white teenagers to tweet about. We actually play these games, you know? The people being orientalized. My camel has a portable charger for my Switch. This video claims the Gerudo are a great representation, and this whole discourse is just Western Twitter users whining. Can I whine about what's meant to represent me if it sucks? The visual design, for example, is surface level and confused. There is nothing wrong with taking inspiration from various cultural sources for fantasy. The problem is that anyone who knows anything about these cultures and histories will immediately recognize it's not coming from a place of knowledge and inspiration and like any research at all. It's boring. Let's take a look at the design of a Gerudo. Octo's video refers to—
It's like, imagine for a second, chat, that someone's unironic depiction of like Americans in like a game, it was literally just like obviously I know like America's like the butt of the joke, so it might be fine. But let's say like unironically, like an entire group of people that are based on American culture, it was literally just burgers, gardens, and that was it. You'd be like, I mean, if you're trying to, and then like every other like culture in the game was depicted very accurately, but then every American was just fat, dumpy, and like had a gun and shot it. Like obviously you take it for the joke it is, because obviously America tends to be the butt of the joke all the time. But imagine if like every single time it was like that, you'd be like, at some point you'd be like, oh, come on, man, what the hell, man? You know, like every time, you know, like, come on, man, you know, come on, bro. That's a bit crazy, man. That's a bit crazy, bro. It'd be funny as fuck. See, here's the thing, though. It's very Orientalist, Luke Howard, that you find it funny. Because a lot of the media is American. So a lot of the media lampshading it is fine. Middle Eastern culture, or these cultures in that area of the world, don't get depicted a lot. So when you find the depiction, you're like, oh my God, yes, I get to see a depiction. And then when you see it's like this, instead of like this vague mishmash, instead of something specific, you're obviously going to be a bit more annoyed for it. You wouldn't get annoyed at someone's depiction just being burgers, guns, fat, because there are plenty of other depictions of Americans being cool and suave and like very various characters and what have you, you know? They say it's okay to take one or various cultures from a fantasy race, but they never made it a mission to represent one culture. Nor have the devs ever said it was a goal. Yeah, but the thing is that like, I think what they're trying to get at is that if it's obviously just supposed to be this vague mishmash, then it kind of like, you know what I mean? It kind of comes across as a bit strange, doesn't it? It kind of comes across as like championing Orientalism, even if you don't necessarily intend to be, you know? So obviously in a fantasy setting, I don't think it's the worst depiction possible, is it? But
Gyarados across all of the Zelda.
You can still see how it'd be a bit strange, you know?
The games. But to be fair to the franchise, I'm going to look at the most recent iteration.
It's less about the input, more about the outcome. Yeah, exactly. You know what I mean? It's a bit like, yeah.
Let's take a look at Riju.
It's like, I think the closest thing I can say is, there was one mission in Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3, the original Modern Warfare 3, not the new one, where it takes place in Somalia. And the warlord that's there, the Somalian warlord, he doesn't ever sound like he's Somalian. He sounds like he's from like Nigeria or like that part of Africa, like central, like Western Africa. And I'm just like, I mean, that's a bit. You had a whole bit where we take on Somalian warlords in the coast and the pirates.
Nintendo's depiction of LA was bar 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 bar.
Yeah, literally true. And yeah, it's like, and yeah, the guy sounds more Nigerian than he does Somalian. It's a bit like, okay, that's a bit of a shame, really, isn't it?
Riju's outfit takes inspiration from Egyptian belly dancers. Belly dancing is over-sexualized by the foreign observer, and Breath of the Wild era Zelda is no exception. Link's Vi outfit is made tantalizing through that same midriff-bearing element. No one would bear their midriff out in the desert like this, but it's kinda sexy, so it's what they went with. You might think this is the end of the Egyptian references, but it's not even close. She has a Cleopatra bob in the second game. The symbol of her power is a headdress, the Usek collar. I know you've seen the shape in all ancient Egyptian art ever. I don't even have to explain. These anklets are like khulkhel. Wealthy Egyptian women loved to wear them. So far, it looks pretty Egyptian to me. Certainly more metal than any Egyptian would wear in the desert, but the magical element of the Gerudo is lightning, so there is a fantastical sense to it, and I overlook it because it looks sick. Now, let's look at what's on her neck. Riju looks to be wearing African neck rings. These are traditionally given to a wife by her husband and only removed upon his death, which is really funny considering there are no men here. In a fantasy setting, it can take new context, but it's hard when there is nothing else on this design, at least that I can see, which resonates with this visual indicator. There are so many Egyptian things. Throwing in this jewelry from South Ndeble is less cookery and more confusion. Then there's the scimitar, a sword that does not exist. Scimitars are a Western artistic rendition of those swords that are curvy from the East. Which swords? All of them. Shamsir, Saif, Talwar, Nimcha, Kopesh, Kili, Jiatagan. Scimitar is basically the word white people made for, I don't know, I haven't seen that one before. Or in Octo's words,
a Middle Eastern sword. Yes, how did you know that?
It is truly remarkable how he is able to be this condescending and this wrong at the—
Did you know that?
It is truly
I understand that scimitar is a catch-all for our Westerners, but regardless, it's the kind of sword being used here. Shamsirs are Persian, a Kiljik, if I'm understanding, on curved swords. It's true that the Middle Eastern with a scimitar is an old bad guy trope from Hollywood movies, but it doesn't mean the characters who use scimitars should be banned from media. Ultimately, while I understand where the discomfort comes from, I still think it's ultimately wrong to call it racist. Especially since so many scimitar-wielding characters in the series are actually portrayed as the good guys. Yeah, but again, it's one of those things where the fictional race of characters that happen to be using scimitars are the ones based on the characters from the Middle East. Does that make sense? If the Hyruleans were using scimitars, it'd be like, okay, just, you could like depict, you could just say, oh, they just thought you'd use scimitars because it's kind of cool. But it's just like, it's a bit like, okay, I guess we're kind of being a bit, sure, all right.
Remarkable how he is able to be this condescending and this wrong at the same time. And you know what the Scimitar of the Seven looks like? None of these swords. It bears close resemblance to the Chinese cloud-head saber, Yun Todao. Riju's just in a very Chinese time of her life. Why not just take inspiration from the Khopesh? It's an Egyptian curved sword which looks cooler and is less dissonant. Where are the parts of this design which draw on some deeper knowledge of the clothing and create believability? The Egyptian elements are exclusively the visual stereotypes, and the non-Egyptian elements are random. Hey, let's throw some peacock feathers in there and a gem dangling on her forehead right where a bindi would go. And then on her back and front torso, these petals look like they might be a simplified form from an Indian motif. We're feeling very ethnic. Nobody's perfect at this, but when I'm compelled to take from several cultures for one design, I try to steer away from stereotypes and do as much research as possible, then combine that well-informed niche information into something that is detached from reality while feeling very human. Or I'll use one culture as a base, research it well so it's grounded. Then when I integrate some inspiration from other cultures, it feels less like I'm throwing cliches into a blender. There will be visual stereotypes involved, but not this much. Just not this much. So to review, as an Egyptian, I'm supposed to gloss over the persistently fetishistic designs, and according to Octo, I'm also supposed to forget the racist initial release of Ocarina of Time, the weird chant in the Goron Fire Temple with some religiously significant Arabic words thrown in, garbled, the Gyarados symbols being the crescent and star. Yes, those details were changed, but they make it clear that things have been rotten from the start. While their modern appearances are less egregious, it does not feel like they have really re-researched or revisited the Gyarados with a cultured eye since. I just think that maybe they can tweak the design a bit, and hopefully we, the collective we, can be a little bit more normal about the desert and the desert people, because as one of them, I love the Gyarados, and at the same time, this feels not good. I feel like...
Okay, I think that was a fair analysis, right, chat? Even if you don't necessarily agree with all their talking points, and again, do they seem like someone, the kind of person that Octorok was trying to depict? Where I was like, they're trying to take all that away from us. I'm just like, yeah, okay, you know what, fair. It just seems like they've taken, it just seems a bit, I think that's a fair analysis, right? Whether it bothers you or not personally, that's up to you. I would say not particularly, but if you're someone who, like this person, who's like from that area of the world, I could see you looking at this and going like, it's a bit annoying, isn't it? I think that's it. That was a very fair analysis, I would say. Is that the person Octorok has you believe is this fucking raging liberal on Twitter? I'm just like, yeah, sure, okay.
We can push for a better version. Back to you, Skitty.
Thank you.
That's like a fair dues, you know what I mean? I get it. You have a right to be mad when you think the culture's been misrepresented. Yeah, literally. I think my issue with interpreting the Gerudo as ignorant is how can one be so sure about the intent? I mean, it's not like making Aphrodite have darker skin in Hades was malicious, for example. That's true. You can't prove it, but I think you can be annoyed by it, is what you can say. You know, I think it's fine to be annoyed by it. You never prove intent, but at the same time, it's just kind of got to guess, really. Honestly, Nintendo, obviously, it's modern day Nintendo, so you just assume they're all horrible people who don't like your money, they don't like your wallet. They made Mario Kart $80, therefore the Gerudo are racist.
A point that Octo repeatedly raises throughout his video, as well as in the comments of his video, is that the Gerudo can't be Orientalist caricatures because the people making the game are
fucking Japanese.
Oh yeah, that was probably the stupidest part of his fucking video. Yet, them being Japanese makes them... It probably makes them the more susceptible, I would say.
There's a moment in his video that is genuinely offensive, not because it's bigoted in some way, but because of how intellectually dishonest and incurious it is. It's a little long, but I don't want to be accused of taking him out of context, so just sit tight for a minute, alright?
Okay, well,
Intent mattered very little to Said, because in many cases, Oriental studies were both informative and respectful. Said himself lists several key examples, such as Edward William Lane's account of the manners and customs of the modern Egyptians. But because the summation of all these works existed within the context of colonial domination over the Near East, and oftentimes were used to justify said domination, the ultimate purpose and end goal of Oriental studies was, in Said's conclusion, a way to stigmatize, otherize, and dominate the Near East from a Western perspective. Alright, so with all of that out of the way, there's now an obvious question we need to ask ourselves at this point. What the fuck does any of that have to do with a fantasy video game made by Japanese people in the year 1998?
And obviously I came to the conclusion that it has everything to do with it, but this guy's a moron.
Not that Orientalism or colonial stereotypes are impossible for Japanese people to participate in. See Kimba the White Lion and all of its...
I'm lost on what's going on. Baseball, you gotta go, okay? Rewind the stream and then come back when you're back with us, okay? I think this has been very easy to follow so far, if you ask me, but okay.
Blatant racism against both Africans and Middle Easterners is a prime example, but how does that have anything to do with the Gerudo? The idea seems to be that because the Gerudo have aspects of their culture dictated by Middle Eastern elements, and because said culture stands in contrast to Hylian society, that it is therefore Orientalist. But Orientalism doesn't automatically equal bad. Like I said, modern Middle Eastern studies are literally just Orientalism with some rebranding attached to it.
What the fuck does any of that have to do with the fantasy video game made by Japanese people, and how does that have anything to do with the Gerudo are rhetorical questions. The conclusion Octo is counting on the viewer reaching is that the answer is, it doesn't. He's even got the silly Malomart theme playing in the background to emphasize—
Yeah, exactly. Oh, I didn't mention that neither. He has that silly music in the background so the YouTuber knows, oh, this is a silly point, isn't it, guys? Oh, man. Isn't it being... Are we being so silly right now? Are we being so silly? Oh, chat. We're being a bunch of silly billies today, aren't we? Oh, yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Let's go. Are we silly now, guys? Yeah. Oh, we're silly. Now we're sad. Oh, now we're sad. Now we're suspicious. I'm feeling suspicious. Now I'm angry. And now I'm just a big fat robotnik. We must get that fucking Octorok bastard.
How ridiculous it is to assert that the framework of Orientalism applies to the Gerudo at all. But why? He grants that Japanese media can include racist or Orientalist caricatures, but then dismisses out of hand the idea that the Gerudo could be an example of that phenomenon.
Yeah, exactly.
He then pivots from, it's not that Orientalism is impossible for Japanese people to participate in, while discussing Kimba the White Lion, to Orientalism doesn't automatically equal bad, it's just Middle Eastern studies rebranded when talking about the Gerudo. It's obvious from this little sleight of hand that Octo actually does grasp the difference between the Britannica definition of Orientalism and the media studies definition of Orientalism. He's just pretending that he doesn't. He also says that the Gerudo have aspects of their culture dictated by Middle Eastern elements, but like, what does that even mean? If he's talking about their veils, curved blades, pointy shoes, bare midriffs, and baggy pants, those aren't Middle Eastern elements, they're costume pieces specifically chosen to highlight their otherness. It's worth noting that Octo—
Hang on, can I see that again?
Those aren't Middle Eastern elements, they're costume pieces specifically chosen to highlight their otherness.
True. And secondly—
and baggy pants, those aren't Middle Eastern elements, they're—
Editor's note, ChatGPT can take it's not X, it's Y from my cold dead hands. Generative AI will never write my scripts. You're not fair.
Costume pieces specifically chosen to highlight their otherness. It's worth noting that Octo's jumping here between footage of the Ocarina of Time Gerudo and the Wild Era Gerudo, which just strikes me as dishonest. Like, they're not equally problematic. The Wild Era Gerudo certainly aren't perfect, but they're a huge improvement from their appearance in Ocarina of Time. Octo needs you to believe that this is the argument his unreasonable opposition is making, because if he admits that the actual comparison looks more like this, his entire charade falls apart. But—
Ooh. Oh, man. I think that's an apt comparison there, isn't it? Yeah.
But okay, let's rewind a little. Let's pretend he didn't bring up Kimba, thus tacitly admitting that Nintendo being Japanese doesn't actually have any bearing on their capacity to reproduce Orientalist tropes. For starters, the Zelda series has been steeped in the aesthetic of Western medieval fantasy since its inception, whether as a result of the Westernization that began to take hold in Japan in the Meiji period, a deliberate attempt to market to the Western audience that has always been responsible for the overwhelming majority of the Zelda series sales, or both. In the first Legend of Zelda game, Link had a cross on his shield, and the Book of Magic was straight up called the Bible in the Japanese version. Zelda 2 featured a cross as an obtainable item. A Link to the Past was the first game in the series to move towards an in-universe religion, introducing the Golden Goddesses and emphasizing the Triforce as a symbol of worship, but an official piece of concept art for the game featured Link kneeling in front of a crucifix. With all of this context, is it really so nonsensical to see Ocarina of Time's Ganondorf, a wicked man of the desert who seeks to conquer the Holy Land, the Sacred Realm, with his harem at his back, and be reminded of the imagery associated with European colonial domination? I don't think so. Speaking of European imagery, you might argue—
I don't think that's a stretch neither, if you ask me.
That it's hypocritical to take issue with the way the Gerudo are depicted, but not with the European-inspired Hylians. And to that, I'd urge you to look at the difference in how the two groups are presented.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, that's probably like the dumbest point. It's like, oh, you're so mad that the Hylians are depicted. The Hylians are Europeans. Oh, I can't believe it. It's like, yeah, look at my European depiction. Wow, it's a town full of people laughing and dancing. Wow. How racist.
Alien characters are treated as the default humans, with most of them having unique character models and distinct personalities. The Gerudo, on the other hand, are treated as perpetual outsiders.
There's a pretty sizable stride, but you don't need to jump. Yeah, exactly. I could see how someone would reach that conclusion.
Who, with the exception of Ganondorf, his mothers, and Nabooru, share the same three character models. Not only are they treated as interchangeable, they're the only human characters Link can attack, and you can even borrow a Gerudo mask at the Happy Mask Shop, prompting certain characters to cry out in fear or tell you how much they hate Gerudos. Octo also compares the Gerudo to the Sheikah, who, at least in the Wild Era, are based on Japanese people. He initially did this in the Twitter argument that sparked this whole thing, disingenuously asking if the Sheikah being depicted as different—
Oh, we saw that, didn't we, guys?
...than the Hylians meant that the developers were being racist against themselves. Friend of the channel, Boobly, said that even if the Sheikah were a racist—
so he is one of Stalin's soldiers, right? Interesting. Interesting.
I wouldn't make the depiction of the Gerudo any less problematic. And I think Octo had a reading comprehension failure here, because he interpreted this tweet as Boobly calling the developers racist for their depiction.
This dude has so much political brain, right? He straight up thought the devs were being racist. Zelda the shake-up, but that doesn't bother to explain why. It sounds like the depiction of distinct cultural elements from non-Europeans is just straight up racist to the guy, even if the media in question was made by the very same effort group attached to that depiction. He's just a moron.
Of the Sheikah, which he
Fucking
wasn't,
moron.
and also the Sheikah aren't a racist caricature. The
No,
Sheikah
they're
are
not.
depicted as different from the Hylians, sure, but they're also by far the most important people in the story of Breath of the Wild. Without them, Link would have no Shrine of Resurrection to be revived in, no Sheikah Slate to guide him, no towers to climb, no divine beasts to free, and so on and so forth. He, and by extension the player, are reliant on the Sheikah throughout the entirety of their journey. While the Sheikah have a complete alphabet that's one-to-one with English letters, the written Gerudo language is much more limited, and the spoken Gerudo language is even worse. First of all, the Gerudo are the only people in the game who speak a foreign language to begin with. Second of all, the Gerudo words Savak, Sabsava, Savor, Vasak, and Savork, meaning good day, good evening, good night, welcome, and goodbye, respectively, all derive from the Japanese word Sabaku, meaning desert. Savota, which means good morning, comes from the Japanese word Saboten, meaning cactus. They made the Gerudo speak a language that literally translates to desert, desert, cactus. You can't
Okay, that's kind of. Oh my god! That's like so bad it wraps around to being funny. Oh my god! Oh my god! Yeah. Okay, Nintendo. All right. That's desert, cactus. Cactus has a desert. Yes, desert. Sand dune, desert. Yes. Oh yes, it's so over the top. I don't think I could be mad, but fucking, it's not a good look though, is it? It's definitely not a good look. Oh, good cactus, guys, good cactus.
make this shit up. So while yes, the Sheikah are outsiders, they're not othered in the same way as the Gerudo. As Lawrence Gross wrote in Dreams of the Japanese Self in The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild,
grounded within the historical complexity surrounding Japan's desires to at once align with and be separate from the West, the Gerudo thus emerge as something of an uber other, an amalgamation of Orientalisms in which the Western and Japanese gaze unite.
One last thing about the whole Nintendo is Japanese argument. When assessing the Gerudo to try and figure out whether or not they're meant to represent real-world Middle Eastern people, Octo calls out their bright red hair as something that
throws that comparison off a bit.
Oh no, guys. Cactus desert, cactus sand. I'm just saying, guys, it'd be kind of cool.
But that got me thinking, why do the Gerudo have red hair? A possible explanation dates all the way back to the year 1600 when the Dutch first arrived in Japan. Yes, really. For over 200 years, the only foreigners allowed to visit Japan were Dutch traders who were known as Komojin, or literally red-haired people. In her discussion of Japanese depictions of the other in Soul Calibur, Rachel Hutchinson points out that the non-Japanese Asian characters are often given red hair, and posits that that aesthetic choice is meant to signify otherness. It's not impossible that a similar logic led to the Gerudo while sporting red hair as well. Finally, before we move on, I want
Interesting. Okay, I could see that. That's interesting. Okay.
Focus on the fantasy defense Octo repeatedly brings up. When he responds to the part of my tweet where I criticize the Gerudo all bearing their midriff, playing into the exotic belly dancer stereotype, he says that
the midriff thing is absolutely intentional. Yes, the Gerudo sexualize themselves on purpose because they're trying to attract men from other tribes. That's literally what the survival of their entire species is predicated on.
Okay, but does that mean all of them have to? What I would say to that is, does that mean all of them have to be wearing that? That's what I would say to you. Because like you're under the assumption that every single Gerudo at all times is trying to look as exotic as possible. Whereas, like, are the Hylians depicted the same way, or can they be, like, a bit more multifaceted in the way they dress? They certainly were in the original Ocarina of Time, right? Like, they had multiple character models and what have you?
Because they're trying to attract men from other tribes. That's literally what the survival of their entire species is predicated on.
As an aside, referring to the Gerudo as a separate species from the other human characters is absolutely rancid. But doing our best to put that aside, no, the Gerudo do not sexualize themselves on purpose because they aren't real. They're characters in a video game that were created by humans, just like you and me. This is what Dan Olson called the diegetic or Thermian argument, an argument that aims to dismiss criticism at its core,
suggesting that there aren't any problems with the text, provided controversial elements are internally consistent with the rest of the story world.
These arguments ignore the fact that what we think of as the canon of a fictional world exists as a result of an author writing it that way. The Gerudo sexualizing themselves is not a matter of historical fact, and treating it as such is intellectually dishonest. Moreover, yet again...
Yeah, it's a way they were depicted in the game. It's a bit... Oh, actually, I never thought about it like that. It's a bit like how... I think... Was it... Who's that fucking... I'm blank... Stan Lee. Is that the comic guy? The guy that... The late Stan Lee? That's his name, right? Or am I misremembering that? I think he constantly talked about how... That's him? Okay, thank you. Yeah, he's always talked about how people would like email him or send him mail saying like, who would win in a fight, like Green Lantern or Superman? And like I think he said something along the lines of like, well, it depends on like what would make a more interesting story, right? It's like it's not like, well, we're not power skating. It's like what would make the story move. That's who wins the fight. That's a bit like with the Garuda, isn't it? It's like, well, the Garuda depict themselves as like this. It's like, yeah, like, but Nintendo made them that way. So you might say, well, canonically, that's how they depict themselves. Like, well, yeah, because Nintendo made them. Nintendo wrote them or designed them that way. So interesting, okay.
Themselves is not a matter of historical fact, and treating it as such is intellectually dishonest. Moreover, yet again, this is not an actual analysis of the text. It's not stated anywhere in any of the games that the Gerudo wear these.
Yeah, see, again, the counter Octorok would have is there anywhere in the game that showcases that they have to wear this? Does it make sense? If not, then obviously it was because Nintendo thought that'd be the most fitting design. In which case, I think it's open to critique, isn't it?
Stereotypical costume specifically to attract men. And if that were true, it would be even more weird and gross than it already is.
Oh yeah, when the kids as well. The kids as well.
All of the Gerudo.
Octorok, Hitler's going crazy, isn't he? What the hell?
Children in that same outfit. Hold on, editing Skitty here. Something I've neglected to mention so far is how fucking creepy this video is. We've mentioned
it is, isn't it? There was like popped porn in there. You get like those was just weird. It was like weird little language prob, wasn't there?
Mentioned Octo ignoring the text of the game to write fanfiction about the Gerudo a few times now, but the first time he does it is arguably the most egregious. He asserts in the beginning of the video that the Gerudo steal
high-value goods like horses and men. Yes, men. Because these women only give birth to a single man once every 100 years, the only way they can continue to reproduce in the interim is by taking men from other tribes, in this case the Hylians, and using them to, well, you know.
First of all, this isn't even—
Hang on. I blurred this out. It's not blurred in the actual video, by the way. Oh, yeah.
First of all, this isn't even the first time he's put cropped porn of Riju in his video.
So it is cropped porn! I have a feeling it was. Is it?
He also puts it in his Wind Waker review where he reiterates this exact claim.
And the Gerudo decided to kidnap Link for, biological reasons.
And just to be crystal clear, it is never stated anywhere in Ocarina of Time that the Gerudo kidnap men in order to sexually assault them so they can reproduce. The only time we hear about Gerudo women taking Hylian partners is when talking to this Gossip Stone, which says that they sometimes come to Castletown to look for boyfriends. This doesn't imply anything.
Oh, is that... Okay, now, I'm going to be honest, it's one of those things where I just kind of assumed it was true because everyone would say that. Also, the characters in my... Oh, yeah. That's Ryuji from... Oh, my God. Oh... Okay, that's bad. Oh, man.
Non-consensual, and Octo never even brings this line.
So it's base Stalin versus not Hitler. Fucking hell.
Of dialogue up.
And what is one source for the whole, like, men get kidnapped for, is a Gossip Stone in Hyrule Town that says they go to Hyrule Town to look for boyfriends? Not to kidnap them, by the way. Firstly, it's a Gossip Stone where you can kind of, like, literally just take it or leave it. And it's like, what, they look for boys? It's not even like, oh, they kidnap them. Unless there's something that says otherwise. Unless Skittybitty's lying to me here. Yeah, check his hard drive, mate. Check his hard drive, mate. Oh my God.
Never even brings this line of dialogue up. He just saw the Gerudo locking Link and the Carpenters up in jail and then wrote his script with one hand. Same goes for when he says that the Gerudo consider men to be
useless for anything other than breeding.
This is something he's imagining that's not in the text of the game. He says both in this video and in his Ocarina of Time review that the Gerudo section of the game is
meant to explore Link's developing sexuality as he grows into adulthood.
And like, let's ignore the fact that he's just repeating a part of that one Good Blood video out of context and mangling it. Let's even ignore the fact that Link is a child in an adult's body here and that the events of Ocarina of Time are so traumatic that they lead to Majora's Mask happening. The idea that Link travels to the desert to have some sort of sexual awakening is, surprise, something Edward Said talks about at the end of Chapter 2 of Orientalism.
It comes back to Said again? Oh my God, this man knew! Who was this man? He just knew, didn't he? Oh my God!
When discussing Gustave Flaubert's body of work, Said says that sex in European society, quote, entailed a web of legal, moral, even political and economic obligations of a detailed and certainly encumbering sort. And as such, quote again, the Orient was a place where one could look for sexual experience unobtainable in Europe. So the idea of a journey to a distant desert land where you have some liberating sexual awakening is, again, an example of Orientalism.
God damn, man! Listen, I came to this as a relative neutral, and I'm coming away from this like I'm gonna have to join Blue Sky. I said it, gamers. I'm on Blue Sky now. I'm on Blue Sky. I'm reading the Communist Manifesto.
I initially cut this part out of the video
Oh
for
my
brevity,
God.
but considering this video is going to be almost an hour long
I would say
anyway,
it's a fantastic way. It seems interesting. I don't know, it might be too heavy a read for me, but definitely seems fascinating, doesn't it?
it felt too important to omit. All right, back to past me. Taking everything we've talked about so far into account, you might be coming away with the impression that Octorok Reviews is simply ignorant. Sure, he doesn't argue his points well, he isn't doing any kind of
I would say
reading of
so.
the text of the games,
Is there some
he didn't appear
maliciousness
do
to be
any
had?
kind of in-depth research, and he doesn't even seem to understand what Orientalism is, but so what? Why spend all this time researching, writing, and editing this video just to clap back at some guy who's clearly out of his depth? Well, I don't actually think Octo is stupid. I don't think he's a well-meaning guy who just rushed out a bad video without knowing any better. Let's take a closer look at
okay. That was my response when they showed me the draft. Okay, I might have to look into it then. I don't know.
some choice moments
I'm definitely
in this video, as well as his
now.
comments under this video, that I think are helpful in trying to answer my most pressing question, which is, what is this really about?
Who is this really
Throughout
about?
this video,
It's
Octo does
interesting.
his best to portray himself as a neutral, open-minded intellectual who's just trying to understand this unreasonable horde of Zelda fans who insist on censoring and retconning his.
And we all know, listen, again, far be it from me to be a woke lefty chat. I'm just a lefty, not the woke. I hate minorities, obviously. But it's like, it's one of those things, like, it always, how many times has it happened, chat? How many times has it happened? This has happened to me a couple times. Guys, I'm just like this normal guy doing normal things, investigates a little bit further and rubs eyes. Conservative. I'm like, okay. Sure, okay. You could have just said that from the off, you know what I mean? You could have just said that from the off, and I wouldn't have had any problem with that, you know? As long as you stuck to whatever, you know? Whatever it was, but it's like, it's happened a couple times, doesn't it? It's happened a couple times.
Beloved series solely to fulfill their own need to morally
Oh,
grandstand.
you missed the Taliban part, mate. That was a while back.
He's so committed to portraying his ideological opponents as irrational that he poisons the well right off the bat, saying that his video isn't made for those people since
they've doubtless already made
I
up their
noticed that
minds
too.
and likely
Yeah.
aren't willing to listen to reason at this point.
This framing is essential because if you look at the wider picture of the incident that inspired this video and see that, in fact, it was him who opted to pick a fight under a post that wasn't even primarily about the Gerudo and certainly didn't call for their removal, it makes him look like he's just throwing a tantrum over the idea of a conversation nobody was actually having.
Said the same thing! I said the same thing! Bruv, the worst part is, if Octorok's video was grounded in some sort of reality, it could have been somewhat interesting. But it wasn't. He literally argued with like 3 people and made this dog shit video. Which I couldn't even finish, it was that terrible.
The complete unwillingness
But this one's been very fascinating.
to engage with what his opposition actually believes is best embodied by this moment where he throws up the reception section of the article for the Gerudo on Wikipedia with text.
Oh, even I questioned, like, what about this is so, like, ridiculous? It's like long text, therefore. Even I questioned when he brought all this up. I'm just like, so maybe there was this much to say. Like Octorok literally pulled the like, I ain't reading all that, and I'm just like, you're the video essayist. You're supposed to read all that. That's your job.
Reading.
Some insane motherfucker on Wikipedia wrote a whole essay summarizing the bullshit views of games journalists who've complained about this shit over the years. I've seen actual articles of major historical events with less detail written on them on Wikipedia and the Gerudo article. Holy shit.
Now, I've been online.
Okay, again, what was so bad about it? I don't get it. Like, was he literally expecting us to go, oh, it's it's journalists? Oh. It's one of those classic videos where if you just have it on the background, you don't notice it. But you hear all these buzzwords, like game journalists, like all this, like, oh, trying to, yeah, and he's just like, Roski, come on, give me the actual, oh no, my analysis is too detailed, you know? Oh, it's me. Oh, is that you? Is that you, yeah? Oh, ego checkmark in my chat, gamers. I can't believe, typical, the checkmark, always making it about them, huh? I can't believe this!
Embroiled in culture war bullshit for long enough to know that if someone is complaining about games journalists and they're not talking about the Cuphead tutorial, 99 times out of 100, it's unsubstantiated ideological grievance. And it's hard not to feel like this is an example of that. He smears the multitude of different—
Octorok was mad at me for reading lines, was he? What a baby. So far, I'm definitely not on Didson. There's obviously 2 more videos we've got to watch after this chat. So I hope you're here for the long haul, I am. I'm not getting any sleep tonight, but I'm curious. I'm curious to see what happens after this, because so far, I think it's fair to say, if the pendulum was in the middle beforehand and Skittybitty was this way and he was that, we're like all the way over here, gamers. We're like all the way over here. Do you know what I mean? We're like all the way here, man. It's actually unreal.
And perspectives that appear here as bullshit opinions without ever explaining what exactly he takes issue with. The articles by Lawrence Hurst and Byron J. Kimball in particular stand out because those authors aren't journalists, they're academics. I've actually had both of these papers downloaded on my laptop since 2024 since I thought I might end up using them for a school project that never panned out. I cited Hurst in this video, and both papers were part of the research that went into making it. Octo's dismissive attitude towards any contemporary scholarship is striking in how immature and reactionary it is. If this video actually sought to engage in good faith with people who believe Orientalism in Zelda is a real issue, academic journals published on that very topic would be the first place I'd look. Even the shred of respect he pretends to have for Saeed's work falls apart in the comments where he refers to the work of his contemporaries.
There's always talk about how it's a bad representation of Middle Eastern culture, but can never give reason as to why. And the Gerudo have many fantasy elements, and no one talks about the elements. They take elements from India and a lot of other culture, but they always say Middle Eastern because it's an easy cherry pick so they can make their point. To which Octorok Reviews replies, the reasoning always assumes that if you take the word of some obscure sociologist from the 70s as gospel to... Obscure sociologist, in a very good faith, huh? I keep seeing these people say, oh, but if you'd read so-and-so, then you realize that racism is actually X, Y, and Z. Not only will I actually have to read that drivel in most cases, but regardless, how the hell is that an argument? Some starving intellectual from the 70s said that it's racist, therefore it is? No? Well, I mean, if a scholar talked about this and its works have ended up standing the test of time, then there's usually a reason for it. I can understand why it's annoying. Like, on a surface level, I can see why it's annoying, but if someone wants to explain something to you and they give you a source, why are you getting annoyed by that? Oh, what do you mean by this? You have to explain why those ideas are correct. You're not UCLA anymore. This is the real world, and plenty of other people don't agree with you on this. Over ranting, thank you so much. Yeah, I mean, I can get why it's annoying where someone goes, oh, just read this and you'll find out. I'm just like, well, why don't you give me your interpretation of the work? I can see that, but like, obviously this comes across as very classic anti-intellectualism, doesn't it? Very strange. Very, very strange.
As drivel, cooked up by some starving intellectual from the 70s.
At least you kind of go, yeah, I ain't reading all that, any. Like, fucking hell, man.
In another comment, he drops the civility thing altogether, casting his interlocutors as...
Someone who actually reads the meaning of the characters, and everyone's going to think you're insane. To which Octorok Reviews replies, man, that's my job, isn't it? I make 5.5-hour videos detailing all the little intricacies with the characters in the game, and a few Twitter freaks so they can decide the game's races needs to be changed. So help me God, I would expunge this rot from the Zelda fandom. And one overly analytical video at a time. Expunge, huh? Interesting. A very unusual choice of language there, isn't it? Expunge the rot from the Zelda fandom. I know we've been calling him Hitler playfully this whole time. We've been calling Skittybitty Stalin, but like, I'm kind of I don't know, gamers. It's very... It reminds me of Do you hear that? You guys don't hear that, do you? Okay, I'm getting a little nervous now. I'm getting a little nervous now, gamers. Ooh, okay.
Twitter freaks and saying,
so help me God, I will expunge this rot from the Zelda fandom. One overly analytical video at a time.
All the work he put in to make himself seem neutral.
This is the opinions on the other side. I'm sure they're terrible, but listen, I'll leave that to you, Anthony. Okay, this is. I say I'm going to become a Marxist now, but I only saw this because it seemed like fun drama to overlook. So I'll leave the rest of dunking on the right-wing chuds to you, okay, and everyone else.
Video itself goes out the window here.
I'm a mere laugher in this regard, you know?
He wants to make discussion of social issues in gaming spaces impossible, which is funny because as it stands, Twitter is hardly a bastion of progressivism. It's not like every time you draw fan art of Link wearing the Gerudo Vi outfit, you get swarmed by blue-haired feminists chucking copies of Orientalism at you. On the contrary, when Bea Silent Princess made a thread a couple years ago criticizing that very outfit, she was inundated with hate comments. There aren't any big YouTubers that have talked about this issue in any amount of detail. There's not some big movement to cancel the Gerudo, and the position that people who criticize these things are overly sensitive, ridiculous, or contemptible is already the dominant one. All this video does is revel in some imagined victimization at the hands of a tiny minority of Zelda fans who, and I can't stress this enough, still love and care about the Zelda series. I don't believe for a second that Octo blacked out my username and profile picture to protect my identity or to prevent harassment, especially because if that's true, his decision to not censor the profile pictures of the other people involved in that conversation is irresponsible.
Ooh. I never noticed that. Oh, so many editing sleight of hands. Oh, yeah, I didn't even notice that neither. So much shit went over my head. Oh, he deliberately covered this profile picture, but not this one. So you wouldn't notice Skitty B. He didn't want that smoke. But thankfully for Stalin's case, they definitely do want the smoke. Interesting.
That's true. His decision to not censor the profile pictures of the other people involved in that conversation is irresponsible.
Cowardly behavior. What? What Weasley little lion.
Responsible at best. I think he needed to keep me anonymous because revealing that this unreasonable fake Zelda fan who only criticizes these games in service of ideological virtue signaling is actually Skitty-fucking-Bitty would make him look even more like a gormless weirdo than he already does. I should note that Octo's been cordial, even friendly in our public interactions, but it does.
Hang on, what's this? Okay, log in again. But just know they made away another video between the main video and this video. Maybe a bibliography. Can't wait. Always love your Martin and Loka videos. Talking about this video, by the way.
But it doesn't a gormless weirdo than he already does. I should note that Octo's been cordial, even friendly in our public interactions, but it doesn't feel sincere. If anything, I'm waiting for him to turn around after this video comes out and talk about how all this is so uncalled for and he's only ever been nice to me, which is...
Oh, gamers, remember, there's more to this, gamers. There's more to this, so that might have happened, gamers. Don't spoil it to me. If you know the hot way this drama ends, don't spoil it.
Kind of hard to square with this whole video that misrepresents what I believe and his expunge this rot from the Zelda fandom line. Back to the video itself, though, because there's one more moment I wanted to focus on. In service of keeping up his veneer of neutrality or even faux progressivism, Octo talks repeatedly about how the Gerudo add diversity to the series. But in one of these instances near the end of the video, he lets his mask slip a little bit, and it's basically all downhill from there.
Okay, let me see.
These are positive, strong, female role models who all come from the same tribe of people. And they are beloved characters, not just because of their good writing, but also, and I admit this is less important to me, but it is important to others, which I respect, they add diversity to a game series that otherwise is centered around European-looking characters. I'm really not sure what these people envision the Zelda series looking like without its current world-building structure, but if it's anything like the fantasy slop we see on TV these days, where every cast of characters look like they came straight out of LA, then they're making a big mistake. What you have with a series like
okay.
Zelda or The Elder Scrolls is a fantasy story with dynamic, proper representation. You can have women of color.
He's one of those guys. He's one of those.
Here in your European-based fantasy story, if you take the time to write a group of people with an interesting history and culture that fits into that world perfectly.
Okay, so first off, I appreciate him giving us the disclaimer that he doesn't care about diversity and that he's strictly using that concept for point scoring. He says he's not sure what these people envision Zelda looking like without its current world-building structure, but the world-building in the Zelda series is famously inconsistent. As an aside, it's a belief of mine that world-building is, in general, overrated. I think the themes and characters in a story matter way more than any sort of realism or internal consistency, but I digress. His comment about the fantasy slop we see on TV these days, where every cast of characters looks like they came straight out of LA, is where things get really nasty.
Yeah, typical, typical. It's all Hollywood now, that type of man, so much for letting the mask slip. Man, you couldn't even pretend to be a neutral correctly. I've seen Fox News pretend to be more neutral than you, buddy. Come on now.
I've been trying to come up with a charitable explanation for this line, especially in the context of him discussing diversity and paired.
I'll fight Skeeter regarding world, but I do think that takes a bit weird though. Since we're getting into that, I do think that takes a bit weird. I think world building is good. You know, do you know what I hate lore. All of you FNAF game theory addicts have ruined lore now. My hateful Skeeter's hateful world building is my hateful lore. I can't stand lore now. Tell me the story. Just tell me the story, tell me in dialogue so I can get angry and skip it. Can't be dealing with it anymore, okay? I hate lore now. I hate it. I mean, I get not feeling the character's well represented. That doesn't make you contrarian or racist. But yeah, Octo doesn't sound like he has the nuance on that. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. Is that if Octo had like the nuance on this, I don't think the video would have been terrible, you know? But he just doesn't. It's very clearly he's just trying to like point score and is trying to like orient. He's trying to orient the argument so that he wins, as opposed to trying to make a good point, you know? Like, yeah, to say nothing about how Octo pals around with people who believe that left wing look meant in you. Yeah, that also doesn't, I imagine that also doesn't help either. I've not seen what he's like on his Twitter. But yeah, he seems like the kind of guy who does that, right? He's like, all these fucking lefties, all these left woke. And it's like, well, what does that have to do with like the Gerudo? Like, if you made a good argument on the Gerudo, I'd have been on your side. But instead you decided to send us in culture war slop. And it's not my wheelhouse, okay? I don't do that. I'm a Nintendo guy.
Visual he chose to accompany it, but I just can't. This isn't a criticism of said quote-unquote fantasy slop being boring or poorly written. It's him complaining that he saw a black person in a genre where he feels like they belong. His
Honestly, I was going to say, do you think he would cross the street if he saw me walking past? But like, he would definitely cross the street if he saw me walking past, right? World building is nice. Maybe not as important as the themes and the character writing, but it helps the world feel fleshed out and provide a strong foundation. Yeah, definitely. I can definitely see why you'd be a bit black-pilled on that, the same way I'm on lore. I can't stand lore now. I hate it all. I hate it.
Comparison to Zelda, where he says you can have women of color appear in your European-based fantasy story if you take the time to write a group of people with an interesting history and culture, is proof that he sees the presence of women of color in a fantasy story as something that needs to be justified, even though Hyrule is not actually Europe. And things like realism and historical accuracy are clearly not the Zelda series' priority.
Yeah, obviously it's a fantasy world, isn't it?
Racist? I don't know. I can't say for certain what's in his heart of hearts, but his
I wouldn't say he is neither, but like, good lord, he's ignorant. Holy shit. Do you know what I mean? Good lord. He's like the ignorance is off the charts. Do you know what I mean? It kind of depends. From what I've seen so far, I'm not comfortable it takes a lot for me to say racist. It does take a lot. Obviously, I've been calling him Hitler for the fun of it, obviously. But like, it takes a lot. But like, I'm looking at him more than funny. Do you know what I mean? I'm looking at him more than funny. He's one of those ones where if me and him were hanging out and he had KFC and he was like, listen, I bought this because I know you'd like it. Like, if it was a regular white guy, I'd be like, well, for him, I'm just like, what makes you say that, brother, man? Well, I like a lot of foods. I like Five Guys, I like Subway. Why specifically this, huh? Interesting. Very interesting. What do you mean by that? I'd be interrogating him a bit more now, you know what I mean?
Attitude is that of someone who, at the very least, sees whiteness as the default, is what I originally wrote, but Octo has recently partnered up with a tea company called The Dragon's Treasure. Here are just some of the things this guy
Okay, hang on.
is elected to post on his brand account, and...
Oh, hang on, okay. These are some of the things. Okay, so let's go left to right. What's it? What's this all about? They're rightfully called of them a word. You people raised over $500,000 for a black kid who could start... Oh boy. Oh, okay. Oh, we're getting into this territory. Oh no. Hang on. Hello to all the curious looking for these here. Here's our big poster who have all the relevant. We're anime-based team company and YouTube channel that branches off to many others. Okay. Cancel culture doesn't work anymore, you fucking... R word. Not giving children life in a game isn't... Oh no. Oh no. It's one of those. I just want to patch women out altogether. You could bring them back once the meta had fixed. Patch women out? What the... What do you mean? You can't patch women out? That's like, what, 4 billion people, yeah? You're just gonna patch out of the world? Listen, I just want to make it clear, gamers, I love women. I would never patch out women. I would never. In fact, I'd give them an update to make periods less painful. That's what I would do. Honestly. I'd also make an update to make them a little shorter, so that they can't reach the top 2 highest shelves, so they have to call upon me and be like, can you get the highest shelf so I can grab it and I can feel like... Would you take that trade-off? Women in my audience, would you take that trade-off? Would you be a little short if it means periods don't hurt as much? That's what I would do. That's the trade-off I'd give women. Take it or leave it. Okay, that's all I got. Yeah, I'm definitely a woke supporter. My history of saying trans people should be locked in asylums makes me quite the... Oh, no! Oh, but the N-word as well. Oh, he's sponsored by this? Whoever this is? Oh, no!
A tea company called The Dragon's Treasure.
No!
Here are just some of the things this guy is elected to post
Octorok,
on his brand
no!
account. And when pressed, he doubled down, saying he...
Oh, man, you have no idea. Still stand by everything I said there. Thank you for letting me share it with people. What?
Stands by everything he's posted. I don't want to litigate petty...
Octo, what? Bro, you dropped him in an instant. What the hell is happening there?
Drama in this video about Orientalism, but this
That's
stuff
crazy.
is too disturbing to ignore. And Octo's refusal to acknowledge, let alone condemn, any of the vile things this guy has publicly said on the Twitter account for the brand he's affiliated with speaks volumes. Then again,
no, okay, just to be clear, I don't think I hate this whole like purity testing of like, oh, mister, you follow this one guy. Are you going to disavow this one thing they said 10 years ago? Piss off. I don't care who you are. But like, this isn't that. Does that make sense, chat? This is way more than that. You know? This is like, how many tweets? How many? Way too many!
About Orientalism, but this stuff is too disturbing to ignore. And Octo's refusal to acknowledge, let alone condemn, any of the vile things this guy has publicly said on the Twitter account for the
Like
brand he's affiliated with.
It's recent. Hang on. I actually didn't check how recent it was. I can't see a lot of the dates because they don't show the bottoms. October 30th, 2021. February 20. This one's 2026 with the N-word, this one. I can't see the dates on a lot of these. 2025, 2024, 2026. Just like from the last 3 years or so. Oh, good heavens. Oh shit, I lost my spot. Fuck. Let's go a bit forward. I think it was... Was it around here? No, it was around here. I think it was What Is This Really?
detail. There's not some big movement to cancel the
They're still posting this to this day? To this day?
Gerudo, and the position that people who criticize these things are overly sensitive, ridiculous, or contemptible is already the dominant one. All this video does is revel in some imagined victimization at the hands of a
Okay, I think it's around. I hear it.
he stands by everything he's posted. I don't want to litigate petty Twitter drama in this video about Orientalism, but this stuff is too disturbing to ignore. And Octo's refusal to acknowledge
Turning point Hyrule. Listen, hypothetically, let's just say that you had a Gerudo, and you had a Zora. Which one has the better card? I think we found Zinkler too. Fuck, you know, this might be the original Zinkler. What do you mean? This might be the original. Zinkler might have been a copy of Octorok reviews at this rate.
Let alone condemn any of the vile things this guy has publicly said on the Twitter account for the brand he's affiliated with speaks volumes. Then again, he posts shit like this and this and this.
Hypothetically, Hyrule, the Hyrule King, has just said that he wants to build a wall to keep the Gerudos out, okay? Now, let's say hypothetically, if that did happen, that'd be a boon. That'd be a boon to us Hyruleans. You want to preserve our culture. Now, be sure to grab my leftist tears.
This, and he seems to be a.
What was that? I miss tweets. I like reading. I like reading tweets. Thank you for the I like reading.
Octola.
Octola, is that what we call him? I don't know. What's it? You're right. This person's being willfully obtuse. The masculinization of women with darker skin tones is a racist trope. It's an unconscious bias for many, but that's exactly why it's important to call out. They'll tell you that you're wrong. That's not true. Oh, that's true. This tweet is actually real, to be honest, because this is something I've noticed as well. Is that a lot of a lot of depictions of women are always like somewhat kind of like masculinized in some way, even if they're like what's it? Olivia from even in Pokemon, like Olivia and like Nessa, for example. Very rarely do you get like a woman who's like an absolute prissy princess. Obviously, that was until Jacinth came along, which is why I thought Jacinth was a nice breath of the fresh air. Because I'm just like, she was just an unabashed like slay queen, princess, rich girl snob, and she was black. I'm like, oh, this is a trope. This is an archetype of characters that's usually white. So I'm like, oh, that's quite interesting. So I think this is quite true, you know. And she was a very fun character, very funny character. Disagree with your universally acquired sensitivities when they do not apply to the art in question is not being obtuse. It's coming from a conclusion based. It's coming from a different conclusion based on evidence. Ludo drew beautiful art, and now you're applying English-speaking sensitivities to it. Stop it. I don't know what this is in reference to. Hang on. Sorry, did Skittybitty explain? Hang on.
Affiliated with speaks volumes. Then again, he posts shit like this and this.
Oh, there's more. Oh, my bad. Sorry, I missed the bunch. My bad. Oh my god, he posts how much? What does he post? Obsidian should be hiring mangaka artists to do Ryoku Kui to do their official art and not whoever the hell they currently have. And it's suspicious. Okay, that's a bit sus. Okay, sure. Oh, this one. Territory Zelda are probably too tan to begin with, given that Hylians are analogous to Northern Europeans in terms of phenotypes. Minus the elfies? I get they wanted to make her look sporty, but they went all out the window with the princess transition anyway. Brother, she was a pirate. What the fuck? Of course she was going to be tan. What the fuck is this guy talking about? She was a seafarer. Of course she was going to be tanned. What? What is he talking? Are you serious? Is this guy for real? He's LARPing his own shit. What do you mean they made her look too tan? What, since she was too dark? Oh, sorry, my bad. She was too dark for your sensibilities. My bad. I think she looks fine if you ask me. Jesus Christ, what is that? Wasn't the king also? I think the king was as well. Okay, that's the worst of the bunch. This one's sus. This is terrible. Oh my god. This is like fundamentally not understanding Wind Waker. I've never played Wind Waker, but yeah, Tenchi's a pirate. It makes sense that her skin would be tan because of the sun, right? That makes a lot of sense. Thank you so much, Jonathan. Octorok is seeking a triforce of legislative, executive, and judicial. They can wish for a bill that legalizes Orientalism. Is that what the triforce of power secretly is? Oh, hang on. Oh my god. America's a triforce. What's it? The triforce of power, courage, and wisdom. The House of Representatives. What's it? Like there's the three places, isn't there? There's the three. What's it? There's the Senate, there's the House, and then there's the President, isn't it? It's all three of them. It's all everything is political, gamers. Everything. It all works. It's like three houses, gamers. Amazing. What's this one? Well, for Jeff, the point is to a bunch of very expensive ads on the screen for money. Yeah, unfortunately, I get one thing. I'm kind of covering this one. Let me move out of the way a little bit. The legislative, executive, and judicial branch. That's it. Thank you. That's the words I was looking for. Thank you. I'm trying to LARP America, but I couldn't, unfortunately, on the fly. Unfortunately, hang on, I can't remove it. Hang on. Unfortunately, I get wanted to make some money, but I think it's tipped the balance too much towards advertisers, activism, and Hollywood, and not enough towards actual game developers. What? That's another case. This is another case of what did he mean by this? See, these two are like sus. These are like sus. But you can't like you can't make heads or tails of that, you know? These are like bronze bullets. This is like a silver bullet. You could kill a man with the silver in this bullet. These are like bronze, I would say. They're very beard scratchy, but you can't really make heads or tails of those. For like, I'd say so I can't prove it, you know what I mean? You're like Detective Dokes. And then let's have a look at the other ones. I lost all respect for Channel 5, says the dude who had no idea what Channel 5 was before last week. Tweeted by Channel 5 News. Stop talking. It's honestly starting to seem desperate and not helping the case. I think you need to tell that to Nick Shirley. He's the one who shot himself in the foot. I think everyone already did tell him that. The interview went poorly, but Nick fully owned up to his shortcomings, making fun of his pronunciation of benevolent. But Andrew no way acknowledges deceptive editing. They think that's going to make people mad. I have no idea what this is in context to, so I can't rate this one personally. Maybe too political for me. I have no idea. I'm just a Nintendo YouTuber. What's it? Hyrule Warriors Age of Imprisonment gets the latest character details, including Zelda's maid, Nintendo everything. She's permanently high, isn't she? Look at her face. I take it back. Wind Waker's character design was pretty good, actually. Can we go back to that instead of whatever the fuck this thing is? Whatever the fuck this thing is? What? Because she doesn't look... I think she... Interesting. Whatever this thing is? Are we saying overweight, therefore? When there's a genuinely good chance he's overweight as well? I mean, I'm certainly a pop. I'm calling the kettle black. Do you know what I mean? She does have a weird design, but like, what the fuck this thing is a bit like... That's another bronze bullet, you know what I mean? It's a little strange.
I just wanna kiss my cactus, drive my carpet.
So do I. I want to be Ali of I want to be Prince Ali. Wonderful is he, Ali of Babwa. I want to be that. That's what I want to be after this video. What's it? Zelda Tetris should have kept their iconic tan in Wind Waker like in this mod. Tetris Zelda... Oh, no, we already read that one. Okay. Give it up and move on to the next game. And this time, maybe have an actual president lead America instead of Harriet Tubman. Just a thought. There's no American presidents in the game. Not in Civ 7, no. They gave us Ben Franklin as a bribe to say, hey, ignore the fact that we made Harriet Tubman the leader of the US, but he wasn't a president either, and it doesn't erase the ridiculous of having non-leaders lead civs. I'm not sure what this is in reference to, but I'm guessing in Civ, like, the leaders of, like, factions or, like, countries are usually, like, leaders of said country? I'm guessing? I don't have all the context for this because it's Civ. Who's Harriet Tubman? I know the name Harriet Tubman. I'm not too familiar. Hang on. Harriet Tubman. American abolitionist and social activist. Was an American abolitionist. After escaping slavery, Tubman made 30 missions to rescue enslaved. Oh, she's the one who went back to rescue slaves. The Underground Railroad. That's what it was. Okay, I forgot the name. That's who it was. That's who she was. Okay, I think I learned about her. So what would exactly be wrong with that? With her being a... I don't think this is a particularly bad person to like lead the civilization of America, I would say. I don't think that's the worst thing to... Again, I don't have enough context as Civ to properly gauge this. Gandhi was also in every game. Yeah, Gandhi wasn't a leader. He was just a thought. He was just a... Gandhi wasn't like a political leader, was he? So beef... what did Octorok mean by this? This is definitely another bronze bullet. I'm looking at this going like... I can't prove it, but you definitely look like you're definitely looking a bit chudley there, brother.
This, and he seems...
Okay, what's this? Hang on. You're going too fast for me, Skittybitty. What's with this? I think across both videos, if I've understood anything, is that both of you guys tend to put tweets up on screen for not a lot of time. I'm having to pause a lot, very quickly. Let's see, what's this? High God final update arrives soon. Thank you for playing with us. I'm reading this one down here, by the way. I sincerely hope you game devs take a proper lesson from this flop. First, don't try to redefine beauty standards when designing characters. Second, don't throw a bunch of unrelated game mechanics into a blender and expect to create something. Make good games. Redefine beauty standards. What do you mean by that? The game just sucked. You can say again. It's one of those I can't prove it type beats, isn't it? What? Okay. Interesting thing. Also, people like on the internet inform me that this show is actually beloved and only cancelled because of a few outspoken haters. So I'm wondering why I have the legions of people who show. Oh, this. Oh, fucking hell! Anything that has to do with Star Wars is fuck. Oh no! Oh no! If you guys were doubting that he was right wing, it's Star Wars mentioned. Therefore, it feels like anytime I see someone talk about Star Wars, I have to brace for impact. So I'm just like, oh hell no! Oh hell no! It's because Star Wars stories are for little boys, and Disney Star Wars costume design lacks the aura that made the toy version of the characters appealing to that demographic. No 8-year-old boy wants to play with a doll of an admiral with pink hair wearing a ball gown. Is that true, or is he being dramatic? That's just... This is Star Wars discount. I'm not counting that, okay? What's this, Friarenti? What is this? Kingdom of Elves? I can't wait for Frown, the Leper Queen, to face off against the Demon next season. I don't know what that's in reference to, neither. She was very boring in the show. I don't know what this is. This is Star Wars. I'm just going to assume he's being a racist chud because this is Star Wars, all right? Star Wars is Discord. Yeah, everything I've heard... I'm so... At least I've got Pokemon. Pokemon is like my rot that I'm stuck with for the rest of my life. And thank goodness all we've got in Pokemon is the trees, the buildings, the buildings. That's all we got. I'm happy with that. I'll stick with that. I'll stick to, what's it? Man-children over... Oh, fuck this is, bro.
And he seems to be a big fan of Asmongold, even using...
Asmongold? Oh! Twitch's version of Hitler? I can't believe this. Twitch Hitler, and then obviously he fights with Twitch Stalin, isn't it? That's how it goes. Welcome home. I love you for this, Asmon. Oh, boy. Here's my take on Amazon. I hope you're liking this drawing. Wow, it was really good. Nice touch adding Asmon's daughter. Streams and video should resume. Looking forward to having you back. What the hell is going on? Scary times. I think it's possible that Zach decided to do this voluntarily. As he's done with... okay. Asmon viewer. Not shocked. Someone tells me I'm not shocked.
Even using clips from him in his T-ad. I wonder what...
I'm be honest, guys. I'm honest. There's something about it.
Asmongold. This and this.
Hang on, where is it?
He seems to be a big fan of Asmongold, even...
Someone said bouncing on it, goddamn. Listen, I like it when people reply to my tweets, but when people give me the whole, like, yeah, you missed it, I'm kind of just like, listen, man, just... behave yourselves, okay? I'm a taken man, okay?
Even using clips from him in his T-ad. I wonder what Asmongold thinks about Southwest Asian people.
They are not the same as us. They come from an inferior culture that is horrible. It kills people for their identity. It is directly antithetical to everything Western values stand for, and it is an inferior...
Hitler, Twitch Hitler, why would you say this?
In all ways.
Twitch Hitler, why would Twitch Hitler say this, gamers? I knew, as soon as you see an Asmongold clip, you know it's going to be some of the worst shit you've ever heard.
Combine all this with his weird insistence on referring...
Yeah, imagine being parasocial of Asmon. That's what I'm saying, right? So many people to be parasocial of on the internet. And he chose Twitch Hitler. Oh my god. Even Twitch Stalin is like slightly more preferable, even though I don't like Hassan either. I think he sucks too, but... Fucking hell, mate.
Referring to the player as he in every single one of his Zelda essays, his weird fixation on Riju, and his weird insistence on referring to the player as he in every single one of his Zelda essays, his weird fixation on Riju, and his terminal VTuber. And
oh my god, is he a Gooner? Is he a Gooner, gamers? Can we confirm?
I think we have enough bronze bullets to shoot.
I would say so. I think there's enough bronze where we can like craft a silver bullet, can't we? Hang on.
My conclusion is simply that Octo is nothing but Zelda essays, his weird fixation on Riju, and his terminal V2.
Hang on. Jelly Hoshumi, based in Chungus Peeled Return Jelly. Go to Jelly's comments like, who the hell is Jelly? Based music catalog, even more basing at Justice for Jelly. Glad to see you back. Go back to jobbing too close to the sun, Jelly. Hang on. Let's do a brief detour. Jelly VTuber. Interesting. The Jelly Hoshumi drama explained in 2-ish minutes. Brief sidebar, gamers. Let's find out who Jelly is.
The context. Jelly Hoshumi is a corporate VTuber who debuted on May 27th, 2023, as part of FaZe Connect's second wave of FaZe Invaders, now known as FaZe Invaders Wish. The controversy started around February 2nd, 2026, when Jelly made a now deleted post on Twitter criticizing the usage of political messaging in a quote
Screw it. I think pushing politics in a children's sandbox game is disgusting, especially when it's disguised as education. Let me play my stupid block game without having to engage or associate with any stupid political garbage that I don't care about. Oh boy. What's this
Children's sandbox game. This is in reference to a post made by Minecraft where they were promoting a free DLC for the
Oh, it was this! I remember this! Oh my god, I remember this! Oh my god! So Minecraft tweeted about, like, because obviously Minecraft has, like, educational packages. I'm guessing they put in schools or what have you. And, like, they tweeted, this isn't, like, a new thing they just added, by the way. They were just tweeting about this. This is, like, a pack that they've had in the game for years ago. And I'm guessing they were just talking about on, look, February 2020, so Black History Month, obviously. So they were just tweeting about this. Oh my god. Oh, okay.
Education Edition as part of its government and politics lesson catalog, with the goal of having students identify and understand key aspects of the civil rights movement, emphasizing John Lewis's good trouble philosophy as the primary takeaway for students. This alone caused massive backlash from political and apolitical members of the community, with the majority of replies in some quote retreat.
That's sweet, like distant mother. Stop putting political propaganda in it. It's not. It's just. It's an educational tool for people in schools. This pure commie propaganda designed to indoctrinate. Jesus Christ. This is why everything is political now. Modern political propaganda. Fucking these. I said these guys are worse. I'm telling you, these guys are fucking loose. They've done this since 20. Have they done this since 2010? Yeah, there's been free education packs in Bedrock for ages. Oh my god, that's even worse than that.
Finding the inclusion of political messaging in a children's game to be questionable, labeling it as propaganda for children, even if the DLC in question is an optional module for teachers to use. The response is, Jelly would discuss the situation on stream, essentially stating that while she wouldn't play this herself and was not very knowledgeable about the topic, she could understand the importance of the topic given its historical significance, and stated that as long as Minecraft didn't cover current politics at the moment, she didn't have any real issues with Minecraft's historical lessons.
Wow. If anything, gamers, let it be known that being on, if you're going to be a big, tips from Sir Musty, if you're going to be a big YouTuber, get the fuck off Twitter. Holy shit. Oh my god. Yeah, I mean, I can understand why people want to use that. I was going to say my sister in Christ, but this is probably a dude secretly. My brother in Christ. You made the tweet! What are you talking about?
As previously mentioned, Jelly's post criticizing Minecraft was deleted, with the main belief being that management from Face Connect were the ones to delete it for her, as the deletion occurred while Jelly was live. Shortly after, on February 5th, Face Connect would make a brief statement regarding the situation, stating that the comments in question were removed, and express their stance against racism, hatred, and bigotry in the community. This would lead to very negative feedback from the community, with many of the replies and quote retweets feeling that
Jenny discussed the third town under the boss by saying nothing wrong. Nelson Mandela literally reverted to surveillance, and the game said this was good trouble. That is bad. What? Excuse me, please point to which saying that could be hate. Try to appease people who hate you has historically been very successful. Oh my god.
The agency threw Jelly under the bus, as the general sentiment was that Jelly made a moderate reaction that didn't warrant an official apology from the agency. Others would point out how Kaminari Clara, another Face Connect talent, was still a part of the agency despite her allegedly making controversial statements on her personal account.
Because what happened to a more deserving person? This level of political violence seems so dangerous.
Back in late 2025, roughly 12 hours later, FaZe would announce Clara's graduation, though Clara would clarify that this was a voluntary.
I love that, gamers. If you guys don't know, in VTuber circles, when someone gets it's they've been graduated. Oh, they've been graduated. That's gotta be one of my favorite VTuberisms ever. Yeah, they've been. Oh, thank you. They will graduate from FaZe. Yay! Oh man, it's so funny because like no one buys it. That's the thing. It's like those are the most 1984 hashtag. It's funny because no one buys it.
Clarify that this was a voluntary decision.
I just want to say this is a voluntary decision I made in mid-November, and I've always been complimented for. Yeah, okay. It's a voluntary decision. Yeah. Classic,
Made back in November of 2025. The aftermath. On February 12th, 2026, Jelly would have a stream where she would make a, quote, very short statement, with many speculations prior to her stream being made as to the contents of the statement. As for the statement itself, Jelly would apologize to her friends and Face Connect for the Twitter drama, stating that she, quote, flew too close to the sun. Jelly would clarify that she's not a racist or a bigot, and ended her statement with an apology to her community for, quote, stressing them out during the span of the drama. As of writing the script on February 12th, nothing additional was posted by the parties in question. Just like with my other videos, do not harass anyone in and out.
So yeah, there it is, gamers. So that's the person who's replying. He's saying justice for Jelly. Remember, guys, justice for Jelly. Unbelievable. And Jelly tried to make my skin color political. Yeah. Unbelievable. Can't have shit, huh? Not in Detroit, not in London, nowhere, huh? Unbelievable.
Brain rot, and my conclusion is simply that Octo is nothing more than your average dime a dozen internet reactionary. Is it possible I misunderstood him? Sure, I suppose anything.
No, I don't think you did. I'm gonna be honest. I think we pegged him from the word go. But like, we said it when we were watching his video. Literally, it just seemed like a woke video from 2016 or an anti-woke video.
The recurring theme with Digens like this is the same realization. Damn, I made a good call leaving Twitter. Lamau.
Yeah, it's crazy, huh? Thank you for the 5, man. Get off the fucking platform. Or use it the same way I do, where I just, like, post clips and memes. That's all I do. I just retweet memes and post clips every now and again.
Is possible, but with how consistently disingenuous he's been, I'd need to see a lot of evidence to the contrary. But I've already talked about Octo for too long, so let's move on and get this video wrapped up.
I'm not confused. I'm confused why the jelly bath thing. Did I miss something? They did say it was okay to have Minecraft out. Am I dumb when I'm missing something? Am I missed the visual to it? It was their initial reaction to it. That's the issue. Like, they apologize, sure, but like their initial reaction was horrid. Like, what the fuck is that? Like, what do you mean?
Okay, so I don't want to.
So Minecraft advertises their free education packs about black history in America, and you say, get this woke like political garbage out of my game. It's like, you don't have to interact with any of this. Like, what do you mean? What terrible statement to make. You know, good old Face Connect for graduating. I guess. What terrible statement. Jesus Christ.
Removed from the Zelda series, but I still take issue with some aspects of how they're depicted. The obvious question is what my solution would be to those issues, and luckily I have an. Okay, so I don't want to see the Gerudo removed from the Zelda series, but I still take issue with some aspects of how they're depicted. The obvious question is what my solution would be to those issues, and luckily I have a number of different answers.
Okay.
First, it's important to acknowledge that the Gerudo have already come a long way. The Gerudo in the Wild era stand head and shoulders above their counterparts in the N64, both literally and figuratively. I think the increased variety of hairstyles, skin tones, and face shapes is a step in the right direction, and it's especially nice to see Gerudo out-traveling the world. I also appreciate the Gerudo's appearance in Echoes of Wisdom, something Octo doesn't even mention in his video. The Gerudo in Echoes of Wisdom are basically just doing their own thing. They're concerned.
Fun vibes are usually like this. See, here at Sir Musty, we like to have fun. We like to have fun. We like to. I mean, we like to have fun here.
About the Rifts, same as everyone else, and they're not singled out or treated with suspicion. They still wear the stereotypical outfits, and Zelda herself can wear one too, but on the whole, it's still an improvement. I also appreciate the continuity between Rotana in the Wild era games and Torma in Echoes of Wisdom. Math, science, and medicine as we know it wouldn't be the same without contributions of scholars like Ibn Sina and Al-Khwarizmi, so it's really cool to see the beginnings of a pattern of Gerudo characters who have a passion for research. In terms of changes I would advise making, let's start with the outfits. The pointy shoes and crop tops have got to go. No one in their right mind would be showing this much skin under the blazing desert sun, and there's no way Riju is doing all of that in heels. Instead of randomly choosing costume pieces from a slew of different cultures, focus on one to ground your inspiration in, and actually do the necessary research to depict it accurately. The same goes for their weapons and other accessories. I would offer more suggestions, but the truth is that I actually don't know how to best represent these cultures. Luckily, Southwest Asian and North African people are capable of representing themselves. Miyamoto visited a horseback riding club during the development of Ocarina of Time to make Epona feel more like a real horse. It's easy to imagine the developers reaching out to artists, architects, and costume designers from the cultures they're hoping to borrow from, and learning how to do so accurately and respectfully.
Because that's what game developers used to do, right? They used to like travel the world. You know what I mean?
Last thing I want to say is just that I think it's ridiculous that this conversation was ever about censorship or shutting down something deemed morally or politically problematic. This video gave me an opportunity to work with some really cool people, to do a lot of fascinating research, and to just generally broaden my horizons. I can't imagine being so close-minded that you take issue with someone interrogating works of art that they care about. Thinking about things critically and researching things you have questions about is one of the
it's like again, I understand, like, don't get me wrong. Are there some like batshit left-wing drivel on like Twitter and Blue Sky that you can make fun of? Yeah, of course. If you want to be like discount Ben Shapiro or whoever the modern equivalent is, yeah, fucking do it. But like, this wasn't one of them. You just made someone up to make fun of. Do you know what I mean? They don't have to. I think the Alphas could use a couple of tweets where they say the same would be a good path. How long have you been a right-wing chud for, Moon Ghoster? How long, huh? Against progress. Unbelievable. Also, thanks for buying a shirt, Black Cooper. Appreciate that.
Most important skills you can develop right now. Anti-intellectualism is everywhere in this day and age, and it's important to resist it whenever possible. Read books, talk to people who know more than you. Do your best to grow beyond your comfort zone, because that's all we have. If you take nothing else away from this video, let it be that. Thanks so much.
And yeah, and just to finish my previous point, I can understand if you think analyzing video games through like a social or political lens is like not up your speed. That's absolutely fine. But like, I think rejecting it as a way to analyze video games as a whole is just dumb. You know what I mean? It's just really dumb. Like, it's not the kind of thing that I personally seek out a lot of the time. Probably the only time I will, at least for now, should I say. But if someone wants to, it's an interesting angle. I think to say it's not an interesting angle is to just admit that you've been, like, mind destroyed by Twitter. Do you know what I mean? That's what it is. I at least learned something about Orientalism, so I learned about that.
For watching this video. First and foremost, I want to thank Steelisms for their contribution to this essay. I loved getting to work together.
I mean, they're okay, I guess. I mean, Spheel's just not cool, but I think Spheal is like an industry plant. All of a sudden I woke up and, ooh, Spheal. Guys, we like Spheal, don't we? It's like Bidoof, but worse. Because at least Bidoof, I'm like, it's a bib barrel, HM guy, he does the ting. So I'm just like, This field just came out of nowhere. And I was like, what do you get? You get Ice Ball? Ice type rollout? Come on now, bro. That's not even any good. Terrible.
Us becoming closer friends was by far the best thing to come out of all this. This video.
Okay, I'm glad. I think we can leave it there. So I think it's fair to say who is winning the Who's Going to Play with Sir Musty and Play a Game of Fortnite with Me award. I think Octorok is definitely losing. He's losing by a country mile. But gamers, the drama continues. The drama continues, gamers. Because after this came out, Octorok made a reply. He made a reply. I skimmed a little bit of this myself just to see what it was about.
I'm Octorok.
And yeah, it's definitely a response, gamers. So this was made like what? How many? So this was March 2026, and this was 5 days ago. Okay, so recent. Oh, good heavens! He responded. He responded, gamers. Let's have a look. 42. I don't know how much we're gonna. I don't know how much of this we're gonna watch. We'll see. I said we're in it for the long haul, gamers. I said we're in it for the long haul. If you need to grab a drink, we'll. You know, actually, bet we'll take a quick break, gamers. Actually, to mid drama break, gamers. Mid drama break. I'm gonna quickly grab another drink. I'll be honest. So give me like a. I'm gonna grab another drink. Alright, well, good. I'm ready, gamers. The drama continues, gamers. Will he win us over? Shitpost break? Oh, okay, yeah, let's have a look at the shitpost. Let's have a look, gamers. It's true. Are we wrong? True, innit? Octorok when a minority disagrees. How Octorok looks at you when you get say putting cropped porn in a video is not a good look, and people don't want to see this stuff popping up. Well, I do say I think it's very important to the video. Let's say hypothetically. Turning point. That's a good one. Octorok. We've got some good slander names, gamers, I'm telling you. Oh, yeah. Oh, Jirax. Oh, nice one. Giving yourself an award, eh? I'm very bright in today's video chat. It's looking bad. I'm gonna be honest, it's looking bad. It's not looking good for you, Octorok. It's not looking good. It's not looking good. Think about how the Gerudo work made me imagine this, and I'm making it your problem. A harem, disgusting. When the source for the New Yorker was discovered, the Taliban. Going through the video and becoming Sherlock Holmes, learning how fucking horrible Octorok is. I feel like I've definitely. I usually say I'm like level 2 woke. I think I've gone up to level 3 woke now, chat. Right? Okay. Tonight's episode. Okay, the author isn't even trying to hide it this time. I'm turning blue hair. I'm turning into Pont. Where does that come from? What the hell? We've got loads of memes. Loads of memes. Wait, it's amazing how much Octorok discourse is just. Good memes, guys. Good memes. Good memes. Let's go. Let's have a look at his response.
Octorok Reviews, aka hi there. I'm Octorok Reviews,
Hello?
aka the guy who made that one Gerudo video that somehow.
Let's read the tweets. I like pausing to read the tweets. Ocarina of Time remake rumors spark Gerudo designed a bit. Oh my god. It went on that trending tab on Twitter, that like little thing. If talks about the Ocarina of Time remake are true, I really hope Nintendo revisits how they portray the Gerudo and avoid any Orientalism tropes. Yeah, sure. Nothing wrong with this tweet. Yeah, okay, sure. Also, told you are long overdue for another sexual liberation movement. If you're not changing, okay. It's funny to think the whole talk about Orientalism regarding Ocarina of Time and the Gerudo is because one guy managed to peeve a moronic essayist who got a little too high on their one successful video. I hope the Ocarina of Time remake is faithful, especially towards the cinematics. 3DS failed that. I mean, all it takes is one video these days, huh?
Sparked an entire flame war across Twitter for about 2 weeks. A few of you might be aware of a little video that got published on March 13th of this year titled, "What's Wrong with the Gerudo? A Response to Octorok."
We just watched the whole thing, and I felt like I learned quite a lot. And while, you know, the overall lens in which the video is viewed in is not one that I particularly view the lens of video games often, I thought it was an interesting foray. I learned a bit about Orientalism and the history of all of this. Edward Said, I think I learned quite a bit.
Reviews, published by a middle-sized YouTuber by the name of Skittybitty. There's a good chance you've probably even seen that video. It did get quite popular after all. You also might have noticed that for the last 4 months, I have not made any public response to it. My reasoning for this silence was simple. Though I took exception with many of Skitty's arguments, and was even rather disgusted with how weird and personal the video got in its final 15 minutes, ultimately...
you were the disgusted one, yeah? Interesting. Interesting, okay.
I believed it simply wasn't worth my time to research, write, and edit a whole response video to it. That would have taken weeks or months, which could have been better spent on...
I could have owned her. I could have totally owned her, guys. Could have totally owned her. I swear. Listen, like I said, I'm willing to hear him out. I will say the pendulum has definitely swung against you. Stalin's winning. Go on.
On making videos my audience actually enjoys, which is exactly what I've been doing instead, making my normal brand of content. I figured that rational minds would see the two videos, pick out the flaws in them, and then ultimately decide which of us had the more persuasive argument.
It definitely was Skitty, that's for sure.
Take it any further than that. So I adopted a strategy of silence, simply waiting for the whole drama to blow over and for everything to return to normal. That has not happened, unfortunately. Not because of the video itself.
My bad.
It had its time in the limelight, and the brigading my channel got from it did pass within a month. No, the problem I've been facing since March, and I'm sorry to say, but even earlier than that, has been more personal. Harassment from Skittybitty themselves and their inner circle of moderators, friends, and even an ex-boyfriend of theirs. Quite the motley crew indeed. This harassment...
Ooh, are you getting harassed? Okay, now gamers. Now, let's be clear.
You're
Real
the
quick.
disgusted one when you're putting cropped weirdo art of a 12-year-old in your videos.
Well, certainly. What I will say is, when Skittybitty said not to harass you at the beginning, if there is genuine calls to actions and all of this and all that, I'm with you on that. You know what I mean? I think your video was shit. But if Skittybitty did send harassment your way, that's terrible, and we shouldn't endorse that at all. Not in the slightest. So let's see if this is true. But if your rate at which you provide Twitter screenshots to back up your arguments is anything to go by, I'm a bit doubtful. But let's see.
Has been personal, targeted, and has taken root across all...
Okay, hang on. Let's see. Personal target. Hang on. Let me hear what he says again. Hang on.
Boyfriend of theirs. Quite the motley crew indeed. This harassment has been personal, targeted, and has taken root across all my social media platforms constantly for the last 4 months, minus an interim...
Also, okay, so one more time.
Personal, targeted, and has taken root across...
Personal, targeted. Okay.
Even an ex-boyfriend of theirs. Quite the motley crew indeed. This harassment has...
So when you say personal and targeted, I'm already a little raising my eye a little bit when it's like on a public platform like Twitter. But of course, you can still be publicly harassed. But I'm just saying, you know what I mean? It's like, it's one of those things where if the solution could be just to get off your phone, it's like, I'm already looking a bit sussily, but let's have a look. A documentary about the Taliban is your only example of real-world Islamic culture. Yes, it's obviously bad face, you spineless weasel. I see nothing wrong with that, personally. How was that personal? I'm private just to say this, but imagine being pregnant for 9 months and going through childbirth. Hang on, firstly, hang on. I'm already noticing weird things. Hang on, chat. These two statements are made, like, weeks apart from each other. Is the implication that they're both about you and they're not on the same thread? Are they on the same thread? Because if you scroll past this, you'd think these two are together, wouldn't you? But these are, like, 2 weeks apart. No, 2 months. Sorry, I thought April. My bad. It's months apart. Sorry about that. Months apart. I'm private just to say, but imagine being pregnant for 9 months and going through childbirth just to have a fuck-ass son grow up and call women hags online and throw a temper tantrum over the mere presence of an attractive female protagonist who doesn't look like she's 20. Is that about you? I don't even know. I don't even know if that's about you. They didn't name you, so targeted? And this one isn't even about you. What makes them think the second one is about you? And if it is, I don't know, did you throw a temper tantrum over an human protagonist? I don't know. I told you guys, he has a bad habit of showing bad screenshots, doesn't he?
Been personal, targeted, and has taken...
Might be about New Stellar Blade. It could have been about God of War, actually. Hang on, what time was that? Let's go back, hang on. It could have been about God of War, actually. Early June, that's when E3 was happening. Or like our E3, but digital E3, essentially. It could have been about God of War. Is it about God of War? Okay, interesting.
Targeted, and has taken root...
What's it? The most YouTuber regurgitated opinion of all time. Not only is it a decent game, but it's a better game than Breath of the Wild. There's a big old stinky elephant in the room. Octorok reviews reposted. He's so unbelievably pathetic. Search Tears of the Kingdom on his account and you're getting 3 years of whining about. But ever since the evil pink plush hates him now, he's the stream's strongest soldier. I guess it's fitting that his avatar is in literal invertebrate. Okay, that was, I can't see the exact date on this. It's just 5 hours and 1 hour ago. Okay, sure. Screenshot courtesy of Boobly, by the way. Thank you for giving me a breast of this guy's weird antics. Also, I didn't know the OP's username until the replies pointed out, and wow, okay. I don't really... That's mean. But, sure. I don't really see this as a... This is just your average Twitter dunk, if you ask me, but okay. Yeah, I'm guessing this is a screenshot of a DM, right? Ski, are we not cool? You seem very aggro in most of these recent interactions, and I'm not sure why. I really prefer not to have issues. So if you have a problem with something I did, just please say now. You really said, are we not cool? I prefer to not have issues after you made your video. My image of you is not made up. It's the direct result of things you've publicly said on the internet. If I'm wrong about something, be specific. Okay, I'm not... Interesting that you chose to show this. I'm not sure what the context... This could be bad, but I'm not sure exactly.
Across all my social media platforms constantly.
I gotta see this one. I can't imagine how demoralizing it must be to accept support from people as stupid as this, because no one who actually understands the bare basics of what's happening is speaking up on your behalf. Okay. It's called Dark Humor Liberal. You should Google it somewhere, to which Skittybitty says, to which Octorok quote tweets, falsely accusing another content creator of plagiarism is a dark humor. It's gross, professional, unhinged. Hang on. You really should block them at this point, Octo. They're really showing their bullies that will hide the hand the moment it gets real. I don't know what kind of shrooms are on. Their fans smoke. They keep saying she keeps humiliating you. Kind of is. They already did. Our dialogue is not helpful anymore. Okay, good. Because her ego has grown so much to the point where she became a bully ever since her glorious Gerudo video. And she's been quite a nuisance. And the fans are the worst. Imagine saying that one cutscene of a video game is plagiarism. Okay, did she actually say that? What's the tweet? Can you show me the actual tweet from Skittybitty, what they said? Can you show me I don't know what the original like thing that you... What was the original thing? We need the context. You're not really providing context here. What is this? And is this harassment? Is this supposed to be... 7 likes, by the way, guys. Is this supposed to be harassment from Walter Wide? You're doing a really bad job. Because if Skittybitty, if they really did harass you, tell me. I'd be like, yeah, don't harass people, you moron. I have a very strong anti-brigading stance in my community for a reason. Octorok reviews essentially calling someone as gross, unprofessional, unhinged is the hardest stone ever thrown in a glass house. And I can imagine they blocked me immediately so they couldn't reply with an invitation for onlookers to peek at his replies tab. Hang on. Let me have a look. Let me have a... I might be, Octorok. What's his replies tab looking like? Okay, firstly, he still endorses the Dragon's Treasure. Be very careful. Is it that bad? Still thanking Jelly? Okay, I'm not seeing much crazy. I'm seeing a lot of replies to VTubers, like a lot of replies to VTubers. Definitely a VTuber Andy. But nothing... Nothing too crazy? Okay, I'm not really seeing anything too crazy, unfortunately.
For the last 4...
Other than the fact that he's still obviously replying to a Dragon's Treasure thing, which is
for months, minus an interim in between, which I'll be explaining in a bit. The strategy of silence that worked in the case of Skitty's video unfortunately did not carry over into this personal harassment that's been levied against me. And with things constantly escalating and a concern for my IRL safety becoming ever more reasonable, personal harassment that's been levied against me. And with things constantly escalating,
I brought you into this world, now I'm going to take you out. There's still time for a late abortion. He's such a weirdo twin, we might have to end him. Okay. I think you're kind of... I want to be honest, Octorok. If... This is going to sound really flippant. If you consider this a death threat, I think you need to get off Twitter. No, genuinely, for your own safety, you need to get off Twitter. Because I have had, like, this kind of death threat before. Firstly, like, we don't even know what this is in reply to. You're just showing tweets. Again, you're removing context, right? But, like, if this is your idea of, like, a death threat, I think you need to get off Twitter. Because I've had this sort of death threat before, my way, and I'm just like, obviously meant more for comedic or shock value than an actual threat. You know?
and a concern for my IRL safety becoming ever more reasonable by the day.
Okay, hang on, no. Don't gaslight me, you motherfucker. Concern for your IRL safety. Did someone post, like, your home state? The street you live on? Like a picture of your house? Did someone DM you something heinous like that? Or is it just tweets like, I brought you into this world and now I'm going to take you out? Which is bad, just to be clear. But if this is what you consider a death threat, for your sake, before it gets way worse, leave Twitter. And secondly, we don't even know if these are about you. They don't say, like, at reply to Octorok if that makes sense? I wanted to hear if these happen en masse, but he hasn't proved anything, yes.
I need to change strategies, and the only thing I can think to do at this moment is to finally fight back. So that's what this video is. I want to explain and document for you, the viewer, just the kind of harassment that Skittybitty has inflicted upon me for the last half a year so that the public can finally understand who this person is, how far...
Just to clarify, I'm denying his premise of he's shown harassment for like half a year. I'm denying all of that. He's shown a couple of tweets and that's it. They're bad, they don't seem dangerous. Yeah, exactly. Like, I've had that type of death threat, and while it was definitely jarring to read, you just tough it and you move on. That's what becoming a public figure on the internet entails, you know?
Are they gone to try to screw with my life, and while I'm at it, dispel more than a few mistruths that were spread along the way. Now, I have to warn you, there will be some leaking of DMs in this video, which might at first seem unethical, but keep in mind, Skitty has already done the same to me and has made excuses for it. So why should I extend a courtesy to them that they have not given to me, especially when my claims will inevitably require proof? I hope you understand then that this is not a general rule of mine, but rather an exception being made in response to my own privacy not being respected by this individual. Finally, before we get into this, I want to make something abundantly clear. My aim with this video is not to start a counter-harassment campaign against Skitty. My end goal is to essentially kill the momentum of Skitty's own harassment against me by dispelling their false claims and exposing how obsessive and weird they've been acting towards me. In other words, I don't want to do what Skitty did to me. I just want the harassment to stop entirely. That's been my position since day one of this fiasco.
Hang on, let's see this. The persecution complex you've managed to maintain throughout all this, after you picked a fight with me and then you made a video misrepresenting what I believe is remarkable. No humility, no introspection, just liking comments when people tell you you've done nothing wrong. Yeah, I didn't want to pick a fight with you. You misunderstood my intentions with the video and I even offered to sort things out with you. You never responded. You instead spent the last 4 months making up an image of your head that isn't real. Just stop. Okay, now in all fairness, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Didn't he aggro initially? I could understand Skitty somewhat, but I'm not justifying anything, like a lot of, like, if Skitty gets worse than this, obviously I'm not going to justify it. I could definitely understand if Skitty, what I'm assuming is that Skittybitty was cool with Octorok reviews, right? They had what was I'm guessing kind of a debate on Twitter, and then you go on to make that debate into a video where you deliberately censor them out to in some form of way, and then they watch that and then just kind of like, well, you can't. It seems like it seems a bit snaky. Does that make sense? It seems a bit snaky in some way. Where it's like, I thought we were having a debate, just you and me. Why did you have to like turn tail to your audience without name dropping me to kind of like be like, oh, you're so right for that, so I could see that being a bit sketch. Does that make sense? I could see someone being a bit like taken aback by that.
And it will continue to be my position going forward.
I'd be annoyed. I'd be annoyed if that happened to me.
So with that out of the way, let's start from the beginning.
Okay.
There's a common misconception about my past history with Skitty, which they have spread both in their Gerudo video and on Twitter, which is that I'm some random guy who suddenly decided to reply to their Twitter posts and pick a fight with them one day. This is a blatantly false framing of our past interactions, because what Skitty has thus far neglected to mention is that they were actually a
Yeah, he was the one to take the argument at Wax and make a full video on it, just a little cowardly to cry uncle when they swam back. Yeah, exactly. I would be annoyed. I'm just saying I'd be annoyed. I'm mostly waiting to hear now because I remember Skitty getting obsessively offensive in the past over their critiques of Zelda. So I have present. Okay, let's
a blatantly false framing of our past interactions, because what Skitty has thus far neglected to mention is that they were actually a mutual fan of mine. Here's the proof. On Skittybitty's original trailer for the Breath of the Wild video, released a year and a half ago, I wrote a comment saying, "Can't wait to have another one of your overly long Zelda reviews on in the background while I edit my own overly long Zelda reviews." Skitty hearted this comment.
I mean, I don't know what you and Skitty being friends beforehand has to do with much, but maybe it will. But like, I don't know what it has to do with much of this. I could believe that you and Skitty would chill beforehand.
And replied, "OMG, hi, okay. I listen to your videos in the background too. Combine this enthusiastic acknowledgement of my work."
I'll save you guys for. Hang on. Something along my lines. Skitty deleted this comment. The only reason I have a copy of it saved is because I screenshot the day it was posted and texted my brother. If I haven't done that, Skitty would have gone away with covering evidence of a past love for my work. Okay. I'll save you guys 4 hours. Wow, our intro is longer than Octorok stupid Gen Z attention span can handle. Wow, games development cycles. Right? April 4th, 2025. Skitty, you can't comment that to people, okay? Come on, Skitty, you can't do that. You can't just comment when you think someone's gonna die, okay? You can't do that to people. That's not funny, okay?
With that time, they bullied a hater of mine in the comments section of my Majora's Mask video, and I think it's fair to say that they were a fan of at least some of my reviews at one point in time. The enthusiasm for each other's work was not one-sided, as Skitty tries to claim nowadays. Additionally, the nature—
It's a little much, okay? It's a little much, Skitty. Come on, you can't do that.
Sure, my interactions with Skitty were, in their own words from the Gerudo video, cordial, even friendly. Of course, occasionally, Skitty would post more of a hot take, and one day—
I mean, I don't think so much in our friends even though— Oh, that's actually true, isn't it? Ooh! Again, I'm glad that you guys are here because you're pointing out things that like I'm kind of like overlooking. Is this your evidence that you're friends? I'm kind of assuming that like, okay, you've been know of each other, you're friendly. Yeah, just because I heart someone doesn't mean we're friends now. Is that what he assumed? I just hope to think you're chill, you know? Like I've heard a lot of people in this community going, a little parasocial actually, now that I'm noticing that. Thanks for pointing that out, Camp. I'd assume mutuals, yeah. Like, I'd say I'm mutuals with Bandy, mutuals with Scott, like mutuals with Nintendo Land. I'm not friends with any of them. I don't really know them that well.
Their replies became more curt, and they—
Nintendo fans love attributing the countless people who were involved to like making free for specific guys. It always sounds like this. Hi, I'm Miyamoto. I live inside your television. I draw every frame of any Nintendo game by hand. Hey, I'm Anuma. And everything you don't like about Zelda is my fault. Okay. Just a funny little comic. Okay.
Eventually even drew a crude, mocking cartoon of a Zelda fan, which they later said was supposed to be
literally the guy in the... Okay, alright, sure.
Me. Seeing these rising tensions, I decided to reach out and send a DM.
Are we not cool? You seem very aggro. And... Oh, that's what the context was, okay?
To Skitty, which they later mockingly leaked. It reads, "Skitty, are we not cool? You seem very aggro in most of our recent interactions, and I'm not sure why. I'd really prefer not to have issues, so if you have a problem with something I did or said, please let me know." Their response to this outreach was to block me for a week, which was the end of our interactions until March 13th, with the sole exception of a single post where Skitty reported they had been in a car accident, and I expressed concern for their safety. This all changed with the release of Skitty's Gerudo video, which was just as much about me as it was about the supposed topic at hand. Skitty's claim—
he's trying to prove that at one point they were cool with Octo and his work, but it's okay to change your mind on someone you learn about more than. Yes! That's like very well said. Yes, exactly.
Release of Skitty's Gerudo video, which was just as much about me as it was about the supposed topic at hand. Skitty's claims against my personal character in this video are strange and based on flimsy assumptions, but they importantly became the basis for—
No, it's oh, hang on. Hang on. I think we said it, gamers. There was enough bronze bullets where you can craft at least 2 decently sized silver bullets and just like deal with the werewolf. By the way, I just understand that every tweet of mine that Skitty showed in this part of the video, and I have no idea why they thought that was somewhat bad. Especially the tan Zelda one was terrible. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, Octo doesn't like the Game Awards and criticizes art styles. He thinks they're ugly. I guess that makes him a fashion. No, that's not what Skitty was saying. It's very sus. Yes, it is. These are not takes I double down on, broski. That's literally Skitty's argument at this point in the video. It's hilarious they actually pause and read the tweets because Skitty tries to rapid fire them in hopes that no one would stop and read them. No, I read them. And yeah, they were very sus. They were very sus, especially the Zelda Tan one was easily the worst. Easily the worst of the bunch. Alternatively, maybe Skitty does really think that criticizing the Game Awards for being too activist focused is all fascism. No, it's just, again, it's one of those weird things that only dipshit, dumbass right-wingers tend to say. Literally. And if that's the case, even if they're more radical, if that's the case, maybe they're more radical and beyond help than I thought. I do believe that Skitty is definitely a bit more on the radical type. That's why I keep calling him Stalin. I don't doubt that in the slightest. But I don't think that's the point you intended to make it, honestly. One take maybe, but it's death by 1,000 cuts. Yeah, literally. Like, they showed a decent collage of tweets which paints someone who's very clearly in the right-wing culture war slop realm. Does it make sense? That's the kind of attitude I get about you, you know? I think we go back on the intent thing I mentioned earlier. However, Octo had to know how he worded those tweets was going to bring attention. Yeah, exactly. Especially since there's more than one tweet. Does it make sense? There was like at least 10 of them. So I'm just like, he pancakes waffles himself constantly, not even to rage bait because you're dumbass. Yeah, that's why I don't think he's a racist. I just think he's dumb. I just think he's dumb, honestly. If you watch both videos, you realize that it almost entirely comes down to political disagreement. I think that Octorok reviews is a dumbass. That's what I think. And Skitty's just a bit too woke for my liking, you know?
Their attacks against me in the months
to come.
What's key to note about this video is that Skitty claims very early on that they did not wish for any sort of harassment to be targeted towards me. It was a gesture I appreciated when I first watched the video, but unfortunately, Skitty, it seems, couldn't help himself. Because immediately after uploading their video, Skitty took to Twitter to taunt me and send their followers my way, making multiple mocking posts.
Hang on, Skitty, I don't want to pick a fight with you. You misunderstood my intentions with the video, even if I offered to talk things up with you. You never responded, and instead spent the last 4 months making up an image of me. Yeah, I may be racist, but you were mean. Oh, that's just true. That is just true. That's just true, honestly. I may be racist, but you were mean, and that's that's just an accurate. I'm gonna be honest. Throughout my entire viewing of this drama, that is an accurate depiction of your work. I'm gonna be honest. That is an amazing reaction. I don't know who came up with that reaction image, but that's just generational. Now, I know it's just racist. Personally, if we're going to be 100%, I know it's a slander image. If we're being personally accurate, I'd replace racist with ignorant. Because good lord, were you ignorant as hell in your initial Gerudo video. Terrible. So I may be ignorant, but you were mean and that's your fault. That's literally what this is. What's this? Hang on, what's this all about? Yeah, because of wisdom really wasn't all that. Try saying that around Skittybitty and they kill you. Wait, what? They live in your head rent-free so often you bring them up apropos of nothing? Hang on, remember guys, this is the guy saying, oh, they've been harassing me. Mentioning, and this is what you do? Like you mention them apropos of nothing? I don't think I would talk about like my harassers like out of nowhere like this if I'm really getting harassed. Does it make sense? That's just me personally. I don't think this is the kind of reply I'd make. Honestly, cannot stand Skittybitty. Hop off Skittybitty, they're chill. Saw this post and came out to after. Save this post and come back to after Skitty's next video is released. I promise it'll be hilarious. I'm guessing this is reference to the Gerudo video, right? What video are they making? Sorry to vague post. I won't ruin their surprise. They worked hard on it after Raw. So like you somehow caught wind of that they're gonna make a Gerudo video about you specifically. And you're like, yeah, I'm gonna wait for that to come out, and then you'll know what Skitty's really like. Finally able to break my silence and say this shit was so embarrassing. I know why Skitty's so aggressive towards me. I hate drama. Then why are you behaving like this? True! True! No, this is true! Yes! I hate drama. I'm getting harassed by Skittybitty. Why are you behaving like this then? Why? You're instigating! What?
I responded in order to calm the situation down and let them know I was not.
This was months after you suddenly blocked me on all socials and made vague threats about you making a takedown video of me. Threats? Several people instead called you a bully, and I'm starting to believe they were right. Imagine getting bullied by a little fucking kitty cat. I don't know about that. I don't know. I'd be honest. All I'm saying, I'd be caught dead before I admit Skittybitty bullied me. Honestly, a little kitty cat, a little cat, 2% rarity, yeah. Little breakfast like TOG gay here. That's who's your big bad, yeah. Crazy.
Not interested in any drama, but Skitty replied by
the name's Skittybitty, bro. Getting bullied by one of the worst Pokemon ever made. Get out of here, broski. Come on. Oh man, getting bullied by the person everyone can't stand because of a review they didn't actually watch. Yeah, I know, right? That's the worst part is like Minister Chicken said, it's Skittybitty. It's someone who most people already go like, oh, Skittybitty. Because they're like, I hate Tears of the Kingdom video that people got in there recommended for like 2 weeks. Right? That's who you getting bullied by? Broski, man. Can't be real with me. It's not even like a machismo thing, you know? It's like a more of a, for your sake, I just wouldn't admit this. Not too much on Ski. Ski sucks. 2% encounter north of Rustboro for what? No moveset, no good Evo, no nothing. It sucks. Or maybe you can relate, Carstorm, because you're also a shit Pokemon that you get way too late in the game to be useful.
Again, sticking their audience on me and making up claims that I made a video misrepresenting them. Which, while there's a lot of things you can say about my Gerudo video, the idea that I in any way misrepresented what Skittybitty believes is false on its face. And I want to take a moment to dispel this claim, because it's the main cudgel they use to justify their response video and to play the victim in this drama. First off, my Gerudo video was not about Skitty, as there were at least 4 other people who gave arguments against the current depiction of the Gerudo who I...
Okay, but it was very clearly in reference to an argument that you and Skittybitty had, was it not? When you say it's not about Skittybitty, it's true, but it kind of was. It was like the whole crux of this was a like back and forth that you two had. So it kind of was in a way. Like it started with, and the fact that again, and when you say this, I don't believe you because the only profile picture you didn't show was Skittybitty's. Does that make sense? I don't. So you consciously did not censor the profile picture of Skittybitty's because you know if you showed them, then it'd be clear that it was about them. And you showed their tweet on screen anyway. How do you think they were going to interpret this? At least no one have a problem with my Pokemon, everyone loves. Mr. Mime? I don't know about you, man. Weirdo Pokemon. Trade Evo only in Gen 1. Terrible.
Also responded to. I never once mentioned Skitty's name or showed their profile picture in that entire video.
Okay, but you showed a tweet. Hang on. Oh, oh my God, he's doing the thing. Oh my, he's doing that dipshit thing that people do. This happened with me when I got into like a bit of a spat with Toxic Pyro, right? Toxic Pyro tweeted about like the situation, because if you guys don't know, I reacted to Toxic Pyro's like horrible Smash video, and like I think they tweeted like about me, but like they kept it vague, and I replied to them. And I'm like, well, since you want to make this public, I'm like, you tweeted about me just because you kept it vague, and we're like, oh, I hate people. I hate React YouTubers. Like, I know you're talking about me. Why wouldn't I mention that? Because you didn't mention me, but well, it's like you know the episode of SpongeBob where they draw a circle around that like bearfish thing? Like they look at the circle and go, oh. Am I supposed to do that when you know you're talking about me in a tweet? In the same way, Skittybitty would watch this video and know that this tweet is about them. And you're going to say it's not about them? It kind of is. You know? Oh my God, man. Just a moron.
And Gerudo, who I also responded to. I never once mentioned Skitty's name or showed their profile picture in that entire video. And most of my counter-arguments weren't being addressed to Skitty specifically because, again, Skitty was not the subject of that video. They also tried to claim I said that they...
Why did you censor the profile picture and then profile picture specifically? If it wasn't about them, surely you show it, right? Or were you afraid that your audience would go, oh, well, Skittybitty made that point? It must be right. You want to get your audience more on your side, huh? I see the little games you're playing, Octai. See, yeah, why show us that? I'm noticing, broski. It's very sus. Very sus.
They wanted the Gerudo removed from the games. This is, in fact, the one and only example of me misrepresenting their claims that they ever give in that video. But those were not the words I used. I said that some people wanted the Gerudo to be retconned or removed. Skitty falls in the first camp, and the generic redesign they drew of the Gerudo...
Okay, but who... Yeah, but you didn't prove anyone who did, though. That's the thing. Also, what's this?
Not long afterwards proves that much. They want to desexualize the Gerudo and change their clothing from being loosely inspired by a wide range of Near Eastern cultures to just blatantly copying one of them, essentially robbing...
No, they just want them to have different outfits, evidently, eh?
Them their most basic visual trait.
That could work the other way, Musty. It could be, I don't want my audience to harass Skitty because they're a YouTuber, not some random on Twitter. I'm going to be honest. I think YouTubers massively overplay how often people are willing to like go over and harass someone. I don't believe it. Showing a tweet on screen is not like, oh yes, we're gonna like, you know? No, that's not gonna happen. It's just categorically not gonna happen. We're talking about the modern day YouTube landscape where I would say a moderate chunk of people are watching this on another device while playing Fortnite. You're looking at me in that current YouTube landscape, yeah? And you're telling people they're gonna pause the video. That was a tweet by them. Goes off YouTube. That's not happening. I'm telling you from my experience, it's not happening. I've not had to ban someone for brigading someone I've reacted to in my community for at least like 2 months now. Not saying it's not going to happen, right? But that just goes to show you how like generally like passive a lot of people tend to be. Let's go back to the... I mean, this design looks nice. I like this design. You're wrong. See, I caught a bunch of you. Like, I caught a bunch of you guys right now. Because that's like relatively common way of watching videos. Or live stream, should I say? You know? Even past people morals, it's just too much effort. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. You forget how much effort it is. People don't care as much as you think they do. Showing one tweet on the screen amongst the... And the other part is, if you're showing one tweet on the screen as a collage of many, the harassment is kind of, if the harassment is real, by the way, it's kind of divided into, like, one person doesn't know who to go after because, like, you've shown a bunch of tweets. Does one person go harass all of them? No, that's not how it happens. That's another way to diffuse harassment, by the way, if you're curious. Like, if you show loads of people, it doesn't really, like, there's not one focal point for people to focus on, you know?
Inspired by a wide range of Near Eastern cultures to just...
I'm on your TV. I'm on the big... Hey, Ma! I'm on TV!
Blatantly copying one of them, essentially robbing them of their most basic visual traits. This is a blatant retcon, just as...
They're blatant vision... Hang on, what was that?
Just blatantly copying one of them, essentially robbing them of their most basic visual traits.
Basic visual... Hang on. Retconning that. An outfit is a retcon, firstly? What exactly did you mean by this? Is it because you can't look at the tits and it doesn't make your dick go big, nah? Interesting. It doesn't make your wee-wee all tingly, huh? Octorok reviews? It doesn't get you all excited down there, huh? Is that what it is? Can't goon, huh? Can't goon? I'm just saying, guys. I think women are people too. I'm 6'4", by the way, but I'm also taking.
This is a blatant retcon, just as I said it was. So this whole...
Hey, an outfit is a retcon? Yeah, hang on. Every time I change my outfit, chat, I've been retconned. Oh, hang on, I wore my hat backwards, chat. Retconned. What a fucking moron. Holy shit, this guy sucks. This guy is ass.
The whole idea that I in any way misrepresented them is completely false, and somewhere deep down Skitty knows that. They just want to pretend like they're a victim of defamation while simultaneously pushing for redesigns that quite literally retcon the most fundamental traits of the Gerudo.
It's not a retcon! They just got a different outfit on! Wait, hang on, is Breath of the Wild Gerudo a retcon from OOT? Because they got different clothes on, a different design? What? No way.
As a people group, you cannot advocate...
I can't believe Mr. was retconned into a so much shield. Because he wore so much too much. Oh no, look at me. Oh, look at me. I've got my shirt. Oh no. Oh, I'm such a shill now. Oh no, guys. I've become a shill for my shirts, which you can buy on 44.somusty.com. Oh no.
For sweeping redesigns and rewrites of video game characters, then pretend
SoMustyShop.44.com. Oh no, games on. Oh no, I sold out to myself. Oh, buy my shirts, guys. Buy my shirts.
Though you are not retconning the people group. You cannot advocate for sweeping redesigns and rewrites of video game characters, then pretend as though you are not retconning them.
Well, am I again, is this a retcon? Is an outfit change a retcon to it? Are you that much of a moron? An outfit change is not a retcon. If someone's personality was fundamentally changed, the history or the lore, then yeah, I could see that. Also, this looks kind of nice. I like this, to be honest.
And you especially cannot claim that I am misrepresenting...
Sword is definitely laying it on a bit thick, to be honest, I'll be honest.
...presenting you simply by pointing that fact.
And you're saying fan arts are retcons? Like, it's just fan art, broski. Again, laying on a bit thick, non-problematic, I suppose, occasionally. It's like definitely a bit eye-rolly, but like...
Doubt. Skitty did call the current depiction of the Gerudo racist after all. What else was I supposed to interpret from that statement other than that they wanted to change the Gerudo? So when Skitty tried to slander me by claiming that...
change them to be not racist, yeah. Or like to tone down their Orientalist depictions that she thinks are Orientalist.
I misrepresented them. Not only was this blatantly untrue, but as I pointed out in their replies, I'd actually offered to talk things out privately with Skitty when they seemed upset by the video. This is when they leaked that DM and mocked my attempts at making peace, which proved to me that what Skitty wanted wasn't for us to come to an understanding or to even simply agree to disagree, but rather to harass me for clicks. As a result, I decided to take on a strategy of staying silent in the hopes that Skitty...
Listen, they owned you for clicks, broski. I'll be honest, that was a banger quote tweet.
...would eventually tire themselves out. That never happened, unfortunately.
Okay, let's see. Hang on, literally as I'm editing this Skitty still posted about me. I blocked this plushie on June 8th. I'm editing this part on June 8th, meaning they're still on my ass even a month after being blocked. Absolute insanity. Well, hang on. And again, your showcase of harassment is you're talking about Edward Said as Orientalism, a subject that Skittybitty is well versed in, so of course they're going to have something to say. Now, again, you could argue that them posting this while being blocked is a bit much. I would describe it as a bit much. I would not describe this as harassment. This is just like a bit, but like if you're going out of your way to screenshot a post from someone you're blocked in just to reply to, I'm like, come on, you're doing it. At that point, if I was Skitty's mutual, I'd be like, you're doing a bit too much. Come on, now, just go play Breath of the Wild, okay? Like, do something else. That's what I would say. This is not harassment, not even close. What are you talking about? This is your example? Come on, man. Give me some real examples, man. What are some of this plushie with the intention of offending them is so I know, right? I blocked this plushie. Ooh. Very dehumanizing. I owned.
For the next 3 weeks, every move I made online, be it on Twitter or even my own goddamn YouTube channel, was being monitored and immediately made fun of by Skitty and their orbiters. I would heart comments on my own video that I thought made great points or were
just watch the YouTube video of Zelda, first time after Zelda YouTuber you're referring to dropped their video response. I'm so sorry if they put up with their whole fiasco. I hope their fans don't start attacking you. Be careful, there's some evil people out there. You're absolutely correct on this video. Crazy people called you this video or the Gerudo racist. Yeah, it definitely seems like you're coping in your echo chamber. That's what I would say this looks like to me.
Was being monitored and immediately made fun of by Skitty and their orbiters. I would heart comments on my own video that I thought made great points or were generally supportive, and then Skitty would screenshot them and go after
little note, Skitty didn't even bother to black out the names, which I had to do while editing this video. Zero respect for privacy or the safety of my privacy. What are you talking? They left the safety of my fans when they left a public comment on a public YouTube channel. Oh, woe is me. Woe is me. Oh my God, you're such a moron, man. And there's a lot of context missing in this. I just don't understand. Their safety? Where's the implication you're making here? That Skitty's fans are going to dox these people? If that's happened or anything tangentially close, I would love to hear about it, because then I would be very against that, because I'm not for that. But you've proven nothing to me so far.
Both those fans and myself. One such supporter was even another fellow Zelda.
I enjoyed how much you enjoyed. I enjoyed the point you bring up about how the Gerudo changed from OOT to Breath of the Wild. I don't advocate for their removal. Doesn't have the slightest idea what they're talking about. No one was. This person's a moron. Thank you. I highly encourage you quickly to hit the comment though, because everyone has been screenshot and used to harass my supporters and myself. You're free to DM, of course. If this was a highly lauded Zelda YouTuber, I think they can look after themselves. Quick, disappear! Disappear! The chuds are coming after you! The chuds! The chuds! I'm sure they can handle themselves just fine. I don't think they need you to point this out.
Tuber, who I warned to delete his supportive comment before Skitty's mods could screenshot it, to which one of them, a man called Boobly, mockingly replied, "Too late." This harassment was malicious and targeted, not just towards me, but to any fans of Boobly, mockingly replied, "Too late."
Too late. I mean, they're just taking the piss out of you. So you gave one of like Skittybitty's fans like a layup and they took it? Like you kind of got owned, little bro. you were kind of asking for that, I'll be honest. You fell for the rage bait, broski.
This harassment was malicious and targeted, not just towards me, but to any fans of mine who expressed even the slightest bit of support.
In 8 minutes, you have not shown me. I'm getting kind of bored of this myself again. 8 minutes in, have you not shown me a single thing? You really got to up your game up, Octorok.
In my favor, with Boobly being at the forefront of most of this harassment, which should be no surprise, given that Skitty explicitly gave him permission to harass me at the very end of their video.
Oh, except for Boobly. He's allowed to do whatever he wants.
Speaking of which, another big...
It was obviously meant to be a joke. Again, a joke maybe in poor taste, but obviously a joke. Come on now.
Line was crossed around this time. Because
like, if now you have to prove that Boobly, like, doxed you or something. It was obviously a joke.
Harassing me and my fans on both YouTube and Twitter apparently wasn't enough for Skitty, so they sent Boobly to infiltrate my Discord server under a...
There is no fucking way. There is no fucking way. You're lying to me. Brother, you're lying to me. You're actually lying to me. You're actually lying to me right now. If what you're about to say to me, Octorok Reviews, right, is that someone joined your Discord and, like, epic trolled you and that was it, I'm going to burst out laughing. I'm going to be honest. I'm going to burst out laughing. Yeah, first you need to connect this person to Skittybitty. First you need to do that. And even before you do that, you have to prove to me this person did this person post gore? Because I've had someone join my server and post gore. Like, actual, like, bodily mutilations. But thankfully, because my at the time, image palms were locked behind a role, they never actually got a chance to post them in the public square, and instead DM'd it to me. Which I was very lucky, because people didn't post it. That's why for the longest time on my server, image palms were locked behind a role. Not anymore, but like for the longest time they were. That is an example. If you show me something like that, I would buy that, because that was terrible. Although those images haunted me for a good couple of days. I was not right, I'm telling you guys. Thankfully, when I close my eyes, I don't see them anymore. But yeah, there was a good chunk of times where I'd close my eyes and I'd see a man being beheaded. And it's one thing to hear someone say that, but like, when you see it, it's like, oh, it's not like the video games, that's for damn sure, I'll tell you that much. So that's what you need to, like, I'm not saying it has to be of that ilk, somewhere on that level, and then I'll be on your side, okay?
A false account called Andrew. A fact.
Hang on. Remember what they took from us. Make video games great again. This is the great harasser. Oh my god. Bruv. This is about to be a generational embarrassment, isn't it? Oh my god, I didn't even see that. Jesus Christ.
Called Andrew.
The Discord, like, profile picture has like it looks like a hat, I don't know, with a red circle. They're laying on real thick here, bro. See, come on.
A fact that Boobly has now admitted.
And I'll make it easy for you. Shortly after Skitty's voice was posted, I joined his Discord server under the username Super Mario Andrew. Any screenshots of a username Andrew Discord, any screenshots of a user Andrew in his Discord that aren't obviously doctored are likely of me. Okay.
Did too publicly. One of the first.
They admitted to. Okay, so you've proven it's them. What did they say?
Things he did was try to falsely claim that I sexualized an underage Zelda character, which I and others on the server pointed out was ridiculous because that character in question, Riju, is an adult. He even tries to claim a specific age for Riju, 15.
Isn't
15, which should be ridiculous to anyone who's actually played these games because that.
Hang on. Well, let's should we look this up? Riju, Breath, BOTW, age. Let's find out. How old is Riju? Let's find out. She was 12 in Breath of the Wild, by the way. That's what I'm hearing. So, if this is the if you're talking Breath of the Wild, then yeah, that's like 12. She's 12. Crazy. 17 in TOTK. So either way, it's definitely sus. It's either you're a nonce or kind of a nonce. You're like one of the two. You're like a turbo nonce or a nonce, basically. One of the two. Jesus Christ.
Underage Zelda character, which I and others on the server.
A whole lot because in the game is being young and unprepared. In Breath of the Wild, yes. We're talking about TOTK, which there's like a 7-year time skip. Yeah, she's like 17, isn't she? And then, okay, but then hang on. But even then, is the argument you really want to use? Well, I mean, there was a time skip though. There was a time skip. Well, what I'm saying to you is, if this is an argument you need to have, maybe don't include cropped porn of the character in your video. You know? At least if I was to do, which I wouldn't, by the way, I think it's disgusting. If I was to about Rosalina, there is no qualms about how old Rosalina is. Rosalina's definitely an adult. If you need to worry about, well, technically, it's the time skip, maybe you shouldn't do that. I don't know. Maybe you just shouldn't do that. Shocking behavior. I don't know. I don't know about the Octorok reviews. Maybe you should just included like a different image to make your joke work, you know? Instead of cropped pornography. I don't know.
Server pointed out was ridiculous.
Why was it cropped then? Yeah, exactly. Why was it? Hang on. If they're obviously an adult, why was it cropped, huh? Crazy. Crazy work!
Ridiculous because that character in question, Riju, is an adult. He even tries to claim a specific age for Riju, 15, which should be ridiculous to anyone who's actually played these games because that would mean there's only a 3-year time skip between Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. And that's ridiculous given the fact that a brand new, roughly 6-year-old child named Madison is walking around Terrytown, and she wasn't even conceived in Breath of the Wild. Boobly also decided to screenshot some of Skitty.
Okay, what's this? Origins and developing the problem with Gerudo. It's literally always a Breath of the Wild fan. Breath of the Wild and its consequences have been disaster for the gamer race. Yeah, what did you mean by this? Yeah, notice how he didn't say her actual age? Interesting. Yeah, why is he standing on the porn thing so much? Like, why include porn of any character in a serious video about serious targets? No less a character that's potentially underage. Weird hill to die on. Very well. Maybe he's just a gooner. And he definitely wanted to...
He's concurrent Twitter harassment against me and upload it onto the server in order to cause Breath of the Wild. Boobly also decided to screenshot some of Skitty's concurrent Twitter harassment against me and upload it onto the server in order to cause...
There's not even... Skittybitty's not even in this thread, but... okay, sure.
Chaos. And it was at this point that
you know, Andrew, I've been meaning to ask, which video was the first watched? I've only seen the Gerudo video and the T-ad. So you're not even a fan, you're just an anti? I mean, not really. So tell me this, why did you make an O account to specifically come to the server and further drama? What am I further exactly? Well, I've done ask questions about stuff you're actively doing. Is that you, Ski? You type with the same lack of capitalizations in every sentence. You laugh, you go to hell. I see where this is going nowhere. Not a good enough boy for Daddy Octo, I suppose. Now, just to be clear, I don't endorse brigading. You shouldn't do that. But sorry, that was funny. That was funny. Hey, he's out of line, but it was funny. It was funny. Out of line. You're out of line, Andrew. That was funny, though. That was very funny, non.
Became suspicious of his real identity, confronted him on it, and then banned him from the server. But in the short time,
I think the worst part about all of this is that Octorok is just like a colossal dumbass. If someone comes into my Discord and starts posting some bullshit, because you guys have no idea how quick I am to ban people from my Discord server, man. Like in my live chat, some of you guys might think I'm ban happy, but like I'm not really. I'm gonna be honest, I'm not really. In my Discord though, you start posting some whack shit too often, you're gone, bro. You're just gone, man. I'm not dealing with it. Discord. The main reason is that like Discord is like a place where I like to hang out with like the community, like people that are being chill and fun and like cool conversations. So like if you're someone that just doesn't fit the vibe, I'm like, you gotta go, man. And also it doesn't help that Discord servers already have a reputation of just being famously dog shit. So that's why like if anyone comes along and starts doing that, I'm just like, you gotta go, bro. You gotta go. I'm not doing this, man. I'm not doing this, man. Who's this? Who the? Hang on. Who's this? Hang on. I can't believe I can't believe Boobly would do these things. But Boobly, hang on. Listen, Boobly, calm down. Get the hell out. Get the hell out of my server, man. You got. It's okay. You can't be here. You can't be here, bro. It's a conflict of interest. I'm trying to be neutral, okay? Once I'm done with this drama, then I'll unban you, okay? We're gonna be chill, okay? We talk gaming in there, right? No brigading.
He was there, he caused a bunch of drama, suspicious of his real identity, confronted him on it, and then banned him from the server. But in the short time he was there, he caused a bunch of drama.
Hang on, did you see how easy it was to just ban someone? Did you see that, Octorok? I just gave you a live example. You can just ban someone right there. It's crazy how that works.
And belittled so many of my community members, which was
fuck that hat. I'm taking my hat off. Fuck that. You Russell, that's you. That's you dumb. You're a fucking colossal dumb. How are you gonna let someone stick around in your community who's harassing people in your Discord? If someone pings someone with some nasty shit, I give him like the rest of the day off, broski. Are you kidding me? I don't get this guy. He was hang on again.
And then banned him from the server. But in the short time he was there, he caused a bunch of drama and belittled so many of my community members, which was a horrible experience for everyone involved.
Who the fuck who? Jesus Christ! Hang on, the moment Super Mario Andrew started looking a bit sus, gone! You're gone! You've seen it in real time! You've seen how quickly I ban people! I've done that! I've made people disappear! I call Skittybitty Stalin, but what's that Stalin image where like he's standing next to a guy, and then like the next picture he's standing next to no one? Do that in... Guys, there are people that have joined the Sir Mercy Discord that you have never seen in your life, because the moment they start posting whack shit, they're gone, bro! They're gone! I create that shit like hell, man! So the fact that you let this guy come into your community, harass a whole bunch of... He harassed my fans. You're a moron. You're a moron for letting that happen, okay? You're an absolute moron.
Since he caused a bunch of drama and belittled so many of my community members, which was a horrible experience for everyone involved. I've since been forced to make the server patron only in order to avoid any future...
Oh! I've been forced to make the server Patreon own... Oh my god, this guy's a fucking moron. What do you mean you're forced to make the... What, because of one guy? One guy? Bearing in mind, guys, he had one guy. First, he has a Patreon, so he was screwed from the outset. One guy, chat. One singular person. I have to lock down the whole thing. Do you know what instantly gets people to like... I'm gonna teach you how to... I barely know how to run Discord, I want to be honest. I'm gonna be so honest with you right now. I barely know how this fucking thing works, okay? If there's one thing that I would say significantly helped the amount, especially young'uns, the amount of young'uns coming into my Discord server, it was the verification level segment, right? It's this bit. I have it set to the highest level. So someone needs a phone number tied to their Discord account to join my server. Because most people, if they're making aren't going to make another account, then also get another phone number to, like, verify their account. Easiest way of your life to stop people from doing this shit. Simple. Such a simple saying. It's unbelievable, broski. That's all you got to do. That's all you got to do, broski. And yet, I gotta make it Patreon only because of one guy. Colossal moron. Holy shit. Isn't the guy belittle so many of your community members and saying, I can't believe he did this self-fulfilling prophecy? Yeah, literally. What a fucking loser. Oh my god.
By Skitty or Boobly to infiltrate it again, which has been rather saddening because I really love that server and was always excited to see new fans join it. But I can't do that anymore.
I can't do it. Remember, guys, one guy. I just want to make it very, very clear. He literally got one guide. Boohoo sinner. Okay, a little too close to the N-word there, buddy. Okay, calm down. Okay, calm down. Only I can say that. Okay.
More because of Skitty and their mods. So, okay, that clearly crosses a line. But was that...
No, okay. Now, just to be clear, it does cross the line. If you're someone who goes into another Discord server masquerading as a fan just to bother them, yeah, that's shitty. That's a shitty thing to do. But I would put the onus is more so on you for catching that shit and banning them. And yeah, oh man, poor Skitty having to, people have to pay to join my server now. Moron, broski. Oh my
full
god.
Extent of things? Well, no, because even after Boobly was banned from my server, harassment continued on Twitter both from Skitty and their inner circle. Another colorful character.
The famously neutral Twitter, huh? Okay.
Who appeared during this time was a user called Walter Wide, who is by far the most unhinged of all of Skitty's orbiters.
Okay, what did he say?
I suppose makes
okay. This is your chance to... It's been 10 minutes and this has been a disaster for Octorok. I don't know why you... The sooner you take this video down, the better. I'm going to be honest with you, Octorok. This is an embarrassment. Better yet, real quick. Real quick. I'm just gonna... Because I literally said he should probably take down this video, but not before I download a copy, just in case he does, in the middle of my reaction, okay? Just in case. Just real quick. Don't take down the video yet, Anderson. Don't take down the video yet. Don't take down the video yet. No, yeah, hang on, give me a sec. Okay, now you can. I've done it. Okay, it's fine. Yeah, take down this video, broski. Get rid of this fucking video. Holy shit.
Sense, given that he is actually Skitty's ex-boyfriend. Yeah, ex. I don't know why he's still simping this hard, but then again, he doesn't seem to be a particularly mentally stable individual, so it's probably not his fault.
Okay. Hang on. What's that supposed to mean? Hang on.
Most unhinged of all of Skitty's orbiters, which I suppose makes sense, given that he is actually Skitty's ex-boyfriend. Yeah, ex. I don't know why he's still simping this hard, but then again, he doesn't seem to be...
Okay, but what's that supposed to mean? Like... Now... To be fair, I don't think I would do this, but the implication is that exes can't be friends? That's the implication. So? I think you can have someone as your ex and still be like, yeah, that's kind of... What's happening to you is a bit dog. I still think that can be... I still think that's a possibility. I would still be a bit like, okay, that's a bit... I couldn't. I'm just... And I couldn't. If I'm broken up with you, I'm not being friends with you, okay? But, yeah, that happens.
Makes sense, given that he is actually Skitty's ex-boyfriend. Yeah, ex. I don't know why he's still simping this hard, but then again, he doesn't seem to be a particularly mentally stable...
Look, what does that... why does that mean we have to do that to the Garuda, and instead of making something new that appeals to your vague notion? I swear, some of these people think that woke is trying to actually reach into the past and change the game they played when they were a kid and take their childhood away from them. My guy, we just want the next one to be better. Oh my god! Hang on, this is your example of him being unhinged? Oh my god! Hang on, remember guys, Octorok put this in his video. Oh, look at this fucking left-wing bozo. This! That's just true. Like, yeah, we can acknowledge that the past was, like, a bit questionable, and we can make the future better. This is an example of the emotionally unstable left, by the way. Which is Twitter. That should be too hard to find. That should The worst part is, I know you're a fucking dumb right-winger. It should not be that hard to find stupid left-wingers. I see them all the time. I see both dumbasses all the time. So much for the tolerant left. So much for that.
Individual, so it's probably not his fault. One crash out of his happened on March
One Octo claims that Gerudo raped their men and kidnapped them and put into cropped porn of the Gerudo on the screen equals femme rape fetish. This also seems to go both ways. He implied that Wind Waker doesn't make sense because the pirates would rape Tetra. It's clearly a topic he thinks about a lot. What the fuck?
March 23rd, where he decided to claim that I have a rape fetish, and that I said in my Wind Waker video that the story doesn't make
I think it makes sense that she, a pirate ruthless captain, would have zero sense of empathy or remorse. How else would a young woman manage to command the respect of an entire crew of men with no laws or social customs could possibly protect her? Hang on, I need context for this. Hang on, what is this about?
Sense because the pirates would rape Tetra. Now, to everyone who has watched my Wind Waker video, I know you're probably confused as hell at hearing this because at no point do those words ever leave my mouth. So I demanded that Walter White elaborate on this claim to
I literally never said, hang on.
He quoted this part of my video. If anything, I think it makes sense that she, as a ruthless pirate captain, would have zero sense of empathy or remorse. How else would a young woman manage to command the respect of an entire crew of men while out at sea, where no laws or social customs can possibly protect her? Now, you might have noticed while listening.
Yeah, I think Walter White was being a bit much there, I'm going to be honest. I don't think that wording was particularly strange, if you ask me. I think it was fine.
Listening to that clip that the rape part...
It's definitely a big reach from Walter White, I'll be honest. I'll be honest, Walter.
...is completely absent, which I pointed out to Walter, to which he responded with, what does she need protection from? Let's...
Okay, so obviously at this point you should go, Walter is trolling, and you should block this guy. Because, like, yeah, that was a dipshit. That was a dipshit. Yeah, one point for, of course, Walter Boggins. Walter, what happened? Your fellow Walter, what happened? What is going on that Walters in this community? Ooh, crazy.
Think about that one, guys. Game show time.
Are you doing a bit?
Pop quiz. What do pirate captains like Tetra need to fear most from their own crews? Is it...
I'm gonna jump ahead a little bit on this.
If you answered managed to answer rape, then you're a demented fucking freak and you should take your goddamn meds. Obviously, mutiny is what pirate captains need to look out for should he or she ever lose the confidence of their crew, which is what I was talking about in this section of my Wind Waker video. Yet Skitty's demented ex-boyfriend and part-time channel contributor decided to accuse me of projecting a fetish onto the game with absolutely no supporting evidence. And this marks a very strange pattern of behavior for both Skitty and their orbiters. The constant baseless accusation.
Okay, but like, even though that's someone associated with Skittybitty, was there interaction, like, you have to show me that interaction came directly from Skittybitty's command, or is that just someone who happens to be associated with Skittybitty saying some whack shit at you? Does that make sense? Like, I don't think those two are analogous. Does that make sense? At least you could prove that it could be. Hang on, what's this all about?
Accusations of sexual misconduct that they levy against people they hate.
Hang on, what's this all about? Hang on, what's that all about?
And their orbiters. The constant baseless.
The transfer of the pedophile billionaires and their handlers chant. The pedophile, the greasy neo-Nazis who goon to underage AI anime girls reply. The fucking projection wakes me sick. I'm getting all my work done, going for walks, while the Catholic flag, MA and bio child poetic brigade is lobbing accusations of racism and pedophilia at me, and they know how it works. Sorry, I'm having a lovely weekend. Definitely a bit too lost in the sauce here, I would say. Definitely one of those, get off Twitter, Skitty. You gotta get off. You gotta get off, man.
Accusations of sex.
It's a bit too much Twitter for me. Do you know what I mean?
Sexual misconduct.
What I'm getting from this is that Octo is too innocent and takes jokes or banter as harassment. A moral with no intent at best. That's being generous. Who clash with Skitty and the opposite. Yeah, literally.
That they levy against people they hate. One of the weirder claims Skitty tried to make in the Gerudo video was that I was projecting a fetish onto the Gerudo when I claimed that they captured men for reproductive purposes. The problem with this claim is that ample evidence in the game itself points to this possibility.
Okay, that's perfect. Now you can show it. Because Skittybitty proved that, like, the only proof that there was a gossip stone. So here we go. Now it's your chance. Like, okay, come on, show us.
That the Gerudo need men from other races to reproduce is core to their lore, since they are a race exclusively comprised of women. They capture men who wander into Gerudo Valley and hold them in cells for what other purpose exactly? Skitty tried.
Hang on. What's there? Hang on, what's there in the game? Hang on. Skittybitty showed that the only example there was one gossip stone in a game. Where's your? Maybe they're in prison because that's how prison works? Hang on.
Women. They capture men who wander into Gerudo Valley and hold them in cells for what other purpose exactly?
Hang on, Games. Did Walter White secretly have a point? Was Walter White secretly cooking? I don't think so. But ladies and gentlemen of the jury, let it be known here, I don't know what's going on here. Somebody cooked it.
Exactly. Skitty tries to claim that they did this because the Carpenters trespassed, but besides the fact that such a reason is never stated, that doesn't explain why they're being held indefinitely. If they wandered too far...
Yeah, they were trespassing, yes.
...into Gerudo lands and were unwanted, they would either be killed or turned away. Why bring them back to your fortress and keep them housed and fed if you don't want them to be there in the first place? There's no...
Who said they were being fed? Maybe they were just being left there to rot. Were they getting food?
Due process or judges to worry about, nor do these Carpenters have any important confidential or strategic information to extract, so why not just send them on their way or kill them if they resist?
Notice how Child Link simply gets turned away. Yeah, because he hasn't committed a crime. You said the Carpenters were stealing stuff, weren't they? And that's why they got put in jail. Link gets turned away because he's done nothing wrong. Like, he's just like, go away. Notice what are you implying they're going to do to Child Link? On? Also, he's a child. You don't think Gerudos have morals? Like, let's say hypothetically they did do this to men. That's men, not children. Turn Child Link away. What the hell? I'm so confused right now. Also, what's happening between you and Alex Myers? Like, I don't know. Do we just get rid of all men? I don't know, man. Men gotta go. Men gotta go, chat. I've had enough.
The logical theory then, and one that is actually extremely
common
if you look up...
So you looked up on Reddit? Reddit? One that's extremely common on Reddit? Fucking the Guna website itself, yeah? Not an AG Al-Numa interview, not like a talk with the devs. Reddit. Saving them for snooze. They're ready to procreate later on, and all created honest Shaker Stones, they say they often look for boyfriends. Why do they put boyfriends in? Hang on. That one there's like, oh, they look for boyfriends? No, the Gossip Stone says they go to Hyrule Town to search for boyfriends. What? Keeping young, strong, fertile men for Reddit, yeah?
This topic on Zelda forums is that they're keeping these men captured to force them to be their mates, which has historical precedence in the opposite direction in the real world. Everyone is familiar with the story of the Sabine women.
Okay, but like this is a fantasy world.
And that was unfortunately a reality that...
Okay, even if there's like an analogous situation in the real world, is it happening in this fantasy world? No.
All pre-modern societies used to live with.
No!
It's far from ridiculous to assume that an Amazonian tribe short on men would do the same thing, but in the opposite direction.
Hang on, Gerudo were thieves in the desert. They were a translation of this sentence in particular has led to a lot of debate. NOA choose to add the phrase "look for boyfriends," probably because boy hunting sounds too aggressive and promiscuous. When all the relationships are consensual or not is up for debate. Keeping in mind that Highlands and OOT are scared of Gerudo women, not attracted to them, which would imply this isn't consensual. Of course they're scared of them. They heard tales about how they're thieves. This is why I made it clear that relationships vary and sometimes are achieved by seduction and sometimes by force. But there's a lot of room for interpretation here, and that's what makes Ocarina of Time so great. Yes, there's a lot of interpretations for if the Gerudo race are rapists. That's one of the things I love about Ocarina of Time, a Nintendo game released in the 90s for the Nintendo 64. I love that they make it vague as to whether the Gerudo women are just rapists. Jesus fucking Christ, broski. I don't know what to say. I'm in shock. I'm in shock, gamers. I don't know what to say.
Action. Historians are not rape fetishists simply because we point out obvious historical facts like women weren't treated well in pre-modern societies. And Skitty being ignorant of these facts isn't my fault. And besides, if...
But here's the thing. Skitty debunked this by showing a Shaker Stone where they say they look for boyfriends. Your evidence is, well, this used to happen in real life, therefore. Hyrule isn't the real world. That's what I would say to you. So, Skitty wins. Who won? Who's next? You decide!
Acknowledging the possibility of an implied sex crime being committed in a piece of media makes you a rape fetishist, then you're going to have to turn that energy back onto Boobly too, because he seems to think that Jabba the Hutt raped Princess Leia. Yeah, that's right, Boobly. You're not the only one who can look through Twitter replies.
Okay, is this true? Boobly, is this true? I'm not touching. This is Star Wars discourse. I'm not touching.
Scrub that shit, buddy. Of course, none of this stops Skitty's drones from constantly defaming me with all sorts of false labels. A racist, a creep, and even a pet.
Oh, hang on, there we go.
This stops Skitty's drones from constantly defaming me with all sorts of false labels. A racist.
He's racist? Again, this one Twitter guy with... Hang on, is this a reply to you? Again, what is the context of the tweet? You're showing a lot of cropped screenshots.
A creep, and...
Hang on, what's this one? Wait, you're a racist pedophile. I still think you're relevant enough to tweet. Sad to see how hot Octorok has fallen both Skitty. 1 view, no likes. 1 view. The only person who saw this was Octorok Reviews when he was screenshotting this.
And even a...
Why Skittybitty with a pedophile? What is this timeline? Yeah, people on Twitter are going to say dumb shit. You just can't handle the smoke. Get off Twitter, broski.
Pedophile, which is as baseless...
Again, it's terrible that people are calling you this. It's firstly 3 likes. Twitter, what did you expect from Twitter, broski? It's not the fucking public square. The fucking internet, man.
An accusation as it is disgusting to simply claim out of nowhere. Skitty has made no attempts to curb, discourage, or disavow this behavior in any way, and it continued for weeks after the video was uploaded. Until one day, on April 2nd, Skitty decided to reach out to me via Twitter DMs with the following message. Hi Octo, sorry to not get back to you. I haven't really felt like there was anything I needed to say to you directly, but I did want to run something by you. I and a few of my friends have some strong feelings on your Wind Waker video, and I was thinking of reacting to it on stream. In the case of the Gerudo video, I admit that communicating more directly would have been a better way of handling that situation, at least interpersonally. So this time, I figured it would only be right of me to ensure in advance that you are okay with me doing that. If not, I will respect that. I imagine you wouldn't be against it just on principle, but I do want your express permission to rip into your work this time around, especially since that video is in no way related to me. Now,
hey, listen, at least they're being respectful, you know? The words lost all meaning, be cool on Twitter. Yeah, they tried to...
Keep in mind, everything I just talked about, the video with all those nasty claims about me, the incessant online harassment and name-calling, the infiltration of my...
And you and Skitty both need to stop showing tweets for like half a second. You need to stop doing that.
The video with all those nasty claims about me, the incessant...
When a documentary about the Taliban is your own example of real-world Islamic culture, it's in bad face, you spineless weasel. Okay. I love that. Canonically, gamers, you see how spineless is it bold? They had to look up spineless to get this. So Octorok, to get this screenshot, had to type Skittybitty spineless to get this. Still stand by that documentary, by the way. Skitty's just mad at paint Sharia law in a sexist light. They never claim to be factual accurate because they know that their only recourse to pretend like the Taliban doesn't follow Hanafi Sunni law, the same as many Muslim countries. Skittybitty was pointing out that it's really strange that in your video where you talk about a fictional race based on Middle Eastern culture, your only analogous example to that in real life was the fucking Taliban. That is what Skittybitty was saying. That is very strange. Yes. Very strange. It's like if I was doing a video on like a fictional race that was based on Japanese people, and I only ever showed them as like, I only ever showed the kamikaze fighters like towards the end of World War II when Japan were losing, and they deliberately fly their planes into the US fleet. That's my only depiction of Japanese people. It's like, yeah, that's a bit like odd, isn't it? That's just a bit odd. That's my only vector of analysis. That's what Skitty was. This guy's a moron. How is he missing the point in this back? Because he's a moron. That's why.
Online harassment and name calling, the infiltration.
He's got fucking semen in his brain, bro. I'm telling you, all that gooning. I'm telling you guys, all that gooning messes with your brain. I'm telling you, broski. It's all he thinks about. All he thinks about is gooning to VTubers. He can't have a salient thought in his brain. You like the word salient there, guys? You like that one? That's a very good word, wasn't it? Got the goon mind virus, literally. It's like we made a video about the toast arenas for Mexican people version. Use the Salamancas killing people, the turtles. Yeah, literally. Imagine that. Imagine that.
On my Discord server at Skitty's command. All of that happened in the weeks leading up to this message. And there's 2 important things I think this sudden request...
Again, hang on. I want to push back against that as well.
The video with all those nasty claims about me, the incessant online harassment and name calling, the infiltration of my Discord server at Skitty's command. All that...
Again, you haven't proven that Boobly was acting under Skitty's command. You haven't proven that. Boobly is someone that is a fan of Skitty or associated with Skitty that did that. But when you're saying under Skitty's command, you have to prove that they did that and you haven't. I just want to... Yeah,
happened in the weeks leading up to this message. And there's 2 important things I think this sudden request to criticize even more my work reveals about Skitty's state of mind at this point.
All right, gamers, I'm going to jump ahead. We're going to do a bit of jumpy, boing. We'll do a bit of Mario jumping. Let's jump to part 2, because this guy's a moron. We've confirmed he's a moron. Let's go to part 2.
Now, in all fairness to Skitty, after we had our conversation, they did leave me alone for a while, and the result was a marked decrease in the harassment and brigading my channel received in the first few weeks after Skitty's video was published. So I was quite at peace during this time period. Unfortunately, our truce came crashing down on June 4th, when Skitty unprivated their Twitter account specifically to go after me again. What for? Because I dared to have an opinion on the redesign for Law.
He legitimately wants you to believe that A, these 2 designs are exactly the same, and if you don't accept that B, the redesign is somehow less attractive than the original. Unfortunately for Skitty, I have eyes.
philosophy in the new God of War game. Yes, it's the exact same thing as the
it was the God of War Luffy situation, wasn't it?
Gerudo video all over again. Basically, Octo has an opinion on a character design equals personal attack towards...
Hang on. Purposely making a character look older and less attractive when she's supposed to be a literal goddess and her actress actually is attractive IRL is an attempt to uglify art. It's not a hard concept to grasp. Generally, it's done by people who are insecure about their own looks and wish to make gods and heroes look less attractive in order to make themselves feel better. Holy, what the fuck? There's many forms of this and several other motivations which all intersect, but it's a general problem that's spread in Western artistic pursuits for some time now. Where else do you think Eastern games don't have this problem? Oh, he's got the right-wing mind virus, isn't he? Oh my god, he's literally got right-wing mind virus. Oh my god. Hang on, and if we go back to Skittybitty's tweet, hang on. How are you not deeply embarrassed by this? But I'm guessing this is the actress, and then this is the actress, and then God of War Luffy, Laufey. I don't know how you pronounce it still, but I'm guessing it's side by side to show the actor and then the model in game, and they look very similar. I would say so. I don't know what you're talking about. This guy's just a moron. Holy shit.
To go out, exact same thing as the Gerudo video all over.
Yeah, I mean, she does look a bit older in this, but it's again, and oh my god. Oh, hang on, gamers. Gamers, hang on. Gamers. I am level 3 woke now, chat. Hang on. Oh my god, chat. You're not ready for this, chat. You're not ready for this. What? Hang on. What is the implication you're making with this tweet? That older woman can't be beautiful? Hey, is that the implication? I got gamers. I got him dead to rights. Game. The implication you're making is that women that are older can't be beautiful. Now I'm thinking with left wingers on gamers. Look at that. I'm leveled up. I told you. I got you dead to rights, Octo. Maybe so left Steve. It's on the money. It's on the money, gamers. Yes. But yeah, so even when you say older, what do you mean less attractive to you? Literally, from my experience of your work, Octo, or everything there about you, it's literally just because they're not a 20-year-old VTuber. I say 20 years old, but I'm being very presumptuous. Probably younger than that. VTuber that you can't goon to. Literally. Oh my god, that's what this is.
Skitty seemed to take such exception with this comment in a random thread that they were not a part of at all that they decided to break our truce over it and quote retweet me saying,
and again, this implication that you had a truce. Again, if you say some dumb shit on the internet, then yeah, you're gonna get called out for saying dumb shit on the internet. What do you mean are you a child? Are you a child? Octorok reviews? What do you mean? Oh, I had a crush on that girl, so you can't ask her out, brother. What do you mean a crush? We're 32. If you fancy a girl, go ask her out. What do you mean?
How is he not deeply embarrassed by this behavior? Now, you might have noticed that this isn't an argument.
Did you skip that part? Okay, hang on. Even if you're hang on. Hang on. Wolfster Gaming, I need you to tell me right now. If not, you're banned. Did the truce entail Skittybitty will never make fun of you, Octorok Gaming, again? Or was it just, yeah, we had a chat and we're kind of cool now? That's probably what it sounds like to me. When you say a truce, unless you prove otherwise, gonna skip the video. It was no. So hang on. Okay, so get out of here, then, moron. I don't like more. You can go then. All right. You can go. You can go to Wolfster. To be fair, I skipped that part. Of course, I skipped this. Video's fucking boring the hell out of me, man.
It's the literary equivalent of a school teacher making a nasty face to indicate that a child said a no-no word. So I tried to engage with them on this topic, but that went nowhere because Skitty just decided to call me to indicate that a child said a no-no word. So I tried to...
Hey Skit, it's good to see you back. Feel free to disagree, but in my opinion, they could have done a better job to the character model. I do think the actress looks pretty in real life, and I don't know why they didn't capture that well and get... Oh, gamers, hang on. I see what Skittybitty means now. By saying you're a fucking coward? Hang on. Listen to this. Read this take, gamers. Read that take right now. They could have done a better job of depicting the characters because the actor looks better in real life. Hang on. But what did they say before? It's an attempt to uglify art. It's a general problem that's spread in Western artistic pursuits. Who else do you think Eastern games don't have that problem? So the moment they get... Maybe it's important that Skittybitty called you out. Because the moment you get pushback on your dog shit right-wing slop talking points, you immediately retreat into your shell of a more reasonable talk. Hang on, gamers. Hang on. They actually have a term for this, gamers. Oh, Octorok reviews. They actually have a term for this, gamers. It's called the Mott and Bailey fallacy. It's when you say, it's also called the castle and the courtyard. It's a form of argumentation in the form of fallacy where the arguer conflates two positions that share similarities, one modest and easy to defend, like this one, and much more controversial and harder to defend, i.e. this one. The arguer advances the controversial position, but when challenged, insists that only the more modest position is being advanced. Upon retreating to the Mott, the arguer may claim that the Bailey has not been refuted because the critics refused to attack the Mott, or the critic is being unreasonable. I learned about this in school, broski. That's what you do. That's what you do. That's what you do. It's the classic Mott and Bailey fallacy. Absolute moron. You think you can get past me, eh?
Over it and quote retweet me, saying, how is he not deeply embarrassed by this behavior? Now, you might have noticed that this isn't an argument. It's the literary equivalent of a school teacher making a nasty face to indicate that—
Well, hang on. Also, I didn't even catch this. Oh, it's not an argument. Skippy is making fun of you. What about that don't you understand? Where it's not this bastion of, like, intellectual discussion, they're just making fun of you. Yes. How are you not deeply embarrassed by this behavior? Yes.
You might have noticed—
This isn't debate class.
That this isn't an argument. It's the literary equivalent of a school teacher making a nasty—
technically isn't an argument. Yeah, you don't, listen, your dad left you when you were a kid. That's why you're like this way. Technically not an argument. Why my dad left has nothing to do with what I am. Is that what you said at the playground? Oh my god.
Face to indicate that a child said a no-no word. So I tried to engage with them on this topic, but that went nowhere because Skitty just—
I object to the idea that older equals less attractive. Girls have been depicted as middle-aged or older for ages. True. I don't see any issue with how she looks, and I think hammering about ugliness belies a sinister way of thinking about women. Ooh. Ooh, that's true, isn't it? It does. In fact, this is the first time where Skittybitty has said a take where they don't sound like, Lefty McLefty, Stalin, Lefty Poo. That's true. It does belie a sinister way of thinking about women. You very clearly made the implication that older women can't be beautiful. Older women can't be attractive. That was the implication behind your tweet. That is this Western malaise on beautiful arts. And it has to do with depicting older women? Literally, this is accurate. This is a funny statement, it's not even a counter argument. It's just an attempt to hand wave my criticisms as sexism. No, but it kind of is though. Part of your criticism was that, like, it's ugly. They made the goddess less attractive. This is something. Yes. This is part of your. Yes. They were. This guy's a moron. No wonder Skittybitty didn't want to have a truce with this guy. He's a moron.
Decided to call me misogynistic for not thinking a fictional woman twice my age is attractive, which is definitely a statement. Decided to call me misogynistic for not thinking a
Skitty, our blood is stuck in grade 10 social studies debate mode.
Skitty our blood, yeah? Bruv. You leave Skitty our blood alone. Me and Skitty are going to play Fortnite together, okay?
Fictional woman twice my age is attractive, which is definitely a statement. I thought this interaction was weird, but I didn't realize how hostile it was meant to be towards me until a little while later when I saw a follow-up tweet of theirs, which reads, unprivating just to say, imagine being pregnant for 9 months and going through childbirth just to have your fuck-ass son grow up to call women hags online and throw a temper tantrum over the mere presence of an attractive female protagonist who doesn't look like she's 20.
Thank you. Firstly, this wasn't about you. Like, they didn't at you or mention you. And secondly, it is kind of about you. They're saying you should be offended. You should be. This is correct. Point to me where Skittybitty is wrong in this tweet. Point to me. It's true. That's literally what you did. You did throw a temper tantrum because Luffy's a bit like a Luffy. I don't know how. That's what's happening. That's you.
So, first of all, this is rich coming from a person who spent 4 months of their life writing a 56-minute temper tantrum over attractive female characters in a Zelda game, but I digress.
In all fairness, I learned quite a lot in that video.
Second, I did not call anyone a hag.
Lao Fei, thank you.
Hag in this tweet. In fact, I don't think.
No, well, you said it's an attempt to uglify. Broski. I didn't call anyone a I can read with my... Why are you... I can read. Why are you pretending like I can't read? He's literally made this video for people who are second monitoring this content. Okay, what do you call and making a character ordinary is an attempt to uglify art as a problem with Western artistic pursuits for some time? What did you mean by this? Explain what you mean by this.
I think I've ever unironically called a woman a hag in my entire life, but...
Well, you haven't, but you've done way worse. I would argue you've done way worse, actually. You've dressed it up in so many niceties and, like, language that you've basically called women who are older unattractive for the simple fact that age, you know, Father Time has done its thing, and that's it. You've done way worse. At least when someone calls a woman a hag, we all know as a society that's shitty. You shouldn't call women hags. That's rude. What you've done is you've dressed this up in so much intellectual language the average person won't see it for the, frankly, really bad statement it is. That you've done work. You should have just... Next time, just call a woman a hag. You'd be better off, honestly.
But we've already established...
Like, there's reasons why, even though I say it as a joke, there's reasons why I sometimes just say, oh, just call me the N-word at that point, you know? So if someone's, like, mystifying their racism in so many blankets and shrouds and intellectual language, it shrouds the meaning of what they mean to say when I know what they mean to say. So I'm like, at that point, just say the N-word. It's less offensive. Does that make sense? Like, I always say it as a joke, because it's funny. It's a funny phrase to say. But, like, it's a real phenomena, you know?
By this point that Skitty doesn't really care to represent me accurately, so that's to be expected. What wasn't expected was the insult to my mother, which is concerning because now Skitty is bringing my family into things, which indicates a big escalation in hostilities. I should also note that there are a few veiled death threats in the replies to this tweet, which read,
no, just...
I brought you into this world, and now I'm going to take you out, and there's still time for a late abortion.
If these are death threats, get off Twitter.
To date, Skitty has not hidden these comments or reprimanded the individuals who made them, which tells me that this is exactly the kind of sentiment they want to stir up in their community against me. This is actually...
Remember, 0 likes and 1 like, by the way, just to clarify.
Actually a good moment to talk about a really worrying...
Again, if that is the sentiment festering around Skittybitty's community, maybe they could do something about this, but, like, I don't care, bro.
Trend I've seen both from Skitty and their community at large. Threats of violence or a glorification of violent...
Oh god, they got him again. Charlie Kirk assassinated. This is awesome, actually. I've seen discourse around making fun of Charlie Kirk all over the timeline today. It's like he died again. Can we do this on a regular basis?
Acts committed by others, which is partly why I've become increasingly fearful of Skitty's obsession over me in recent weeks. One of the earliest...
Hang on. You've become fearful of Skitty's recent obsession. Hang on. Do you honestly think there is honestly no way you saw this tweet and are like, oh my god, they might do it to me. Oh my god, Skitty's this thankful that someone died? Oh my god, I'm so fit. You're not that important, broski. What are you talking about? Like, do you really see yourself as like the Zelda version of Charlie Kirk? You made a Kirk joke, which, if you want to make the argument that, like, again, should we like make jokes of the dead or what have you, and this ilk and the way the internet does it, there's maybe a conversation to be had. Like, it's unfortunately become a very passé joke to make ill of the dead, you know? It's just one of those things. We are Octorok! We carry the flame! Oh, man.
One of the earliest examples of this behavior that I...
Okay, what's this supposed to be? Charlie Kirk was an unrepentant racist, transphobe, homophobe, misogynist who was often wrapped in bigotry and Bible-verses because there were no way to pretend like he was morally correct. When we decline to speak ill of the dead, it's because we have compassion for the living. In this respect, I'm sorry for Kirk's children. I don't know if Kirk was a good father, but if he was, it does little to mitigate the damage he did to other people's children. Writing fire gifs, Skittybitty reposted this. What does this have to do with anything? This is just Skittybitty quoting, I'm assuming, an article? I'm guessing The Nation is like a news outlet? Someone quoted it and wrote the fire gif and they reposted. Is that it? Hang on, what's he trying to say?
Why I've become increasingly fearful of Skitty's obsession over me in recent weeks. One of the earliest examples of this behavior that I noticed was when Skittybitty retweeted individuals who were justifying the assassination of Charlie Kirk on September.
This is a justification? No, this is just someone quoting an article talking about his life. This isn't a justified for his assassination. If it was, then I'd say that's in poor taste. I don't think you should justify... I don't think you should, like, glorify anyone's assassination. I think it's a bad thing to do. I think once we become a vigilante society, everything falls apart. You shouldn't do that. But this is not it. This is not what you're talking about. And then only in fucking America, Charlie Kirk says stenographer fired. Let's kill the homeless. Heart. Again, at what point are they glorifying Charlie Kirk's assassination in these two tweets? If they were, I'd be like, yeah, don't do that.
Counting or not counting Zelda Twitter drama?
Thank you, Chubb. But yeah, like, what do you mean?
September 10th of last year. And as I was editing this video,
that's
individuals who were justifying the assassination of Charlie Kirk on September 10th of last year.
Okay, if these people were justifying the assassination, you have not proven it in these two. Again, are you expecting people to just look at this and then move on? Well, it's about Zelda. Yes, about Zelda apparently, but we're getting very political today. Very political today.
And as I was editing this video, Skitty decided to double down.
Remember, I'm the radical here, not Skitty. That's why Skitty teaches about killing people and I don't, because it's a normal and healthy thing to do. It's not about killing people. It's just a Charlie Kirk discourse. Again, the implication. She's not. They're not tweet. Where in this tweet has Skittybitty said, like, it's like he died again? But Skitty tweets about killing people. Again, killing people. It's like he died again. No. He just thinks they might want to murder him. Like, is that really where we're getting at here with this interaction?
By also joining in on the joke and making fun of Charlie Kirk's assassination. But a much
again, there's making fun and there's justifying assassination. Those are two totally different. Hang on, I'm crazy, am I, chat? Like, there's justifying someone's assassination, which I don't think you should do, right? And if Skippy was doing that, I'd say that's in poor taste. You shouldn't do that. It's just a bad thing to do. And then there's like laughing when it does happen. Those are two totally different things. Like, if someone happens to die and you want to make fun of the dead, again, is it in poor taste? It's not. That's another argument. But like, sure, you can. That is way different from justifying someone's murder. What are we? Are we okay? Are we okay right now? This guy brainworms. Oh my god! Those are two different things. One would be terrible, and the other's just like in bad taste. Listen, even I laughed at some Kirk memes, I'll be honest. I didn't really interact with a lot of that stuff. He's gonna spew all that nonsense from the past, but then Skitty's the obsessed one. Doug, get off. Like, he doesn't get. He's run out of brain cells. I'll be honest with you. This guy's run out. Have we topped Grav the Rage chat? I have no idea, man.
Grosser and more direct example, which I only discovered recently, was during the drama Skitty had with a much larger YouTuber called Synthetic Man. To my understanding, Skitty actually has a habit of.
Okay, Synthetic Man is like a right-wing, like very much right-wing guy, just to clarify.
Picking fights with other creators.
Interesting that you'd bring up this example. Interesting. Okay.
It's not just me. But Synthetic Man was different because of the sheer size of his channel. So when he swung back at them, Skitty was forced to private everything from that time and pretend the whole thing never happened. But one infamous clip remains in circulation, because after all, the internet is forever. And here's what Skitty had to say about this person that they were arguing against.
I'm going to apologize for apologizing for saying the re-education camp thing. I'm saying that again and standing by it this time. This guy gets the wall.
For those of you who are ESL or don't.
Now, here's the thing. That's a bad statement to say. But again, it's a very short clip, so do we have any more context in it?
Understand the meaning of these euphemisms. Putting someone in a camp refers to sending people to re-education camps in communist regimes, while getting the wall is a common tanky communist phrase referring to the execution of political prisoners or dissidents. In other words...
Again, could it be a joke? Is there more... That clip is too short. It's an edgy joke, pretty corny. Yeah, it's a pretty... At worst, it's a genuine death threat. At best, it's just a corny joke. So I'm just like...
This is a direct death threat towards another content creator.
Is it, though? I don't think that short clip kind of proves it. Not to a satisfactory degree, if you ask me.
One who was in my exact position of targeted harassment by the same individual in the past. And in the middle of editing this video, I received another disturbing message. One of Skitty's followers, who has replied to me in the past with a picture of Charlie Kirk's empty chair, decided to escalate things.
Okay, but like, okay, hang on. Oh, I think this guy is completely unable to understand a joke.
One of Skitty's followers, who has replied to me.
Okay, so you want to talk about the private conversation? So, porn addict freak live Charlie Kirk reaction. Like, this is obviously so. Like, again, no likes. No likes, by the way, guys.
Me in the past with a picture of Charlie Kirk's empty chair, decided to escalate things by DMing me an edited screenshot of Charlie Kirk's bleeding corpse from his assassination.
Okay, that is terrible. I would ask of you though, why do you have your Twitter DMs or message requests open? I don't know why you check those. I want to be honest. And secondly, what you have to do is you have to prove to me Skittybitty sent this guy, or this is like someone that actively works with Skittybitty. So there's a mod, like a close friend with them. If you prove that to me, I will be on your side for this, 100%. Because this is terrible. Once again, you have to prove that this is someone in close standing with, or someone that was directly sent by Skittybitty. So here we go. This is the point where you prove it.
Video, which I obviously can't show on YouTube without blurring out the image.
That's fine.
And this is part of why Skitty's rhetoric is so worrying to me. I didn't even watch Charlie Kirk.
Okay, so you didn't do any of that. Terrible that you were sent that. Horrible. Block that guy. Report that guy. But again, did you prove that Skittybitty sent that person? I get not adequate proof if you ask me.
But the way certain far-left radicals justified and moralized his assassination made me realize that these people would probably want my conservative family members dead too, simply for holding his same milquetoast conservative opinions. And now that's
no, it's because I don't think that's the case. No, I think you're schizo posting. I think you are. You're just the guy. You're putting yourself on the same lines as Charlie Kirk, was a very famous right-wing agitator, and you're none of those things. You're right-wing slop instead. That's what you are. Yeah, like there's a difference between your family's inner dialogue and Kirk having a massive scale audience. Yes, I think this guy has like become schizophrenic. I'm not even joking. I'm not joking, games. I don't know how much more I can stomach of this, so I will jump ahead just a tiny bit. I just want to see this bit here.
Both against political figures and another content creator. You might be wondering at this point, why is Skitty so comfortable with this sort of violent language? The answer is simple. It's because Skitty is a political radical who, for whatever reason, has decided that I am an ideological enemy they must destroy. Now,
okay, I do believe that Skitty's a political radical. I will believe that. What's your proof, though? Hang on, here we go. Here's the proof.
Skitty is a political radical who, for whatever reason, has decided that I am an ideological enemy they must destroy. Now, Skitty being a
okay, woke is back. Hang on.
Far-left culture war communist isn't a newsflash. They have been very open about their beliefs, especially if you follow them on Twitter. The problem is that Skitty has decided that in order to justify their own hatred of me, I can't just be a guy who disagrees with them on Zelda. Rather, I have to be a guy who fundamentally disagrees with them on everything, including politics, despite my channel being complete.
Okay, I mean, in all fairness, you've shown to have some dog shit political takes, broski. But anyway, let's read these now. Woke is back on the menu. Okay, I'm guessing this is proving that Skittybitty's like a, you know what I mean? It's amazing how much right-wing discourse is just, it's amazing how much left-wing discourse just pretending to understand things, thus making discourse impossible, Okay, sure. Not gonna lie, right-wingers cooked with just declaring they won an argument. I should do that more often. Should I try that? Like, if I lose, should I just say I won, and that's it? Anita Sarkeesian made incredibly tame commentary videos you didn't have to watch, and if you just, I guess this is just proof, I can't wait to ruin video games, but that's pretty funny. Just make my stance clear. I do not care for the opinions of ghoulish right-wing strangers on Twitter. I do not respect them. I'm not interested in a good faith debate. Are they contemptible and beneath taking seriously? Okay, sure. Definitely very radical.
Far-left culture war communist isn't a newsflash. They have been very hatred of me. I can't just be a guy who disagrees with them on Zelda. Rather, I have to be a guy who fundamentally disagrees with them on everything, including politics, despite my channel being completely apolitical before this point. That's why their Gerudo video painted me not just as a person.
I'm not kidding. One of their key pieces of evidence I'm racist that I like VTubers. That's it. I get not having a bottom of the barrel to go off, but this is really scraping the bottom of the barrel. No, I actually, hang on. We looked this up, gamers, didn't we? It's not that they like VTubers. It's that you were replying to this person called Jelly, who famously got in a controversy because they were against the education packs in Minecraft. And again, Octorok is relying on you, the viewer, not checking that out. But we did. Listen, Octorok. Oh man. It doesn't work when you have me, you know, someone that likes to look things up. You stumbled upon the wrong drama farmer, all right? I love a bit of drama, all right? But I also like looking stuff up. And you're VTuber was a little bit problematic.
Who disagreed with them on a singular topic, but rather as a full-blown racist. All because I simply do not believe the Gerudo constitute an example of harm.
Scam wants you to believe that this character isn't the coolest warrior in the entire game and that continued existence somehow hurts Muslims. No, they literally said in the video that we watched, by the way, that they wish the depiction was just a bit more culturally accurate. They said that at the end, they should use one country or one particular culture as a base, and then like add things like around it as like extra bone. That's what they said. They didn't say that this cat. No. Why are you lying so much? I don't understand why he has. We've watched both videos. We've seen it, Octorok.
Stereotypes. Because for Skitty, everything about their enemies is taken to an extreme. Every person they have a disagreement with has to be a creepy, ultra-religious nutjob who hates women. But nothing about me fits that description, so that forces Skitty to obsessively stalk my every move on.
I mean, I don't know, your God of War take was a bit, I don't know about that.
line in order to prove to themselves and their audience that I am everything they think I am. Oh, Octorok reposted a joke tweet from a guy with an edgy username that he later took down once it was pointed out to him. Guess that's the same as me. Octorok reposted a joke tweet from a guy with an edgy username that he later took down once it was pointed out to him.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Octo, you have to delete the video. Octo, you have to delete the video, please. Please, you have to delete the video, please. Oh my god. Oh my god, you have to delete the video. No, please delete the video. If you guys, if you guys don't know what I'm laughing at, Octorok, it's not even the tweet, guys. It's not even the tweet. It's not the tweet, guys. The guy's name is PragerU1488. These numbers are associated with Nazis. Like, anybody who's even consciously aware knows this. If you look up 1488 meaning, this ties back to white supremacy. How did you... Oh my god! Oh my god! I'm crying. I'm actually crying. I don't know. Now, bearing in mind, I'm not really... I wouldn't say I'm politically active as a person, but even I know that. And I like to believe that you do, Octo. I'm not saying you have to scan... If it was like you reposted this, right? And it was in like their replies or something, I get it.
I enjoyed watching your channel. I truly think this is the dumbest human being you've ever covered. Like nothing comes close to this.
I don't think anything will ever come close to this. Holy shit, this is terrible. This, like, again, I'm not... If you retweet someone, but it turns out if you go in their post, like their recent tweets is like all racist stuff, okay, I can understand that. That's like a genuine mistake. They have 1488 in their name. They have 1488 in their name, broski. He screenshot it. Hang on. I wholesome centers. Octorok. I mean...
Genuinely thank you for informing me. I'm stupid.
It's okay. Don't worry about that. Now you know. So now when you see these numbers, you know, okay. Sometimes it's reversed as well, by the way. They sometimes have it as 8814 to kind of hide it a bit. But yeah, I wholesome centrist Octorok reviews have been so unfairly smeared as some sort of bigger for no identifiable reason whatsoever. Anyway, time to retweet bizarre Zelda favored fascist slot from a Twitter user PragerU1488. Oh my god, I'm sorry, this is terrible. It's in their username as well. Oh, I'm in tears. That is, broski, that is an insane slip. Oh my god, man.
Guess that's the same as me advocating for the murder of other people. Yeah, who's really the radical here? Not that our...
What's this? Hang on. What was that? Any person with a brain and a heart would watch this and conclude that the US has become a danger to humanity. You want to deceive yourself and final cause excuse, but deep down you know it's true. A bit extreme, sure,
radical
okay.
Here. Not that our political opinion should even matter, by the way, because I don't think people should be receiving death threats simply for holding different beliefs. And that goes for me just as much as it goes for Skitty or anyone else.
No, they shouldn't. But like, again, if those, just leave Twitter, broski. Just leave it. There's either devilishly funny coincidence he didn't know, or he's got skeletons in his closet. Either conclusion is funny to me. Either he's just an eternal dumbass, or that was like the mask coming off. You know what I mean?
Else. And this behavior has only escalated in recent weeks. Aside from Skitty going back to obsessively posting.
I mean, I thought it was if I thought it was a big deal, I would have brought up my response of it. I just think it's funny seeing you running against the plagiarism on all things when you're often reheating other people's nachos.
I'm beating your ass. I hate everything, and I'm going to go beat my son.
Up yours, woke moralist.
Up yours. So much for the tolerant left, Trey. So much, huh? Then why would you even apply something like this if you know it isn't plagiarism? Do you understand how reckless this is? You genuinely need to be more careful with these things. It's called dark humor liberal. You should Google it sometime. Again, what was the original... Again, he didn't show the original context for this tweet. Was it actually a joke? Why don't you show me the video so I can see it?
About me, even after I blocked their account.
Okay.
They've also become far more delusional
when I say someone's edgy, and I also don't want people to when someone is edgy and doesn't want people to respond negatively to that, it's like, well, okay, well then you have to pick one because you can't identify as a provocative but afraid of provoking. That's not real. Do I even need to say it? Oh, I'm guessing this is in reference to Octorok. Yeah, it's true. It's true. Oh my god, this actually defines Octorok reviews perfectly, isn't it? You got the provocative but evasive provoking. Because like he'll tweet about that, like, yeah, God of War that has that woman who's uglifying art, and then the moment Skittybitty goes like, yeah, you a dumbass, broski? Are you serious? Like, it's like either be a right-wing provocateur on Twitter or don't. You know what I mean? I'm blocking you all the same. Octo quartering, literally true. And his quartering like just does his thing. You know what I mean? He's a again right-wing slop channel, but steals content from what I heard last of him. But I guess he does his thing. Again, this guy's the bootleg version, you know?
And paranoid. On June 14th, for example, I reposted a thread where someone said that Tears of the Kingdom is better than Breath of the Wild in order to rage bait my audience. But Skitty seemed to think I did it specifically to spite.
Honestly, it's just the rage bait my fans. A certain plushie fell for it. The only reason I continue to know about Skitty's content posting me, even though it's because the fans and antis both would tell me about it. Ignoring the problem has unfortunately become impossible for me. No, it hasn't. You could just get off Twitter. It become impossible for me. When the solution is literally just like, I feel like I'm Carby lame right now, Chad, because all you do is literally just go, yeah, that's all you do. What do you mean it's impossible? Like, unless Elon has literally strapped Twitter to like the inside of your eyelids, which would, Jesus, I wonder how you do that. Is that some sort of Neuralink, eh? Fucking hell.
Them. So they screenshotted my post and tried to sick their followers on me again. What was disturbing to me about this post in particular was the reply under it, which reads, screenshot courtesy of Boobly, by the way. Thank you for keeping me abreast of this guy's weird antics. So here's Skitty admitting that they've tasked their moderator Boobly with stalking my
Maybe it's not simple because it comes with flooded, but legit squash the beef to a funny stream. No, I'm gonna be honest, Chump. I do think it's that simple. Just log off Twitter.
I blew up Malaysia. All I've learned from this drama is that Stalin beats Hitler yet again. Many such cases.
Will Hitler ever win? I don't get it, man. I don't get it, man. One of these days, I want to see the left-wing chud lose against the right-wing chud, but I'm just like, oh, honestly, the righties keep losing, man. Come on.
Twitter for the sole purpose of...
Come on, I've become more... In this entire thing that we've been watching, I've become more woke. You were supposed to make me less woke, Octorok reviews. What the hell? You were supposed to let me less woke. And then this is what happened. Oh...
of screenshotting all my posts so that they can tweet about me every time I say anything they don't like. This is obsessive behavior. Keep in mind that by this point, Skitty has already spent 4 months of their life making a video about me, brought in several well-known bread tubers and a random Egyptian woman to give it legitimacy, then spent the next month-
Whoa! I honestly, hey, whoa, buddy! A random Egyptian woman? Excuse me! That is, what? That's insane. The master's cracked a little bit, isn't it? Oh, unbelievable. I'm going to speed up even more. We're gonna go 1.75.
4 months of their life making a video about me, brought in several well-known bread tubers and a random Egyptian woman to give it legitimacy, then spent the next month harassing me and my community members on Twitter, then sent one of their mods into my Discord server to cause trouble, until finally reaching out for a truce, only to completely backstab me out of nowhere because...
Backstab? Again, backstab is when... Hang on. Can I see the truce in question? Hang on.
Community members on Twitter, then sent one of their mods into my Discord server to cause trouble, until finally reaching out for a truce, only to completely
Again, where's the truce? A backstab? A truce was like what? Probably you guys are saying, yeah, we're kind of chill now. A public... Backstab is when public tweets? Moron.
Backstab me out of nowhere because I had an opinion about a character design that they didn't like, I guess? Like I said, absolutely obsessed. And I'm not the only one who's noticed. Multiple followers of Skitty's across their recent posts have expressed concern over how fixated they seem to be towards me.
Yeah, backstab implies there was mutual trust. Yeah, exactly. I don't think they trusted you at all, I'll be honest. I think getting upset, heavily obsessed with this person. I know, come on. I think it just do well to me on with this person. It's like an endless back and forth. Dove out for this man. I'm like, there's more to this story besides the Gerudo thing.
Absolutely obsessed. And I'm not the only one who's noticed. Multiple followers of Skitty's across their recent posts have expressed concern over how fixated they seem to be towards me. Most of these people don't even like me. These are Skitty.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, this is just what happened. This happens to me, by the way, whenever I make multiple reactions to someone goes, Mister, you have to move on. I'm like, I'll move on when I want, okay?
These fans telling them that they seem overly obsessed with me in a way that's unhealthy, and I couldn't agree with them more. The weirdest part has been seeing Skitty try to defend this behavior of theirs by making up claims that I have been the one goading them into responding to me. Here's their comment and reply to someone telling them to move on from me. If someone made multiple videos trying to get your attention and subtweeted about you constantly, despite having your contact information and knowing he could reach out to you privately if he wanted. I would be fully supportive of putting that person on blast.
True, I agree. Thanks so much, Lady Liz.
I genuinely think this guy forgot women are humans.
He did, innit? I would never forget. I would never forget.
Yo, if I see you
I
again on my
love women
property,
gamers.
I'm beating your ass. I hate everything and I'm going to go beat my son.
Bro talks about Skitty like Nux Taku talks about Jade and animations in crime.
Literally, that's what it comes across, isn't it?
First, I just want to say, why would I talk to you? Like, no, actually, like, why would I reach out to you and talk to you at this point? You've already
Well, because if... Hang on.
Stabbed me once, why would I ever do that again? I don't want to interact with you, Skitty. I've made that very clear on multiple occasions. So why is the onus on me to reach out to you when you're mad at me? Also, I'm sure that my usual viewers are just as confused about parts of the sentence as I am, because what fucking videos of mine is Skitty even talking about? The only video I've made that had anything to do with Skitty, even tangentially, with the sole exception of the video you're watching currently, was the In Defense of the Gerudo video. That's it. No other video I've ever made before or since has had any relation to Skitty. And even during the Gerudo video, I made a dedicated effort to keep Skitty out of the discussion by only addressing their arguments without ever bringing up their identity, which I did.
Which I said earlier, could you about two times speed? He's not talking faster? I will jump ahead to the final section. Oh no, post-edit, no. Okay, so... There we go, gamers. Post-edit. So this is post-edit him. He's adding even more now, gamers. Let's go.
Out of me. So I'm adding this next section in post because since getting deep into the editing process, something big happened. On Saturday, July 11th, Skitty once again posted about me out of nowhere, except this time, they decided to escalate things. They deceptively edited a screenshot of a reply I made to a Rock Solid tweet to cut out the date and context, and posted it in a quote retweet to a very unpopular post he made on a certain gross hypothetical meant to demonstrate Christian morality or something. I don't know what he was thinking with this one, honestly, don't ask. But the point is that I didn't reply to this post because I hadn't even seen it. The reply of mine that Skitty actually posted was from a completely different tweet on June 18th. So I called him out on this lie, and somehow this led to a weekend-spanning crash out where...
The thing is, Octo, if you'd stop simply posting racist, creepy shit, I'd have no reason to pick on him. If after our call, the introspect... Oh, so they did have a call. So I'm guessing the truce law is they had a phone call. Okay. Well, I'm gonna go back to 1.5 a little bit. Introspected. If he introspected a bit and moved away from our reactionary politics and culture while focused on his interests, I'd have nothing against him.
Skitty kept backtracking to more lies. I dispelled them, ratioed them a bunch.
Hang on.
On this lie, and somehow this led to a weekend-spanning crash out where Skitty kept backtracking to more lies.
So let me get this straight. You came out of court just to never have an opinion you disagree with again. Are you actually stupid? How many posts have you glorifying the assassination of political figures you made? How many times have you called America evil? How many times have you responded to destroy the white race meme? Destroy the white race? Who remembers this quest in Zelda, by the way? Destroy the white... Okay, but that's obviously a joke. Oh, come on. Yeah, this guy can't understand. I think this video becomes a lot more easier to understand when you realize this guy just doesn't get a joke. Because, like, I'm guessing, I can't see all the tweet again, but who remembers this quest from Zelda? Destroy the white race? Like, it's supposed to, like, it's obviously a joke. Again, I can't see the whole context because you didn't show it, but, like, that's the, like, have you never laughed in your life? And I don't, this is the Charlie Kirk thing, which, again, he wasn't, you know, I don't know. Do you think I agree with any of that? Of course not, but I totally just stupid opinions because at the end of the day, I had the right to hold them. But then you started talking about God of War about all things, and that was a step too far for me after all the crazy shit you post. You have no capacity for self-reflection whatsoever. Okay, why don't you reply to any of Skitty's things if you disagree with them then? And what you're making this implication that because you and Skitty had a truce, you can't reply to them disagreeing with anything they repost or talk about. That's the implication. Was that the truce that you had? That I Octorok, I'm never gonna comment on it. Yeah, like you didn't think that was a possibility?
Dispelled them, ratioed them a bunch of times because I
you literally there was racist. Hang on, I don't know when he says ratioed them a bunch of times. I'm like, is this about harassment? Like, are you fearful for your life? Or are you just like, I ratioed them. Yeah, I ratioed that nigga. Yeah, got him. Like, I don't know. That doesn't really seem like you're that scared of it, to be honest.
How got picked up by the algorithm, and this eventually forced Skitty into a corner where I confronted them on their support for political violence, and Skitty's response was to double, triple, and quadruple down on it. Additionally, when Skitty tried to pull out the old support for political violence, and Skitty's response...
No, I'm actually making fun of self-styled edgelords who love to trigger the SJWs who can't take a joke clutching their pearls about some dipshit podcast. I don't give a fuck about Charlie Kirk. I'm making fun of people like you pretending to.
Resist a police officer? Why are you police officers?
I blew up Malaysia. This guy reminds me of my 19-year-old self. He needs to unfollow Ben Shapiro and get a neurodivergent diagnosis. Stat.
Listen, I wasn't gonna say it. I'm glad you did. Okay. I'll say this part though. I think you definitely need to like unfollow all the right-wing slops that you watch. Not because it's bad politics, partially because of that, but because it just doesn't do well for the brain. Like, even though I'm obviously a left-winger, I just don't really follow a lot of lefty content creators. I'm just not interested. I'm just not interested in that. Honestly, I just do my own thing. I just gotta do my own thing, you know?
Was to double, triple, and quadruple down on it. Additionally,
yeah, you are what you read. That's the thing. Yeah, you just become what you read, and I'm just like, I'd rather not become a radical for any side. If I'm being honest, I'd just rather just do my own thing and make fun of video games. Freedom. This is so awesome. I'm painting it and putting it on the fridge. Oh my god.
Down on it. Additionally, when Skitty tried to pull out the old "you're a racist" card on me, I decided to press them on the racist statements they had made towards white people in the past. Which.
Okay, but like. Okay, but like, again, who remembers this quest in Legend of Zelda? Remember, destroy the right race. Like, I'm so, come on. Now, okay, now let me be clear, gamers. You can be racist to white people. You can be. But like, if this is your example of like, oh, Skitty, you're hating us white, like, what are we doing, man? What are we doing? Thank you for the morning. Like, yeah, the joke is the absurdity. Like,
going from making fun of freshman year wokes for being too sensitive to conservatives crashing out over Kirk jokes has to be top 3 downfalls.
That is the worst bit, isn't it, Rob? Because I remember 10 years ago, chat, I was the exact target audience. Like, literally, it was Ben Shapiro going inside colleges going, well, technically, hypothetically speaking, blah, 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 and I was like, ooh, yeah, he dunked him. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Keep your hate speech off of this campus. You remember the Triggity Puff, as she was called? Do you remember that? Do you remember that shit? Yeah, keep this hate speech. Yeah. And then also, Big Red. I don't know if you guys remember Big Red. All right. And yeah, the Patriot, all that shit. Oh, the right-wingers were loving life. And then, like, all of a sudden it's, you can't make fun of someone that is dead. That's just mean. What happened to right-wingers, man? Back in the day, they'd literally just be like, yeah, Steven Crowder as well. Like, the day, these guys used to be like, fucking like, all about it. They used to be fun. They used to be funny. Believe their politics or not, they used to be fucking funny, man. They used to be, you guys have, I think it definitely started, like, in COVID, when you guys started becoming anti-vaxxers. That's when, like, I did a downfall, like, that's when I noticed it, I would say. That's when all the right-wingers just started becoming rapidly unfunnier. You know? Like in 2016 to like 2020, like they had all the memes, they had all the jokes, they had Tumblr and like Jack Dorsey Twitter on toast, man. They had you guys on toast, you know? And now you guys aren't even funny at all, man. Don't make a joke to save your lives. Fucking hell, man. It's terrible, isn't it?
Led to Skitty getting even more racist and saying shit like,
racism is systemic. Oh, okay. I'm not getting into the whole like racism is was prejudice, but I'm not getting into that. I do think you could be discriminatory because of to white people. I don't believe this whole like, oh, you can't be racist to white. I don't believe it. Let me know, and I don't believe it. That's too woke for me, chat. That's too woke to me. I think you can be a group of people, and then you could discriminate someone and call them a cracker, and then yeah, I think you can do that. Okay, you can do that. Stop being stupid. Okay, you can do that. I don't believe in the whole prejudice was power nonsense. Okay, what I do believe is that this is a joke. That's what I do believe. All right, because he's racist to me all the time. True. Yes. I refuse to play Slay the Spire 2 with him because I hate white people. Yes, I improve gamers. So, I don't believe that nonsense, okay? What? 2 left for me, okay? 2 left wing for me. Sorry, guys, 2 left wing.
By the way, there's no such thing as the statements they had made towards white people in the past, which led to Skitty getting even more racist and saying shit like, by the way, there's no such thing as the white race, so there's nothing wrong
with Doesn't mean you should. Why not? Emero, Emero, call me the N-word, go on. I gave you permission, Emero, say it. DM me the N-word right now. Put your money where your mouth is. Go on. Or is it only just good for playing Mario, huh? Disgusting behavior. There's such a thing as a white race, there's nothing wrong course to destroy it. A bit too left for me.
With calls to destroy it. And every time someone posts this as a gacha, it gets funnier. Like, yes, girl, destroy the white race. And don't forget my favorite. I wonder if
it's funny.
Octo feels insecure about the fact that we're going to spare him in the white genocide. So
I'm not the hell. What? Okay, what is going on here,
what's
man?
the takeaway here? Well, remember how I talked about projection earlier? Every baseless accusation with someone like Skitty is an admission of guilt. They talk with all this bravado. Oh, I'm turning Octorok reviews into my own personal lolcow. Meanwhile, they're getting clowned on by the entire internet and being forced to go private because their disgusting worldview is so vitriolic and unpopular. I'm out here touching grass and living my life, they say, all while posting 20+ tweets in a single day. And I think with that in mind, it's easy to conclude that when Skitty responded to my Gerudo video by calling me racist, that's because it is them, in reality, who is the racist. Because they seem to think that hating white, that when Skitty responded to my Gerudo video by calling me racist, that's because it is
Quite official cards. Nobody asked, nobody cared. Okay, this is just okay, sure.
Is them in reality who is the racist, because they seem to think that hating.
What, because of this? Again, if you're gonna prove to me that Skittybitties are racist, then you gotta do more than this, man. You gotta do more than. Come on, like this is a joke, man. Come on.
White people belittling their history and identity and jokingly calling for their genocide is okay. The entire point of critical.
We're getting into critical race theory now. Oh hell no! Okay, whoa! I'm out of here. I'm out of here, man. What the fuck? I'm getting it. It's too much nonsense for me, broski. That's just typical what it is. Get him walking. I'm out of there, man. Fucking LRF. Get out of here. Anyway, let's. Should we watch? Should we watch the response, gamers? Should we watch the response? Because Skittybitty made a response. The final part. There's actually a bonus Chungus 5th part, gamers. There's a bonus Chungus 5th part, gamers. Another mandatory musty break, gamers. But of course, oh my gosh, we have got 10. I don't have the gamble. I forgot to put the gambling music on my soundboard again. We have 10 gifted memberships, baby, to celebrate this crazy occasion. Super Mario. What's it? 3D what? Is that what it's called? Can I get my slot machine? Yeah, let's go! We got 10 gifters, baby! Who's gonna get them today, gamers? Who's gonna get them today? Let's find out. Nitro Juices, Oz DT, Jen Legel, Just Ink, CT J2, Jelly, Gigand Hidora. Hey, it's just Maxi, just crazy lol. Are you secretly Octorok in disguise? And Luigi Boy, looking very, very gassy. Unbelievable stuff. Thank you so much, Chump the Grump Gamers. I can't believe this. What a nice guy. And until next time, gamers, I don't have the ending bit. Sayonara. Until next time. Beautiful. What's that? We got one more as well. The response to the response to the response to the response. Let's final lap, gamers. Final lap. One more drinks break, gamers. We're gonna go for a hydration break. Hydration break, gamers. Go grab a drink, okay? Go piss if you need to. Hydration break. One more, gamers. We're going for a It's all woke now. We're going for a hydration break, okay? Oh my god, gamers. This has been one hell of a day, gamers. We have gone through the 4th and final Skittybitty. Oh, Bandy, you don't want to know. The horrors, gamers. The horrors. The horrors. It's been one hell of a time, gamers. Let's have a look, gamers. Have a brief look. Let's have a brief look. Where did Octorok get the idea for that video from?
He could only have gotten that idea from Benjamin Netanyahu. That's it.
The IDF sleeper cell woke up in it. I still love this clip, by the way.
He could only have gotten that idea from Benjamin Netanyahu. That's it.
You probably missed the most important part of this video. Hey, Skazo, do me a favor. So, what did I miss? Tell me in 2 seconds what I missed, or I'm banning you from the chat. As far as I'm concerned, you start getting into critical race theory. That's what you missed, Bandy. I'm not interested. I'm just a Nintendo YouTuber, okay? Tell me what I missed, and if we should go back. If you can't tell me in 5 seconds, I'm banning you from the chat, and you're gone. You're gone. I'm not interested. I can't stand this whole, oh, Mr. You didn't watch the whole thing. I don't care. I skip when I skip, and I'm done when I'm done, okay? I don't care. 5 seconds. You got enough time for me to raise my chair, okay? Because it's sunken a little bit. There we are. I checked. Skibby called for their audience to report Octo's death. Really? Ooh, okay, that is bad. But if anything, that will be covered here, okay? So if that's not covered here, then we'll go back, okay, chat? Right, final home stretch, gamers. Final home stretch, baby. Yeah. Also, my fiance got Splatoon Raiders, so I'm happy about that. Was someone talking shit about Skitty again? Oh, you don't want to know. The horrors, Bandit. Yeah, it's this long back and forth. Quick summation. Ski and Octorok got into like a Twitter back and forth about the Gerudos. Octorok makes a video, a shit video, he watched that. Terrible dog shit video arguing at ghosts. Skiby, like, essentially makes a reply to that and then some. Like, kind of going over why the Gerudos are a bit problematic. And I think it was a very good watch. There are historical context, I learned about Orientalism. Very good stuff. Octorok makes a reply to that 4 months later, where he made a lot of claims that he did not supply a lot of evidence for. And I'm guessing this is in reply to that. So, beef, big drama. We've been going for 6 hours, chat. Give it up for hour 6, chat. Give it up for hour 6. Yeah! Hour 6, gamers. Yeah! Let's find out, gamers, how this all ends up. Let's find out, gamers.
Hi, everyone. Skitty here.
Hello.
As you know, I've been hard at work on my Breath of the
Okay, you talk fast enough. Let's go back to 1.25 for you, okay? You gotta leave this guy be. Well, you're familiar with this? Oh, no, it's been kind of funny, to be honest. Skitty, keep farming him. Don't listen to Bandy, Skitty. Keep going after him. Keep farming him, okay? Keep farming him, okay? He's your beat-em-ups, okay? Keep farming him, okay?
Hi everyone, Skitty here. As you know, I've been hard at work on my Breath of the Wild video. I'd say the script is about 75% done, and I'm on track to finish it by the end of August at the latest. I'd love to keep my head down and continue work on the video, but unfortunately some internet drama has cropped up that bears addressing. On July 18th, Octorok Reviews released a video-
I've heard through the grapevine, Bandy, that you're the, you tend to be quite the person that tends to go up to people and be like, you tend to do this a lot where you put your hand on people's shoulders and go, it's not worth it. Okay? You gotta know when to step down, okay? I've heard that you tend to be a bit of like a neutralizing force for a lot of people. You're doing a lot of good in the shadows there, Bandy. If I was in your position, I'd be doing the opposite. Well, listen. I lost my job. I need more Morsties, okay? Make some more drama for me, okay? Oh, yeah!
Video called What's Wrong with Skittybitty. The video is 42 minutes long, supposedly took a month to make, and details an alleged months-long harassment campaign that I've supposedly waged against Octorok Reviews in the month-
Skitty approached me first. Well, they know what you are, Bandy. They know what you are. You're a neutralizing force, that's why.
On July 18th, Octorok Reviews released a video called What's Wrong with Skittybitty. The video is 42 minutes long, supposedly took a month to make, and details an alleged months-long harassment campaign-
That took a month to make. That video was not a month's worth of work. Good lord, that was terrible.
Campaign that I've supposedly waged against Octorok Reviews in the months since the release of my Gerudo video in March. And if this video had been an honest recap of everything that had happened since that video was released, encompassing both of our behavior and ending with a sincere apology towards me and a call for me to take accountability, I would frankly be cooked. Fortunately for me, I guess, this video is not-
Yeah, you would have been cooked. But goddamn.
Not that. To be clear, it's true that there were times in the past few months where I've acted in ways I regret and said things I shouldn't have. I'll be addressing those things as they come up because I-
Okay, firstly, what makes this video way more refreshing is Skittybitty just taking accountability to some degree, which is something that Octorok doesn't do at any point. Oh, I'm being harassed the whole time. It was just woe is me, woe is me, woe is me. And I'm just like, pathetic. Get off Twitter or shut up. So right off the rip, Skitty's willing to take some account of how much accountability they'll take. We'll see. We'll see, of course. Let's find out.
don't want to be the kind of person who can't admit when they make a mistake. The same cannot be said of Octo, whose video makes no attempt to accurately portray his own behavior and is completely devoid of any introspection. His video is also predicated on people not paying too close attention to the evidence he's showing of this so-called harassment campaign, because if you listen to what he's saying and take it at face value, I seem like a monster. But if you actually pause and read the screenshots he shows in his video, many of them do not show what he claims.
Exactly, I noticed that as well. We'd pause and read, and it's like, what is happening right now? I don't get it.
They do. I'm not interested in going through his video point by point and calling out every instance of him being dishonest or lying by omission. That's more effort than this issue deserves. But I also refuse to stay silent while my reputation is dragged through the mud by bad faith actors. So you can consider this video a sort of compromise. I want to set the record straight while wasting as little of both my time and yours as possible, so let's get into it.
I don't know, but you can waste my time though, Ski, honestly. Like, I live for this, okay? And the worst of their sins are being overly mean instead of being not sugarcoating. Like, yeah, literally, I just... In defense
in my
of
Gerudo video,
Skittybitty.
I said the following.
How was this? Sorry, this video's kind of scuffed. I made it in 2 days. 2 days more effort than you needed to.
In my Gerudo video, I said the following. I should note that Octo has been cordial, even friendly in our public interaction.
Looking at again, say that maybe another video. Can't wait. I always love your more analytical videos. Talking about this video, by the way.
But it doesn't feel sincere. If anything, I'm waiting for him to turn around after this video comes out and talk about how all this is so uncalled for and he's only ever been nice to me. Unsurprisingly, this is exactly how his video begins. He mentions how the very same day my Gerudo video came out, I took to Twitter to taunt him and send my followers his way. What I actually posted was this, a screenshot of an exchange Octo had in another YouTuber's replies a few weeks prior, where he was vague posting out my upcoming video, revealing my true colors in some way. Here, his vague niceties when talking to me directly contrasted with the passive-aggressive way he was talking about me on social media prior to the video's release. To hear Octo tell it, I continued to relentlessly post about him while he stayed stone-faced and ignored it all, but that's simply a lie.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is like Octo didn't really do a good job showing like a timeline of consistent harassment. He just kept saying I got harassed for 4 months, like half a year, and I didn't like showed some like disparate tweets without much context. It was very weird, wasn't it? Very weird, wasn't it, Ski?
He quote retweeted this post calling me a bully, which I quote retweeted in return saying that I was amazed by his persecution complex and apparent inability to introspect. I pointed out that he had been taking refuge in the handful of comments on his original Gerudo video and hearting only the ones telling him that he'd done nothing wrong. He quote retweeted me again saying I misunderstood his intentions with his initial video and that he had offered to work things out privately, which I had ignored. And that's true. I did ignore the message he sent me because it read to me as wildly insincere. I posted this message he sent me in the replies, pointing out that he asked, "Are we not cool?" and said that he'd prefer to avoid drama, which I found ridiculous considering he'd made an entire video based on a Twitter fight he picked with me that misrepresented what I believe. And yes,
exactly. That's what I said before, isn't it? Is that Octorok's video coming off the heels of an argument he had with Skitty just came across as a bit like, I could see how Skitty would think that's a bit snaky, isn't it? You don't want to talk to me about it, you just run off and make a video for your own audience. And that's exactly how Skitty interprets it, I assume.
Considering he'd made an entire video based on a Twitter fight he picked with me that misrepresented what I believe. And yes, his video did misrepresent what I believe. Octo says in his video that I ignore the fact that he claimed people wanted the Gerudo to be removed or retconned out of the Zelda series, which, first of all, is still not what anyone was advocating for, and second of all, isn't what a retcon is. Retconning the Gerudo out of the Zelda series would mean retroactively...
A change of outfit isn't a retcon. I don't know why he kept saying that.
Writing them out of the continuity. That's
Skitty,
what
explain it. This was your
homeboy. I've never advocated for. But I've suggested adding Maximum is a more thoughtful and well-researched character design that's less rooted in stereotypes. I'm not trying to go back and censor anything. I'm looking towards the future and thinking about how to do things differently. By this logic, Breath of the Wild retconned the Gerudo by giving them different outfits in their Ocarina of Time counterparts. It's ridiculous. But okay, back to the Twitter argument. I pointed out that the description of Octo's Gerudo video complained about, quote, oversensitive Twitter users ruining his favorite fandoms. Asking, are we not cool, was ignoring the elephant in the room, and I didn't want to entertain a conversation with him on a dishonest premise. Hopefully you can already see, just from this explanation, that this wasn't some flood of unreasonable tweets directed at Octo for no reason. It was a back and forth where I called out his cowardly behavior. He didn't respond to this, and things were quiet for about a week, until March 19th, when a Twitter user called Kieran posted a screenshot of the thumbnail for my group.
New Zelda fans really think they deserve to live. Okay, harsh. Would seem like a threat to end someone's life, but hey, it's Twitter. That's just how Twitter talks, really.
Gerudo video and captioned it, "New Zelda fans really think they deserve to live." This post got over 1 million views, and the replies and quote tweets were populated by people dehumanizing me, calling me slurs, and making invasive comments about my body. Octo knew.
Oh boy. Oh no, that's bad.
Views, and the replies and quote tweets.
Oh boy.
Were populated by people dehumanizing me, calling me slurs, and making invasive comments about my body. Octo knew about this, which I know because he replied to several of these people simply nodding along.
Hang on. Ski, not so
this
fast!
Post got over 1 million views, and the replies and quote tweets were populated by people dehumanizing me, calling me slurs, and making invasive comments about my body. Octo knew about this, which I know because he replied to several of these people.
I sincerely apologize for releasing a monstrosity upon you all, but thanks for the laugh, man. Only the guy all the annoying Zelda fans are crying over? Based. Yep, that's me. Oh, hang on.
Me, calling me slurs, and making invasive comments about my body. Octo knew about this, which I know because he replied to several of these people simply nodding along.
Not so fast, not so fast. Let me read them, man. Let me read them. Leftist zoomies don't deserve the fruits of the labors so many people sacrifice to make. I miss when the Gerudo were entirely evil, greedy bastards. This grey morality bullshit makes everything so bland and uninteresting. Probably the worst take I've seen today. I've seen a lot of bad takes today. They're always thieves and still are, I think. There's something changed here together. Yeah, they suddenly became Amazon-like warriors for some reason. Don't know why I decided to go in that direction. Kind of a weird retcon. Probably a
nodding
retcon,
along. At no
Watch the video. Stupid bias and attacks another better content creator. What exactly are you trying to make here?
At no
I don't know if these tweets are these replies underneath the initial tweet that we saw? Like, are all of these replies that Octorok is saying?
No invasive comments about my body. Octo knew about
Are underneath
this,
these?
No, because he replied to several of these people simply nodding along.
What? Like, is it? I can't tell if they are. Oh, this post. Okay, so the post got taken down, didn't it? Okay, I'm guessing this post is unavailable.
Simply nodding along. At no point did
he. I can't really make heads or tails of this because I don't know if all these replies, because Skitty ain't showing the threads. So these would be bad if they were in the same thread. These were very bad, but I can't really tell, to be honest.
At no point did he
I can't make heads or tails. I think it's the same accounts on different posts. Let me see.
Over
Hang on.
1 million views, and the replies and quote tweets were
I'm trying to read some of the replies.
populated by people dehumanizing me, calling me slurs, and making invasive comments about my body. Octo knew about this, which I know because he replied to several of these people simply nodding along. At no
Again, I can't really make heads or tails of that, unfortunately.
point did he disavow the blatant harassment. On the contrary, he was actively being friendly.
This is the guy that made the hang on. I think the implication is that yeah, but I can't prove that though. I need to see it. I need to see it with my own eyes. I can't make any assumptions. Okay, but this is the guy. Hang on. This guy? It was this guy. Hang on. This guy, chat. These shitty foils need to be put in there. Oh no! This was more recent, but it further proves that he knew this thread was happening. Okay, that's bad. That's terrible. This isn't in the same comment thread, but like, oh dear lord, holy shit! Oh my god. Yeah. Hey, it's Terran. You know, Skitty tried to claim that you were calling them to kill you. Your modern Zelda fans pretend to live post a few months ago. I remember that. And hang on, hey. So this is just hang on, gamers. This might be worse than we thought. Hang on. March 19th, 2026, okay? I'm guessing March, so this is July. So 4 months later, chat, this guy replies to a something else going, hey, do you remember that tweet you made that one time? Wasn't that funny? So out of nowhere, you're just like relitigating, you're refueling the fire again. And this is a man who claimed that I'm getting so much harassment. Hey, do you remember that post you made? Wasn't that fun? Wasn't that fun? What? This guy is a baby. This guy's like a tip. If anything, this is why I hate this guy the most. He's such a crybaby. Oh, I was getting harassed. Skitty wants me dead because they made fun of Charlie Kirk. Hey, you remember that thread? Do you want to keep posting the thread again? Yeah, and Skitty's the one that keeps the drama going. This guy seems like the chief instigator, if you ask me. I don't think Skitty's helping, just to be clear. They are still Stalin in all this. But this guy has no spine. No wonder he's an Octorok, eh? Oh my god. And we're supposed to feel bad for him. I don't feel bad for him at all.
With the people doing it. At this time, Octo
He's like my least favorite archetype of person. Where it's like, if you're going to be provocative, be provocative. If you want to be a coward, be a coward. You can't be provocative and then be a coward. It doesn't work. I hate people like that. It's so boring. There's a type of chat to come in your chat and say, hey, remember the Nintendo Land file? I'm like, yeah, I know, me and him are chill. I've got to invite him to play like Fortnite or something soon. I think I should do that.
Also in the replies to my
showing footage of a Sharia court in Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan, a nation of 45 Muslims, is not bad faith, nor does it reflect on all Muslims anyway. It's simply one example of how Sunni jurisprudence is enforced. Firstly, it was the Taliban, and secondly, it was your only depiction. So, like, I could see how people would have a problem with that. In fact, if anything, as a Muslim, I have a problem with that. You didn't want to show multiple, like, interpretations of the religion, just one by a terrorist group that runs a nation now? Weird hill you're dying on there, Octorok. I don't know. Hang on. Very Orientalist of you. Very Orientalist of you, huh? On both parties to lose, but Octopus should be sentenced first. I think Octopus should get the gulag. I think Skitty should get jail. That's where I'm at the moment. That's kind of where I'm at. 30 days in the county jail. For Octorok, at least like 6 years in the gulag, you know?
My tweet from a week prior, publicly defending his decision to use a documentary about the Taliban as a
he still stands
source
by
for,
it.
quote, real-world Islamic cultures in his Gerudo video, which I, quote, retweeted, calling him a fucking...
Yeah, imagine dying on this hill, literally.
Spineless weasel. Was this mean? Yes. Was it
Yes.
unprompted? No. It was around this time that my friend and community moderator Boobly decided to join Octo's then public Discord server to see how he was talking about the situation within his community. Octo claims that I sent Boobly to harass him and his community members, which is flatly untrue on both counts. To be clear, Boobly was involved in the original thread that sparked Octo's Gerudo video, and in that video, Octo showed his tweets on screen with his profile picture uncensored, calling him a freak. I didn't send Boobly in on some sort of recon mission. He joined a public Discord of his own volition. Octo claims he harassed people in there, but he doesn't provide any evidence of this because it doesn't exist. At most, Boobly repeatedly asked for clarification about why, for example, Octo put cropped of Riju in the same video in which he argued that the fetishization of the Gerudo wasn't a real issue. The only person Boobly was even a little bit mean to was this mysterious individual, and I won't make you wonder who it could be because I'll tell you. This is the same man who made a thread about me on the notorious harassment forum Kiwi Farms.
Oh no. Oh no. Not really helping your case there, are you, Octo? You've got someone in your Discord server that's like that made the thread as well.
I made a video about this guy over a year ago on my second channel, which I'll link in an iCard if you're curious. Speaking of Kiwi Farms, though, it's worth noting that several of the sources Octo cites in this video that demonstrate my alleged misdeeds are pulled directly from my Kiwi Farms thread. If you look at
Really now? If anything, I think that makes his video like retroactively worse. Instead of like finding instances where he was getting harassed or things that bothered him, so he went to Skittybitty's Kiwi Farms thread to trawl around for like, what can I find in here that will embarrass Skittybitty? Is that all? Do we have proof of this though? Hang on.
The screenshot he shows of my redesigned Gerudo drawing, it's identical to the one posted on my thread on the farm.
Hang on, 45.
Farms down to the number of likes. If you look at the screenshot he shows of my
9 comments, 45 likes, 191.
Redesigned Gerudo drawing, it's identical to
9 likes for that. That's bad, brother. That's crazy work. I'll just say that much.
the one posted on my thread on the farms, down to the number of likes, reposts, and comments. And like, you have to imagine Octo scrolling through posts like this, and this, and this, and this, and still being like, yep, this is definitely a good source of information. The last thing I'll say about
Jesus Christ, I don't because like at least when Skittybitty mentioned Octorok in the other threads with the new Zelda fans think they deserve to live, I couldn't see for sure if those replies were in the same Twitter thread. But like, he's literally falling through Kiwi Farms, so he's seen some of the most abhorrent things that people are saying about Skittybitty, and then what? Just to get back at her for like harassing you, like. Just get off Twitter, broski. Come on.
My Kiwi Farms thread.
Or just fight back in your own way, you know?
That it's probably where he found this infamous clip from my now private stream where I reacted to Synthetic Man's Tears of the Kingdom review. Let's watch it now. I'm going to apologize for apologizing for saying the re-education camp thing. I'm saying
this bit. Have we got more context for this bit?
This guy gets the wall. That sure does sound bad, saying he gets the wall in allusion to execution by firing squad.
That's
Why would I say
bad.
something like that? Well, here's the full clip, including the context that prompted my response.
And Riju's a Gerudo, and if you've seen any of their Rule 34, you know they're usually sporting a little something extra.
He's saying that in some Rule 34, which is gamer for some Gerudo are portrayed with a
So if I'm getting the pronouns wrong, I do apologize.
a phallus. And because he has seen so much porn that it has completely rotted his brain. That's the only explanation for this behavior. I'm going to apologize for apologizing for saying the re-education camp thing. I'm saying that again and standing by it this time. This guy gets the wall. Okay, that's pretty heinous, but...
yeah, even with the extended clip, I think it still looks bad, yes?
Maybe you still think my gets the wall comment was a little bit much. I mean, Synthetic Man would never say something like that.
Stop. Nobody says bigotry except subhumans. People who should be executed, every single one of them, without exception. They need to face the wall.
I might say 2 wrongs don't make a right.
2 wrongs don't make a right? Sure. I can respect that. Either way, I haven't used language like that since, so let's just call it even and move on. To recap.
I think that's fair. I think we can call that even and move on, right, chat? I'd say let's. Oh, you know what? A soul for a soul. Let's move on. Okay.
Yeah, I didn't send Boobly into Octo's Discord, and he wasn't inflammatory towards anyone except for the one guy who he knew was the creator of my Kiwi Farms thread. It's worth noting that Octo knew from the start who this guy was and chose to keep him around, not because he enjoyed his company, but simply because he figured his incessant ramblings would be better off contained in his Discord than left to fester online. How do I know this? Well, I talked to him about it. While I was working on my Gerudo video, I watched Octo's Wind Waker review, and frankly, I hated it. I have my own criticisms towards Wind Waker. It's not my favorite Zelda game, but I thought his video about it was genuinely awful. I wanted to react to it live on stream and tear it apart, which I would have been fully within my rights to do, but it didn't feel great to unnecessarily stir up additional drama with Octo, especially since the Wind Waker video had nothing to do with me or our feud. So I reached out to him to ask if I could react to it, and he expressed hesitation, which, fair, especially since friend of the channel and now famous ex-boyfriend Walter White had gotten on Octo's case about a strange line in his Wind Waker video that goes as follows.
I think it makes sense
I think
that
we heard about this,
as a
didn't we?
ruthless pirate captain, would have zero sense of empathy or remorse. How else would a young woman manage to command the respect of an entire crew of men while out at sea, where no laws or social customs can possibly protect her? Walt asserted on Twitter that this was Octo arguing that Wind Waker was poorly written because the pirate crew would have assaulted Tetra. Octo claims that that line didn't imply sexual violence, but rather mutiny. I don't want to spend too much time on this because it's very difficult.
Yeah, it's a bit like we're getting into what did Octorok reviews intend with what he said, and it's like we're getting into like weird territory here, you know?
Intent when one of the parties is literally the author, but I will say that pirate mutiny was actually relatively uncommon historically. If the line had gone something like, how else would a young pirate captain keep her crew in line, it would have still been shaky in terms of historicity, but it wouldn't have been creepy. Mind you, this is the same video where he claims the Gerudo kidnap Link so they can sexually assault him, complete with that infamous Riju image, and where he dedicates several minutes to wondering aloud about whether the Kokiri have sex. Him specifying that Tetra is a young woman commanding a group of men, his line about laws and social customs does lend itself to Walt's reading. But if Octo says he didn't mean to imply sexual violence, well, that's sort of the end of the conversation. So anyway, Octo and I agreed to have a longer conversation to come to some sort of understanding, which happened a few days later in the form of a 2.5-hour long call on Discord.
Oh, so this is the truce. 2 hour call on Discord.
In which he was very friendly and apologetic, both for making his Gerudo video in the first place without reaching out to me, and for the harassment I'd received in the aftermath. He assured me that my assumptions about him were wrong. He wasn't a bigot. He grew up in a diverse, liberal community. His best friend is a gay star, and he never meant any harm. He asked if Walter Wide was an alt of mine, and I explained that he was actually my ex-boyfriend who had been living with me during the early days of working on my Gerudo video. Walt and I kept our relationship private up until Octo decided to reveal, both on Twitter and in his video about me, that we had dated, which, to be clear, is fine. Walt is a good friend of mine, and sometimes you try something that doesn't work out. Neither of us.
Yeah, it was a bit weird that he specified. Oh, could you believe that ex is simping? And I'm just like,
hard feelings about it, and it's frankly out of line for Octo to wonder aloud why he's still quote-unquote simping for me despite us having broken up.
That was a weird
I feel like
bit,
the obvious answer is because we were friends before we dated, and we're still friends afterwards. During this call, we also talked about the harassment I'd been dealing with on Twitter, which he apologized for, and I apologized in turn for accusing him of being a racist gamergator creep in my video. He talked about how difficult it was to have people group him in with a particular political ideology based on the limited information he shares online, and I empathized with that, but reminded him that he has control over what he posts, and that if he never pushes back against far-right talking points, people will be justified in believing he agrees with them. We also talked briefly about him being sponsored by the Dragon's Treasure, an open, unrepentant bigot who we'll talk more about later. Octo laughed nervously when I brought it up, saying that he's certainly never going to take a sponsorship without doing a background check ever again. I wish I pushed him harder on this, but he seemed to agree that the Dragon's Treasure was indefensible. The last thing I'll say about this call is that, as part of it, I told Octo something about myself that I hadn't been public about previously. Our conversation had convinced me that I had misjudged him and that I could trust him with this information, but I'm getting ahead of myself. We'll come back to this in a few minutes. After our call, we pinned comments under our respective videos reminding our audiences not to harass the other and decided to bury the hatchet. He gave me his blessing to react to any of his videos with the stipulation that Walt be excluded from any such streams. I agreed, and we went our separate ways. Octo alludes repeatedly to a truce we made at this point, but there was no such agreement. We didn't need a truce. I simply thought I'd misjudged him, and he was feeling so good after our call that he told his whole Discord server how much fun it was to talk to me, even suggesting that we could be on a podcast together.
Oh, so as I thought, it wasn't a truce. It was just like, we're kind of chill now, as I said, right?
But in the weeks following our call, his posting got increasingly inflammatory until finally, following the...
Okay, hang on, here we go. Okay, we got another tweet collage gamers. Let's go.
So good after our call that he told his whole Discord server how much fun it was to talk to me, even suggesting that we could be on a podcast together. But in the weeks following...
Okay, here we go. So, Skitty asserts that, like, in the weeks following, Octorok's tweets got like more and more unhinged. So okay, let's go. So let's start with tweet 1. The Zelda casting genuinely saved us from going down the worst town possible. We're very glad Bo got the role. She's like a great fit. Everything will have good writing or all be for naught. Like, okay. Sure. All right. Oh, whoops. All right. I think I'll find a way to... this is Caleb Hammer. Okay. Caleb Hammer. Okay. All right, I think of a way to balance acceptable left-wing and right-wing podcasts. I'll go Asmongold and Destiny as a start. Oh my god. Do we like? Sounds like a good time. It'd be funny if you got Hassan on the show, but something tells me you wouldn't want to talk to anyone who might talk circles around him on economics. Okay, sure, all right. That's not a bit of a non-starter there, okay. Last Jedi loses 92% of his screenings in China in the second weekend. Insults the IQ and the stars aren't very beautiful. Americans have forgotten why having beautiful characters is important, but the rest of the world hasn't. Star Wars discourse. You always have to be a bit sus of Star Wars discourse. 1 out of 10 sus, but okay, strange. Okay. What's next? A central plank of leftist politics today is a masculine. Okay, now hang on. A central plank of leftist of politics today is emasculation, and not just the proximate sense of feminism, etc. It means literal emasculation, and currently the advocacy of male sterilization. In future, there will be a major political dividing line. In 50,000 years, when man has conquered the stars, we'll look back on the morons like this and laugh at realizing that the man snipped his own balls because he believed in a doomed vision of what the future that never came to pass. Why are you quote tweeting this? If anything, I'm confused. Why are we? What? Okay, that's just weird. You're a Zelda channel, bro. Why are you quote tweeting this? What? That's just okay. Oh, what's the next one? Here's Andrew Rakic calling for the genocide of white children, saying he'd gladly take part. Okay, now we're getting very okay. This is getting crazy. I steal guns, hand them out to Indians, and make it my life mission to go over. We don't have to tolerate people like this. You're replying to someone called the agro-nationalist? I like to imagine him getting caught stealing guns and facing the execution by the settlers, and he's like, no, wait, please, the state can't execute people. Why are you replying to this? What is going on here? This is just some, like, culture war drivel. Why are you even replying to this right now? What is happening? If I'm Skittybitty, I'm being confused right now. I thought we were just Zelda content creators, you know what I mean? If you want to do, exactly. If you want to do the right-wing grift, then do the right-wing grift. But like, Octorok Reviews is a Zelda channel. Just do Zelda stuff. Why are you doing this? He's in the pipeline by the looks of it, isn't it? Hang on, so what comes after that? Imagine being a Greek soldier who fought Barbara Roy all your life in defense of your city and its people, only for some sheltered white woman 3,000 years to came. You're perpetuating early modern forms of colonialism when tales of your exploits were written down in the greatest poets of your time. Surely there'd been could have been a logical reason for ancient Greeks to distrust non-Greeks. No large empires would try to subjugate them and take their liberties away. Well, what are you just become quartering, bro? Just become this is just some right-wing drivel. What is this? What's happening right now? What is going on? Octo's a moron for engaging with this, and Skitty is 1-2 for showing off these. What's this proving? I'm guessing it's proving that there was a truce. They were both chill, and then obviously since they both follow each other, Skitty gets Octorok's tweets and replies in the timeline, where it just became evidently, if the timeline's anything to go by, more politically rotted over time. That's the point that Skitty's trying to prove, and I think they're doing a good job of that, because this just seems like if I followed someone like this, I would have unfollowed them ages ago, bro, or I would have just made fun of them or something. What's this all about? Moon Girl's queer coding is especially cool, by the way, because it does actually have queer characters, so it doesn't feel like they're sneaking something in. Like, it has multiple layers of representation. Like, the person telling her this clip is... Okay, sure. This is just someone happy that there's representation. Okay. Gamerverse bringing out all the Tumblr refugees from 2017 who ruined modern Western anime... Oh, no. Modern Western animation. I can't handle the slightest bit of normal fan service in adult animation. Will shout from the rooftop how great is their sexualized being represented in a children's show. What? It's just a flag in a... What is happening right now? What is this drivel? You don't need to post this. Yeah, this is just weird. This is just... What is that? Just become a right-wing grift channel, bro. It's a flat... No wonder... Okay. I can't base in the United States. Sorry about those types of American. We're doing our best to get out of here. So we're doing our best to get them out of here, so just bear with us. Okay. All right. What do you mean by that? Yeah, what did he mean by that? Mostly it's okay if this is to become a more... I don't know. Okay. I'm just going to clarify. If anyone says Morsey this, I'm banning you from the chat, okay? I'm bored of you. Ban. I don't care. I'm banned. Sorry. Oh, Musty, this video's getting a bit uncomfy. I'm getting uncomfy, Musty. I'm getting uncomfy. Could this not be a more... Shut up. Leave my chat. Leave my chat. I don't care. 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 You knew what we're getting into when I first started reacting to this, okay? Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. I don't care. Boring.
Following the review.
We were going down a rabbit hole today. We know, okay? We know what's happening today. Shut up, shut up, shut up. Okay, so that's the collage. And I think it's fair to say, if you had a truce with someone who said they were, you know, trying to, like, have some introspection, and they slowly started posting more right-wing drivel, I'd say it's fair for Skitty to just go, okay, I'm going to reply to this shit.
Could be on a podcast together. But in the weeks following our call, his posting got increasingly inflammatory until finally, following the reveal of God of War Laufey at the 2026 State of Play, there was a massive backlash with countless right-wing grifters claiming that the protagonist had been deliberately made ugly for some reason. Now, let's stop here for a moment because I'm going to be engaging with this argument briefly, but I do not want to grant the premise. The idea that this character is in any way ugly is ridiculous. Sure, she doesn't look like she's 20 years old, but that's because she's not meant to be.
I said the same thing.
She's based on an actress in her 40s, and she looks just like her. Octo claims in his video that I got mad because he didn't find her attractive, which is bullshit. I don't care that he's not subjectively attracted to her. I got mad because he retweeted multiple people complaining about her design.
Ooh, here we go. Another tweet collage. Let's be quick about this one.
Shit. I don't care that he's not subjectively attracted to her. I got mad because he retweeted
cinematic parallels. Oof. Okay. What's it? The God of War finished spending a huge backlash for making in-game character way uglier. I don't understand why people hate creating beautiful women. Like, you have a gorgeous model and you downgrade it to make it seem strong or what? I don't want to be attractive and badass at the same time. This is just, again, more nonsense drivel. Mr. May got pissed at his view of like in the God of War. Force positivity is worse than any negativity. Octorok reposted again. And then what was the last one? Jack Quaid is on the set filming for God of War. Once you've played movie slop, you will never stop wanting to beat Santa Monica Studios to death with your bare hands. Okay, sure, okay. Why do people pretend like a female protagonist is never an issue? What's the point of being this disingenuous? Because they're willingly and intentionally pretending like they're fighting against misogyny, when in reality, they know they're just defending the uglification of art. It's easier to convince normies to support you if you pretend like your enemies are woman-hating gamers, and not just people that know it's a deliberate agenda being asserted into their media. Yeah, this guy's just become like, what was it, like, just become like a Hyrule thetic. What was it? What did we call it? Turning Point Hyrule? Just rebrand your channel, broski. This is bullshit.
Hanging out in the replies to this post by right-wing Twitter provocatorist Rock Solid, bemoaning the uglification of art and the deliberate agenda being inserted into games. He had a back and forth with someone whose account is
apolitical, by the way. Oh, whoops. Oh, what happened there?
The idea that this character is in any way ugly is ridiculous. She's not subjectively attracted to her. I got mad because he retweeted multiple people complaining about her design and was hanging out in the replies to this post by right-wing Twitter provocatorist Rock Solid, bemoaning the uglification of art and the deliberate agenda being inserted into games. He had a back and forth with someone whose account is unfortunately inaccessible now, but what finally got me to chime in was this tweet, which reads, purposefully making a character look older and less
we read this, didn't we, guys? I'll jump ahead.
Other motivations, which all intersect. But it's a general problem that's spread in Western artistic pursuits for some time now. Why else do you think Eastern games don't have this problem? This was so ridiculous to me, a human being with eyes, that I quote retweeted it with a photo comparing the in-game model to the actress she's based on and said, how is he not deeply embarrassed by this behavior? He replied in his usual nice guy tone, walking back his claim from, this is a deliberate attempt to uglify Western art.
The Martin Bailey game, as like I said.
Result of the woke agenda to, I think they could have done a better job with the character model. He said he thought the actress looked prettier in real life, and when I pressed him, he admitted that he just meant the new.
Well, first of all, I do think it captures the model looks like the actress. Second of all, I'd appreciate if you could tell me what specifically about the model strategy was as attractive. Mainly the camera thing, makeup effects, obviously faction, but it appears physically older. The photos. Other than that, the actress has aged almost 10 years since the character's debut. Using references from that time would make more sense. Additionally, being a goddess, I think she wouldn't age naturally the way humans do. This is the problem I have with Kratos 2018 design as well. Well, if Kratos 2018 aged, it's fair that Laufey also ages as well. Using normies unironically in 2026, crazy. Huh? Lots of people are making the same observations, so I thought what I was seeing was accurate. Lots of people said it, therefore. Original God of War created Def Jam. I also had the same opinion, so this is a me thing. That's just my take anyway. Just my opinion.
New design had new lines and wrinkles that weren't there previously. So now we've gone from the deliberate uglification of Western art to she has some extra wrinkles on her face. And just as a quick reminder, he doesn't show any of this context in his video about me. He just claims that I imply he's a misogynist for no reason, and not because he claimed that a 40-year-old woman having some wrinkles on her face is the product of some nefarious Western plot to uglify art. He never replied to this tweet.
Is David Jaff is not a source for sensible thought. Oh, is he bad? David Jaff problematic? Who's he? What did he do?
At this point, I think a fair question for people who are critical of me in the situation would be, who cares? There are plenty of chuds on the internet. Why fixate on this one? Why keep up with
That's what Bandy told you, yes!
what he's saying. And frankly, I shouldn't have. This exchange should have been sufficient reason to disengage and move on with my life.
Yes.
That would have been the mature thing to do. But if I can be honest, I felt betrayed. Octo had convinced me during our call that his intentions were good. He wasn't some sort of culture warrior or bigot, but here he was, participating in a right-wing outrage campaign plucked straight out of 2016. So
I can see that being the case. Remember, they had a 2-hour conversation with this guy where it was like, I imagine that Skitty was told, I don't know obviously the nature of the conversation, but I imagine they were told like, oh yeah, I'm not like that kind of guy. I'm not that kind of guy. And then obviously slowly over time, you see this person drift that way. I can see why you'd feel a bit betrayed, yeah.
I'm not afraid to admit that I stayed plugged into this shit show.
You ever have called Metroid Dread a bad game because he didn't know how to shoot out ceiling to get further? Yeah, okay, that guy sucks.
For longer than I should have. But yet again, what I've described so far is very different from the months-long harassment campaign Octo would like you to believe I've been perpetuating all on my own. What actually happens is Octo makes a statement that I think is dumb in a public forum. I respond,
you reply,
rinse and repeat. At the risk of sounding condescending, that's the entire point of Twitter. The last thing that I'll say about the law.
Oh my god, yes, literally. It seems like Octorok seems to think it's like the halls of Oxford, like big debates happen on the Twitter machine. It's like, no, that's not what Twitter's for, literally.
Discourse is that the same day I quote retweeted Octo, I also quote the following. Unprivating, just to say, imagine being pregnant for 9 months and going through childbirth just to have your fucking...
It's original 2005 God of War game, but it's super uninvolved the rest of the series. Okay, got it.
Grow up to call women hags online and throw temper tantrums over the mere presence of an attractive female protagonist who doesn't look like she's 20. This tweet is not specifically about Octorok reviews. Remember, Twitter was abuzz with people giving their takes on this discourse. And as Octo correctly pointed out in his own video, he's never called a woman a hag, quote unquote, unironically. Instead of coming to the reasonable conclusion then that this tweet video, he's never called a woman a hag, quote unquote, unironically.
In light of today's events, I'm retiring my own personal use of the term hag for 30-plus-year-old VTubers. That shit's so demoralizing over time. I'm sad now. We say it affectionate. I might call Dizzy a hag, but it's the only time she's supposed to be beautiful. Can't say that to an actual hag, though. Look what I found while editing lore. Interesting. Interesting, Mr. Octorok reviews. Interesting opinions of women. Are you and Alex Mayer's friends by any chance?
Instead of coming to the reasonable conclusion then that this tweet wasn't about him, he uses it as an example of me allegedly
bringing my family into things.
Which is such an obviously ridiculous accusation that I cannot believe people are confronting me with it unironically. This is a post about man-children online being misogynistic weirdos, and there were countless people who fit that description. His assertions that this was specifically. This is a post about man-children online being misogynistic weirdos, and there were countless...
That's just AI This is just AI slop, bro. What is this shit, man? Get these, check these out here. I'm not looking at more of them.
This post constitutes bringing his mother into the discourse, and even claiming that people jokingly saying there's still time for a late abortion, or I brought you into this world.
These are the only 2 or 4 examples he shows of harassment in entire women that he spent a month vacant, and not even directly. Yeah, that's what I said as well. That's literally what I said. Like, if they were being genuinely harassed, I stand with you. This.
And now I'm going to take you out, are making threats on his life, are a colossal reach at best and deliberately dishonest at worst. Octo didn't block me after the Lofty debacle, by the way. He actually blocked me after I responded to him criticizing a video about plagiarism by famous YouTuber H-Bomber Guy with this tweet, teasing him about a sentence in his Gerudo video.
Definitely H-Bomber Guy's worst video. Lots of baseless accusations of stretching the truth.
That is worded.
I'm very surprised to hear that you don't like that video. I can't imagine why. Okay.
Suspiciously similarly to a sentence in My Tears of the Kingdom critique. Ganondorf pieces out, and Riju has the only intelligent thought in the entire game.
And honestly, there are whole scenes in this game where she's the only character who articulates an even decently intelligent thought.
Was this an example of me instigating? Yes. Was it that serious?
No.
I specifically said that I didn't think it was a big deal, and if I had, I would have brought it up in my video.
Yeah, it's just you like doing Twitter funny, and him not understanding you were doing dumb Twitter funny. They both seem so invested in each other. It's a classic case where I think they both need to like put a sock in it. Do you know what I mean? But oh no, man. Listen, I'm here for it. I want to be honest. I'm here for it.
But he didn't seem to think it was very funny, and he blocked me. That's his prerogative. This is another point at which I should have disengaged, but at this point, it felt like a train wreck that I couldn't tear my eyes away from. Whether it was retweeting...
You know, I'm kind of there. You know what I mean? I'm kind of... Oh, hang on, Pokemon? Oh my god, we can't. We can't escape Pokemon. What's this? I don't think Meganium hate is tied to misogyny. It's just the fact that it's easily the weakest starter. Yes, Meganium hate is tied to the fact that Pokemon was a game by little boys, and little boys think that spiky gators and fire bears are cooler than a flower cucumber. This is because they're a... Oh no! Oh no! Oh, Cecily vindicated again! Oh no! What a moron! Oh man! I still think that Cecily video was a bit naff, but man, being vindicated in real time must be crazy. That's crazy work, man.
Retweeting people unironically doing the Pokemon is for boys, which is why no one likes Meganium shtick, celebrating mass layoffs at Bungie, or retweeting this post.
What? Celebrating mass layoffs at Bungie? What?
Ironically doing the Pokemon is for boys, which is why no one likes Meganium shtick, celebrating.
So, sending to left half Bungie, the French gendered it. That's just, of course, what people lose jobs, but it's what happens when you make unappealing games. 800 deploys, too many people. Yeah, okay.
Mass layoffs.
Yes, you clowns, you deserve every bit of this collapse. You brought onto yourself with greed, lies, and creative bankruptcy. Destiny 3 will never happen, and Marathon's going to continue to flop. They cared more about infecting their own development studio with activism and niched modernist art. Oh, boy. Than they did when making games people actually wanted to play. Again, replying to Rock Solid, who's a right-wing provocateur as well. So, layoffs bad unless it happens to a company I hate.
At Bungie, or retweeting this post about
Honestly, just make Turning Point Hyrule, bro. Come on, be real.
the ultimate redemption of degenerate Hyrule, posted by Twitter user PragerU1488. Yes, really. He just seemed to keep getting worse. Lest you think this is the point at which things become completely one-sided, by the way, Octo continued to post about me both directly and indirectly multiple times from the end of May, which things become completely one-sided, by the way. Octo continued to.
If this slander being said about me was enough to make unfollow, can you at least do a force unfollow too? The idea of hating me but keeping me around as an extra follow is sending me. I know you are really hard up for those numbers, but damn, I don't know what this means. I don't know what a force on follow is. I have no idea what the fuck that is. Wait, they don't just block you out? No, of an explanation. I guess your former oomph is less considerate than mine was. Oh, shut up, man. Shut up. Oh my god. Your former Twitter. Shut up, man.
To post about me both directly.
Let me show my personal experience. I was just blocked by a latest creator. I know it. I was a bit confused at the time when it was. But a week later, they unblocked me. And I thought, I guess I had that crash at moment. Okay. 4 months later, they published a giant hit piece on me, which had been harassing me constantly ever since. So, moral of the story, don't trust someone like that. I foolishly tried to understand and make peace with that person. I never worked. If someone shows you how they are, believe them. Oh, boo-hoo, nigga. Jesus Christ. Shut up, man. Honestly, just make Turning Point Hyrule and just call the Gerudo some slurs, bro. Oh, be a real man, okay? Honestly.
And indirectly.
What's this? Well, I found my new clip. Is this more porn? Looks very lewd. I'm amazed at how seriously people take dirty jokes. I made a couple ones in a video, man. As a dipshit trying to pay it as also serious offense. Like, nah, buddy. Sometimes we just do comedy over here. Are you still standing by that Riku joke? Are you still standing by that fucking Riku joke? Yeah, this guy's got to go. This guy. Oh my god.
Made the beginning of.
What's this? The Odyssey will flop because it's what. And obviously they get comically shot. These fuckers can't even allow us to have an opinion of a stupid movie without thinking about killing it. I got called Hitler because of my opinion of the movie. Oh boy. I've been calling you Hitler this whole time, broski. I've been calling you Hitler this whole time. God damn. He's not gonna like it when this 7-hour Morsley comes out, right, chat? Oh man. I know, it's just a Twitter gif, bro. That's just what... There are gifs sometimes... I remember someone in my Discord server said, like, they didn't like Metro Dread. And I posted that one gif of, like, Soldier Boy from, like... was it? I was gonna say from Homelander. Shooting? Where is it? Do I have gif somewhere? Yeah, this one. This gif here. It's just a dumb little gif. It's just like... This is what you do. That's just fun. The fun comes from the exaggeration. Where you're just like shooting someone for a take. Oh my god.
July, and it was at that point, just under 2 weeks ago, that things completely blew up. 2 things happened on the morning of July 11th. First, Octo was complaining about Orientalism discourse again.
Why do people hate these costumes? They look really cute. I do think they look really cute. Because people think the costumes are racist for some reason instead of a celebration of ethnicity culture they came from. It's Orientalism. Orientalism doesn't celebrate anything. It's about ignorance. I like you guys completely... Oh, he's in the fucking train. Again, remember, this was a completely unrelated thread, by the way, guys. Completely unrelated thread, and he's still in the trenches. You gotta read more Edward Said, brother.
In the replies to a tweet about the stereotypical costumes in Mario Kart World, he said, I like how you people made up a word in the 70s to describe a completely normal phenomenon that applies to literally all foreign cultures across time and use it to justify your desire to fuck with video games made by Japanese people. What a complete waste of academic funding. I screenshotted this and posted it with the caption, he's going so far out of his way to prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that this was never a discussion he was even remotely capable of having at all, let alone in good faith.
Yeah, exactly. Like, your reply reads what? Completely applies to all foreign cultures to justify your desire to fuck with video games made by Japanese people. What a complete waste of academic funding. if you don't want to have conversations about Orientalism, maybe don't reply to tweets of people saying it's Orientalism. I don't know.
Faith. He never addressed this. The thing he latched
Of course he never addressed this!
was that I quote retweeted a now infamous Rock Solid post about having sex with Roadkill with a screenshot of Octo's glad to have you back.
Caps and type out stuff like
I've occasionally done the Homelander gif at some of Skitty's takes, but Octo might genuinely be a problem with how he defends the true shit.
Yeah, no, honestly, Skittybitty and all this is definitely like a bit obsessive, maybe gone a bit too far. Definitely 7 levels of woke higher than me, right? But like their biggest, what is Skittybitty's ultimately biggest crime? I think there was like one thing that like Skitty did where I'm just like, yeah, okay, that was a bit fucked. But like when I look at Octorok, like there's a lot of I'm just become a right-wing chud, bro. Come on. Why are you making Zelda videos? Be a right-wing chud, man. That's all you gotta do.
Tweet from when Rock was unbanned a couple months prior. My point was not to literally suggest Octo endorsed this take, just to highlight that Octo's a big fan of this weirdo, retweets him constantly, and is openly friendly with him. Octo claims I maliciously edited the date out of this tweet to make it look like he agreed with Rock here, which is silly because this is a mobile screenshot. The date's under the tweet, but whatever. If he had an issue with the post, I wasn't gonna fight him on it. I took it down. At this point, some people in my comments were like, why are you tweeting about this guy so much? Which, fair question, so in response, I quote the following. The thing is, if Octo would simply stop posting racist and creepy shit, I would have no reason to pick on him. If, after our call, he introspected a bit and moved away from reactionary politics and the culture war and focused on his interests, I would have nothing against him. But no, in the months since my video, he's retreated into his right-wing echo chamber to lick his wounds and complain to anyone who will listen about how the West has fallen and how Orientalism was invented to ruin video games or whatever. He's been totally captured, and it's sad.
I think that's fair, right? I think I've noticed this too, right? It seems like from the timeline we've gone, it seems like he went from, you know, Star Wars Last Jedi bad, which is a bit like, okay, to like tweeting about like fucking people being emasculated or like what. It really became like, just like, what are you tweeting, broski? What's happening right now, you know?
The thread ends with me quote retweeting one of Octo's followers who called
hang on, there we go.
the Gerudo sand N-word.
Oh my god, this is borderline psychotic. Like, you're obsessed with him because he was mean to sand. These are your people now. I hope it was worth it.
And saying, these are your people now. I hope it was worth it. Octo quote retweeted the first post
Oh my god, man.
in that thread saying, so let me get this straight. You came out of our call expecting me to just never have an opinion you didn't agree with ever again. Are you actually stupid?
I think we read this, so I'll jump ahead.
Of things, and that was a step too far from you. After all the crazy shit you post, you have no capacity for self-reflection whatsoever. This post is a good segue to a couple of the more dishonest accusations Octo made against me in this video. One, that I glorified the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and two,
which I don't think you did. I think, glorified? Potentially.
That I'm racist against white people.
Well, you glorified his death, not his assassination, to be clear.
Because I reposted a meme making fun of the
so we got the whole meme. Hang on. Nice damage control, because we can see where you are from now. Zelda isn't for you. It's European medieval fantasy story inspired by Tolkien. I don't know, remember this quest from Zelda? I was like, the context makes this even funnier. So this is from like dipshit default idiot going, Zelda's not for you. It's for us European whites. Yeah. And then someone just went, yeah, remember this quest destroy the... In fact, this makes the tweet funnier. This makes the tweet funnier. Oh my god. I love this. I want to go repost this tweet myself now. Because there's some dude being an absolute dipshit. Nice job. Now we can see where you're from. It's not for you. It's for us. It's like, yeah, destroy the right. That's even funnier now.
Conspiracy theory, and furthermore, because I claim there's no such thing as white people, which is true. The idea of whiteness is an arbitrary category defined by
Okay. I get what. Okay, I think if I'm the idea of whiteness is an arbitrary category because what was it? At one point, Italians weren't considered white, but they now are. Irish people weren't considered white, but they now. I get what you mean. I get what Skittybitty means, but it's like, we're getting a bit too, like, in the weeds of, like, you know what I mean? We're getting a bit too in the weeds of this, you know?
Different people have been considered white at different points in history, like Irish people.
Yeah, exactly.
When people talk about...
I'll jump ahead a little bit. I'm not really interested in it. You know, it's a little too... You know, it's a little too highbrow for me, you know what I mean?
Arbitrary category of white. Notably, neither of these definitions of destroying the white race include actual calls for violence. This is an accusation based on innuendo and not understanding things. But okay, what about Charlie Kirk? I mean, he straight up says I justified his murder, but let's look at the screenshots he presented as evidence. The image on the left reads, when we decline to speak ill of the dead, it's because we have compassion for the living. In this respect, I'm sorry for the nation called Charlie Kirk, but if he was, that does little to mitigate the damage he did to other people's children. This is an excerpt from an article from The Nation called
so it was an excerpt from an article, okay.
Pointing out that Charlie Kirk was not, as Octo claims, a milquetoast conservative figure, but a far-right agitator, a Christian nationalist, and, as the screenshot says, an unrepentant racist, transphobe, homophobe, and misogynist. The point of this article is that Charlie Kirk being dead does not mean we have to whitewash his legacy and pretend he was some sort of saint. Saying we don't need to pretend someone was a good person just because they were murdered is obviously not the same thing as justifying their murder.
I said the same thing. Oh my god, chat. I said the same thing. making fun of someone that's dead is not the same as justifying the fact that someone killed them. It's different. Like, if it's not that, it really isn't that hard to understand. Like, if I woke up in the morning, trending on the news, Donald Trump assassinated, I'll be like, well, someone should have done it. But now, but since someone did, you know, like, I'm never going to say someone should do it. No, of course not. You shouldn't take justice into your own hands. That's not what the legal system's for. If it happened to happen, like, yeah. There's a difference. There's a very clear difference.
Post doesn't say what Octo's claiming it does. The other screenshot is a cartoon showing the difference in treatment of MSNBC analyst Matthew Dowd, who was fired for criticizing Charlie Kirk's history of hate speech, pointing out that awful words can lead to awful actions, and Fox News host Brian Kilmeade, who suggested that homeless people ought to be euthanized. Dowd was fired for his comments, while Kilmeade simply apologized and got right back to work. The point of this cartoon is not that Charlie Kirk's murder was justified, nor was that even the point Dowd was making. The point is that some people are treated by the media as more human, more deserving of life and dignity than others. So no.
So that's what that was about? So what's it about? Yeah, this Octorok guy's a fucking moron, bro. Jesus Christ.
Neither of these posts constitute me justifying Charlie Kirk's murder.
This guy's a moron. As if we don't know that already, right, chat?
As for this post, yes, it was very funny how...
Here we go. Also, don't forget this tweet. Ski was happy Charlie died, and everyone with functioning brain cell can tell. Yes. Again, there's a difference between... There's a difference between being happy someone's dead. There's a difference... This guy's a moron. Holy shit. Octo's screenshot is dated 38 minutes ago, and I posted this after he blocked me. He was still looking for my tweets a month later, but this is totally one side.
Charlie Kirk assassinated started trending as a news topic on a random Thursday for no reason, months after it actually happened, complete with the exact same discourse that accompanied his actual assassination. Does this post make light of Kirk's assassination?
Yes.
Sure, you can argue that. Does it justify or endorse it? No. Oh, and as for the random...
Yeah, again, there's a difference. Oh, you can talk about this?
Guy who sent Octo an image of Charlie Kirk getting shot, I obviously don't condone that. I don't know this person, and they're certainly not acting on my behalf. Coming back to...
Amazing, isn't it? Oh my god! And again, Octorok doesn't prove that they're from... crazy. Go to sleep. Nah, we're finishing this. And then I'm gonna immediately fall asleep, chat. That's what I want to do. I hope you understand when I say I'm probably not going to stream tomorrow, chat. I hope you understand that when I say that, right?
To this post by Octo, when I woke up the next morning, it had kind of blown up, and my mentions were flooded by people calling me an anti-white racist, calling me a pedophile, slinging slurs at me. I got a DM telling me to kill myself. Suffice it to say, I was very overwhelmed. And it was in this state of distress that I did something I shouldn't have done.
Oh, Skittybitty. No. Oh, you shouldn't be doing that. You shouldn't be doing that.
Get him off the field! That's just typical what it is! Get him walking!
Shouldn't be doing that, Ski. Again, sorry that you obviously got a lot of harassment, which you shouldn't, and I can imagine that was overwhelming, but... And at everyone ping as well? Can't do that. Can't do that.
And at everyone ping to my Discord server and ask them to report Octo for harassment. This was stupid and impulsive of me to do, and I apologize. I feel lucky...
Okay, you shouldn't have done that. But again, the accountability is nice, isn't it, chat? It's accountability. Like, no, don't do that again. But I'm just like, at least they apologized.
That my community was mature enough to not actually follow through on this instruction, and Octo didn't lose access to his account, nor was he brigaded by my fans. The only reason people even know about the @everyone message, by the way, is because some washed-up right-wing drama...
There's a part where we talk about the fact that there's minors in a server as well. What does that mean? Graveyard Smash. You've got until I grab another drink from my fridge to explain what that means, or you're banned. Like, what do you mean by that? What's the implication, brother? I'm gonna grab another drink. I'm getting thirsty still. Actually, no. Ooh, I don't need to grab another drink. I brought the bottle with me. Ooh, I brought the bottle. I'm a genius. Oh, you have even less time. Oh, Graveyard Smash. It's looking bad for you, broski. Ooh, it's looking bad. I'm pouring Fanta Limon. I'm pouring Fanta Limon. Ooh, it's looking bad. Going once, going twice. And here's Sally. Thanks for playing in the So Musty stream, brother. Don't ever come back.
to were paid to access my server and distributed the screenshot. He didn't know what exactly he was looking for when he decided to comb through my Discord. He just had some gut feeling that something was off. Despite admitting that my server exactly
what's this all about? Hang on.
is because some washed up right-wing drama were paid to access
some washed up right-wing drama. Who are you talking about?
my server and distributed the screenshot. He didn't know what exactly he was looking for when he decided to comb through my Discord. He just had some gut feeling that something was off. Despite admitting that my server is actively moderated, fully safe for work, and didn't contain anything he found objectionable, he still decided to pearl clutch over there being an optional role that people under the age of 18 can use to identify themselves. This is a common
Hang on, wait, what?
in practice in some Discord servers, as it makes it easier for moderators to look out for potentially problematic interactions, and it also helps.
I mean, I think that's a bit strange, isn't it? I don't know if you want to like tag the minors in your Discord server as minors, because I think it makes for like any nonsense that join your server are shooting fish in a barrel. If that makes sense, it just seems like a magnet for abuse, right? Have you guys ever seen that done? Like, they say it's common. I've never seen that done before. Something tells me that's not. Something tells me that's not. Like, I get the point, but like, I think when you think about it for 2 seconds, surely you go, no, not particularly. Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, the reasoning makes sense, but I'm just like, I don't know about that, broski. I want to be honest. Okay, I've seen it in a fair amount of servers. Yeah, I don't know about that, brother. Especially with the way Discord's reputation, should I say? No.
Helps adults in a mixed age setting tailor the tone of
I guess it's to keep them out of NSFW channels. Well, there is a better way. You can literally tag a channel as NSFW, and then yeah, literally, you can go to any channel and type as NSFW. Users will need to confirm their legal age to view the content. Age-restricted channels are exempt from the explicit content. But yeah, that's the way I would do it. Like, if I had any, you could literally just do that. Simple as that, right? And then it goes by their verified age on their Discord account, you know?
conversation to ensure
they have no NSFW, I think. Well, yeah, they said they have a safe. They said that Discord is safe for work. But I don't know. It's still a bit. That's still a bit strange, though, isn't it? I'm just like, it's just kind of. I don't know about that, Gibby. I'll be honest.
Things stay appropriate for all ages. Of the over 300
Hang on,
people
what's the logic?
this is a common practice in some Discord servers, as it makes it easier for moderators to look out for potentially problematic interactions, and it also helps adults in a mixed age setting tailor the tone of conversation to ensure things stay appropriate for all ages.
I mean, what if you just have a Discord server in the first place where everyone is talking? I suppose I understand the reasoning, but like, I can't say in my years of having my own Discord server I ever bumped into that issue. But that's because mainly I make sure my Discord stay kind of focused in the realm of like gaming, if that makes sense. Like I say, like if you're here to talk games, then you can join. If not, you can talk about me in the various channels about me. Ooh. But like other than that, like I don't really want to know, to be honest. I don't know. Good intentions, but not really a good idea. I would say. I have a friend who made a server for me and told me I should keep the age rolls because if something happens, it'd be my fault as an admin for not making things clear in the server. I think it's probably easier for you to like. What I've done is I've just got my Discord server set so that like if you want to join, you have to have a verified phone number, which keeps people who are like really young out the server, right? Because most people probably don't have a phone number or like a phone that they can tie to their account, if that makes sense. Anyone who's super young is probably borrowing someone's phone on a PC, which they can't verify a phone account, can they? And other than that, like, I don't think there's the sort of conversation here that's... What I'm trying to say, my Discord server isn't a sort of place where I have to worry about that sort of thing, you know? Like, we're just talking about video games. It doesn't matter whether you're like 15 or like 50, you can talk video games on my server, you know? So like, what kind of problematic interactions are you looking out for that could potentially spring up? Like, if you have any NSFW channels, then I suppose the sort of thing can happen. But then you said that you didn't have any. Also, why would you? It's weird. I don't know. I'm trying to think. But I'm just like, I don't know. Go with the counter now. Chat that minor now should be banned from Discord. Oh yeah, who's saying that? Just kick the kids out? No, that's just. What are you talking about? I would say my Discord server is probably like what, like 13 plus. I don't think anyone who's underage shouldn't be my server because then that implies that notorious things are happening in my server. We're just talking about video games. Like if you're a young'un but you can talk video games and talk video games with us, why not? So I'm just like I don't know about that. I don't agree with the blanket rule of like just get rid of all young'uns. But at the same time, I'd like to believe I've tailored a space where I don't really have to worry about those sorts of interactions. And I don't think that's that hard to do if you have like adequate moderation. Because I like to imagine if my Discord mods saw any sus conversations, and besides, I've created what's it? A environment in my server where all it takes is one. Okay, all it takes is one interaction. I've created an environment of fear. Look at these people. They're so fearful for their life. Look at him. Look at this guy posting about Star Fox. Fearful for his life. Look at this. You see that? You see that? You see that this person's they are fearful of their lives. Look at this. You see that? Fearful. The fear in this. What's this all about? Oh, okay. Decent gif. Okay, that's fine. New pyramid. Oh, new pyramid. Gooning on main, yeah? That's 10 minutes right there. You see that? You see that? Ooh, interesting. Also, Skitty's Discord is strictly for their patrons. If your Discord is patron only, then surely it'd gear older, wouldn't it? Really? Like, what kid has money to spend on a fucking YouTuber? I don't know. That's a bit weird. I don't know. Either way, I think that's I can see the reasoning and I see your intention, but I don't know about that, to be honest.
Interactions, and it also helps adults in a mixed age setting tailor the tone of conversation to ensure things stay appropriate.
Parents' credit card. Mummy, can you give me your card so I can spend it on a YouTuber, please? Okay, what's happening here? What's happening? What's happening? JD's kind of confused here at the moment. Who's this guy? Swag that one beetle guy. Who is this guy? Ski specifically singles out minors and assisted them in joining the server behind their parents, but listen, I don't know what you mean by this. Give me a video or shut up, okay? I'm not interested in these weird allegations, okay? Give me a video or I'm not interested. Give me a video to watch.
For all ages.
The gift card clip? Is there a clip? If so, then show it to me. But if not, I'm not interested. I'm sorry.
Of the over and it also helps adults in a mixed age setting tailor the tone of conversation to ensure things stay appropriate for all ages. Of the over 300 people in my Discord, only 9 people had this role. But the line this guy and then eventually Octo ran with was that I was commanding an army of child soldiers to harass people I disagree with. Which
okay, that's kind of funny though, right?
Is, of course, very funny and how...
Okay, at least you see the sense of humor behind. I'm sorry, if someone was like, must have an army of child soldiers in his Discord server, bruv. Call me Conan. I'm not talking about the 2026 version. I'm talking the 2012 version, baby. I'm raising an army. And we're gonna take over the streets, baby.
Certainly dramatic and self-serious it is, but the accusation it represents is that I'm in some way endangering minors by simply having them in my server. I categorically reject this notion.
I reject that notion as well. I reject the notion that just because people that are underage in your Discord server, that means, it's scary. It's scary. It's scary, guys. Oh, there's so much scariness happening here. I can't believe this. Like, no, that's just not apparently not the case.
Space online that doesn't feature some sort of draconian age verification system will inevitably have minors in it. As a former lonely teenager, I owe so much to the adults who were patient with me and fostered safe environments online where I could be myself as I dealt with the struggles of growing up. People don't
You're welcome.
Magically become full-fledged human beings the moment they turn 18. Teenagers are people too. I think anyone making sweeping statements about what will keep kids safe is being inherently dishonest. Nobody is able to ensure kids are safe online the same way they're not able to ensure they're safe at home or at school. That doesn't mean we shouldn't strive to limit risk factors in situations like this, and to that end, I have removed the minor role from my server, but I don't...
Okay, that's a good idea. Amazing.
I think that will matter to the people who've already made up their minds about me. A quick glance at the comments under this
good
make it
heavens.
clear that this is not about keeping anyone safe, especially since the man who made this video went on to refer to 2 community members who he identified as children by their actual names in a follow-up video, even showing their usernames on screen. If he's so concerned about minors that he's convinced are vulnerable to abuse, that decision materially endangers them more than anything I've done. This assertion that I'm looking out for kids because I'm some sort of predator and not because I was myself a survivor of CSA is disgusting. But okay, back to that
Yeah, I'll take it. I'll take a word for that. Not a claim I can verify, but either way, it's one of those things where strange. I don't know who this right-wing guy is. Can we see their video? Did they make a video? Better to foster friendships and such higher up. I can see some situation where safe airs online is the only good option. Yeah, definitely. I can see that too.
Everyone message. In the hours between me sending this message and it being posted publicly, the harassment did not slow, let alone stop.
Oh boy.
It continued to intensify, and in the middle of all this, a new account called Skittybitty
Skittybitty. Oh my god, I think I know, guys, I think I've seen this bit. Harmful opinions. Oh, harmful opinions? Brother. I ain't seen that guy in ages. What's he up to these days? Harmful opinion. What's he up to these days? What the fuck? Oh good heavens. Discord child army? Oh, is that the Anthony guy that was here earlier? Oh, Anthony Gramuglia is here as well? Oh, hell no, there's more to this? There's a whole seaside to this drama? Oh my god. I haven't heard about this guy in ages. Holy shit, okay. All right, interesting.
Popped up and began to lob slurs at me. It wasn't anything I hadn't already heard, and I mostly found it entertaining that someone would go this far out of their way to try to hurt my feelings. But then came the reveal. Skittybitty posted a screenshot showing that—
Oh, okay, I remember this bit. Okay, gamers, I remember this bit. Okay, so obviously someone poses an account.
It's a new account called Skittybitty.
Skittybitty, which obviously, Slitty kill all people, Biddy. It's someone who's posing as a Skittybitty hater, right? Do you guys remember that? Oh, hang on. And then guess what happened? This Skittybitty account ended up posting, like, really bad, like, anti-Skittybitty things. And look who was caught liking them. Good evening. Skittybitty was a 10-minute sociological study conducted by Harvard University. We're now completely on our study. This Twitter account will soon be deleted. Thank you for your time. This entire account was created just to bait Octorok into liking the tweets. Remember, liked your reply, the F slur. Remember, guys, F slur and the T slur. Right there. If you ever had a semblance of respect left for Octorok reviews, if you're wondering, this is the interaction I saw that made me interested in this whole thing, by the way.
Liking their tweets in real time. I still don't know who is behind this account, but they are my hero. Unfortunately, the Skittybitty account was scrubbed, save for the tweet revealing Octo liking their tweets, but this was definitely the highlight of what was otherwise a very shitty day. It was about to get worse, though, as Octo decided to quote retweet this post where I made fun of the—
Why am I your race against white people?
The accusation that I'm racist against white people with the following. Openly hateful people like you are the reason why anti-Semitism is on the rise right now. I feel so sorry for every normal Jewish person who has to deal with you being a part of their community. You give them a bad name.
What?
Recall that earlier I mentioned I shared some personal information during my call with Octo that I'd never been open about publicly. I explained to him during our call that I deal with enough harassment from transphobes as is, so I've never been public about my ethnicity, especially since this is something that extends beyond me and implicates my family, who I obviously want to protect. Allow me to emphasize, in the midst of being dogpiled and harassed for my supposed—
There's no way. Oh, there's no way this is gonna go where I think it goes. There is no way this goes where I think it's gonna go. Obviously, I didn't know that Skittybitty was Jewish. I didn't know they were Jewish, right? I'm guessing Octorok knew and decided to put that information out there, knowing exactly what audience would come after them.
Anti-white racism and alleged support for white genocide, Octo decided to reveal to his far-right audience that I'm Jewish. It's no wonder Octo doesn't bring this up in his video about me, because there's no way to spin this that doesn't make him look unbelievably ghoulish. Later that evening, Octo was in his Discord server repeating his talking points about me being a vicious anti-white racist. A community member asked, aren't they white? To which Octo responded, Jewish, actually. He went on to explain that he did specifically reveal this information to hurt me, claiming he did it because I was, quote, being racist towards him, end quote, and because I, quote, did the same thing, end quote. But I genuinely do not know what he could possibly mean by that. Octo's made it no secret that he's half Latino and half Italian. There is nothing even approaching an equivalent reveal of personal information on my part. He's just lying to justify outing me as Jewish to his audience of occasionally unrepentant neo-Nazis. And it worked. The harassment I've received since he released this information has intensified and taken on a new tone. And as a reminder, the guy who made my Kiwi Farms thread is still hanging out in his server at this point. It makes me sick to see him play the victim in this video over receiving a fraction of the harassment he's deliberately directed towards me. A lot of the more egregious comments on his video about me were scrubbed while I was writing this, but here's a sample of some of the things he missed, and these are just the things—
Oh my god, half Latino. Yeah, he's half Latino as well, apparently. Yeah, he's one of you. He's one of you. He's one of your own. He's one of your own. He's one of your own, gamers. He's one of your own. Oh my god, bro, this happens way too often, doesn't it? This happens like, I see this happen every now and again. Chat, I was like, I'm a right winger and I hate, no, hang on, it was one of the, immediately.
As a Latino, we do not own this octopus.
Yeah?
Bang, bang.
I don't know. I was going to hit some type on actual bots, literally. Dios mío, man. Oh, man.
I got past YouTube's auto.
He's from Argentina. Is that the Latino? Yeah.
Mod. Octo claims I don't refer to people like him as Nazis because I sincerely believe it. Instead, I say it to justify violence against them. But what else do you even call people like this? I've also received a fair amount of heat for referring to the people Octo pals are.
And if the Mario Wonder Bus crashes into
Half Latino, half Italian, yeah? That's unreal. He's not even white, neither. It happens sometimes where, like, you get these white supremacist types, but they all have, like, it turns out, like, when they reveal what their girlfriend is, there's, like, they have an Asian girlfriend. Or sometimes even a black girlfriend. You're just like, how do you square that one away, huh? How's that happen?
Against them. But what else do you even call people like this? I've also received a fair amount of heat for referring to the people Octo pals around with as Nazi pedophiles. But I can't even count the number of times I've looked at the profile of someone he's talking to and seen wall-to-wall lolicon shit. The Tears of the Kingdom post
Oh boy, hang on. This guy keeps getting worse.
he made to quote-unquote rage bait his audience was posted by someone called Flat is Justice. One of the
oh boy. Oh god.
main VTubers Octo's constantly replying to looks like this and has cute and funny in her bio. And if you don't know what that means, I envy you. And of course, there's Octo's sponsor, The Dragon's Treasure. Here's the collage I put together of his greatest hits for my Gerudo video, and here are some new gems he's posted since then. Octo claims in his video that I harassed his sponsor when I've only directly interacted with him once in February, and any subsequent references to him have been to condemn the vile shit he posts on a near daily basis. The Dragon's Treasure is linked in the description of this video, and as a bonus, here's a screenshot of his sponsor harassing me. So no, Octorok Reviews is not some poor little centrist whose every attempt at making peace was thwarted by my relentless drive to harass him for no reason. Were there times when I instigated when I shouldn't have? Yes. Should I have moved on from this months ago?
Yes.
Also yes. Was it wrong to send out that at everyone message? Also yes. But does any of this justify the level of vitriol and hate speech I've received from Octo's community? No. Let me make myself clear. This is over. I do not want anyone from my community interacting with Octorok Reviews or anyone else I mentioned in this video.
I'm glad
I do
it's
not
over
want to
now.
talk
At
about
least
this
it's over.
ever again. I want to end this video with an apology. Not to Octo, but to my audience.
Okay, good.
I didn't demonstrate
Yes.
the maturity in the situation.
Oh my god, we got four. Oh my god, you're talking to me now. Oh my god, forward-facing skitty play. Oh, that's rare. They're talking to me directly now. You're talking to me. I'm sorry. Listen, if I said she instead of they, I apologize. It's like 4 in the morning. I'm tired. I'm so sorry. I really am.
The maturity in the situation that you should be able to expect from me. I acted impulsively and I continued to engage with him long after I should have stopped. I'm sorry. My sincere hope is that the lessons I've learned from the situation will.
I don't really watch. I haven't really seen any of the other videos other than this, but I'll accept the apology nonetheless. It's gonna make a really good Morsty.
Allow me to become a better version of myself. But if I've lost your trust, I understand. All I can do now is move on from this, get back to my work, and finish the video you've all been waiting for. I promise it will be worth the wait. Thanks for watching.
Well, if you're making a Breath of the Wild video, I'd love to watch that, because I've actually played Breath of the Wild. Yeah. I'm a Skitty fan, except on the TTK one video is really good. I need to play TTK though. I'm excited for the Breath of the Wild video, because like I've played Breath of the Wild, so I'm excited for that. And there we have it. Thanks for watching. And gamers, that was the entire drama. Oh my god. What a fucking trip. Of course we get the seaside with harmful opinions, but I might save that for another day. I don't know. It's 4 in the morning. It's 4 in the morning now. Oh my god. Woo! Well. Ski, I think you're an odd fella. I think you're an odd fellow, should I say. But I must say, this drama, like, okay, even though this was like a 2-day put-together video, I think this was, like, nicely escalated. You showed your points quite clearly. What's it? I'm thinking, for the @everyone ping, 2 days in county jail. 2 days in county jail. Octopop? Octorok?
For what you've watched, use my money to buy a beer or something.
I'll get KFC after this. That's what Octorok would assume I'd get, huh? That's what he would think I'd get, huh? Classic. Unbelievable. Crazy. But for Octorok, it's really ironic. At the very start of today's live streaming fiasco, we played Splatoon Raiders, and we had a conversation about, like, what kinds of ways of dying would be the worst. I don't know, man.
Boy, imagine what it would be like to be a
I have to go back and see that conversation to see what his punishment should be.
W stream, but please go to bed soon.
That's fun.
We're not trying to torture you for content.
Oh, don't worry about that. I'll take it.
emoji.
I'll take it. You know what? Just for you guys, I'll take it. What day is it tomorrow? Saturday. I'll take a chill day. Actually, it's Friday. No, it's Saturday tomorrow. It's Friday today. I think tomorrow we'll just play a bit more Splatoon Raiders and we'll call it a day, right, chat? Is that fair? Couple more hours of Splatoon tomorrow and then we'll call it there. All right, let's have a look at the shit post. But actually, should we have a look at the comments? I haven't looked at the comments on any of these, to be honest. I have a look at the comments on this one, real quick. So let's take a brief look, see, shall we? Let's have a look, gamers. Of course, we'll have a look. You're liking Raiders? That's all I did today. It's fun. Bandy, are you around tomorrow? I want to play that. What level are you? I think I'm like level 12 or something. Listen, we gotta play that. That game's fucking fun, bro. That game's sick. I like it. We gotta do some raids, man. We gotta do some raids. That's it. It's fun, man. That's a decently fun game. It's been a while since I played the looter shooter. Like, the last one I got really addicted to was like Borderlands 2. So, like, it's really getting that looter shooter brain of mine. Do you know what I mean? Hey, man, we got. Listen, if you're around tomorrow, I'll send you a message, yeah? Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Jay.
W stream today, Musty.
Hell yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Jay. I appreciate that. It's got that. It's addicting, isn't it? Which build did you use? Did you use like a power build, the speed one, or the tactical? I went with the tactical one to start because I like turrets. I like being able to throw out a turret. It's very fun. I like something else shooting and doing all the work for me. Very lazy. I'm an Echo main in Rainbow Six as well. How could you tell? I can't believe Skittybitty's child army of 9 teenagers would do this. Crazy. Yeah, I was racist, but true. I can't believe famous YouTuber Skittybitty had to integrity defend small channel Skittybitty. True. I'm eternally grateful I delete Twitter. You need to delete Twitter, guys. You need to do it. There's no way Octo stood by the Taliban footage. As a wise pair of minds would said, the Taliban? Yeah. Octo pulling the "you're the cause of anti-Semitism" card when revealing that you're Jewish and something that you've not told in public for a reason. Oh my G-D. I'm so sorry Octo said that to you. As a fellow Jewish person, I can only shock. Yeah, that was terrible. That was like, if he wasn't already buried underneath the prison, that was definitely the worst part. I'm gonna be honest. I want to apologize for acting rashly and perfect after vehemently being harassed by bigots hurling slurs and threatening to kill me. Sure. They could never make me hate you, famous YouTuber Skittybitty. This is bog standard right-wing anti-trans playbook. Terrible. Reminder that Octoroks hurl rocks at you and then bury their heads in the sand. Ooh! That's true! That's so true, gamers! I had to hold my tongue every time you made a Nazi joke. I genuinely didn't think he'd get that bad. I would have been honest, Jack. But, like, I was calling him Hitler playfully at the beginning. But I'm gonna be honest. That's crazy. That's clever. Reminder that Skittybitty and her followers will defame you, stalk you, and harass you for months until you start calling her out for it. What are you talking about? Hey, Skittybitty, you want to play? Actually, no. Do you honest? I'm gonna be honest, Skittybitty. If I stream with you, I'm gonna get harassed as well. Okay? I'm gonna get harassed. I'm just a poor little streamer. No, no, I don't want kiwi farms waffing. No, we could play some Fortnite. How about that? Play Mario Kart. Get you in a musty lobby, innit? As soon as the kiwi farms came out, I was like, all right. I didn't think it was that bad. Yeah, same. Honestly. Apolitical centrist content and looks inside disproportionate. Yes, this happens all the time. Honestly, many such cases. Isn't that right? It happens so often. It's unreal, man. I can't believe this. I don't know what's happening, man. Just say you're a right winger. As long as it doesn't affect the analysis of your content, I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. Why do you always parade yourself as I'm neutral? I'm the neutral option. I'm so neutral. Just say you're a right leaning. That's all you have to do. It's fine. I'm not gonna kill you for it. Wait for the race war to happen, then we'll see what happens. Okay? He didn't include how he called critical theory the left-wing equivalent of Nazis. Oh my god, that's the part we skipped. Crazy. Dear God, Nintendo YouTube has a child audience. I need to get antis. Oh, Can you believe the Nintendo YouTube has a channel? How can I make this about reinstigating concentration camps? How can I make this about that? Fucking impossible. I'm not big at my friend. Yeah, I did point that out, but that was weird. There's a whole world of slurs out there I couldn't imagine. Oh, there's loads. Armchair Tony, there's so many slurs, bro. It's unreal. I told people in my audience about 1488, you know? Like, people know about that now, you know? He did take everyone's advice and go off Twitter. Better for mental health. Yeah, literally, stay off Twitter, okay? Come join the Musty lobby, okay? 2080 took half an hour to get through because I kept pausing to read the tweets in Google terms I've never heard of. And oh boy, I wish I could write my memory. I'm not gonna lie, guys. There were definitely points where Skittybitty referenced things where I'm just like, I'm just gonna ignore that tweet. I know what the tweet was referencing. I'm just like, you know what? I'm not gonna translate that one for my audience. I'm not gonna translate that one. I'm okay, thank you. I'm okay. I'll leave that. I'll leave my audience be. Does that mean? I'll leave my audience be. That's fine by me. I just sit down after this one. I think I make the right call after going cold circle on this rock octopus BS. True. I'm glad you found some sort of way out. I'm glad you did. Good for them, honestly. An attempt to uglify art, a problem that spreads across Western artistic events. He wants to call it degenerate art so bad. Wasn't there someone else that we knew that wanted to call art degenerate art gamers? Wasn't there someone else? Wasn't there someone else? Listen, we'll leave it there. I'm glad Skittybitty's audience is very receptive to all of this. We'll leave it there, gamers. I think we've seen enough. Overall, Octorok, just become turning point hero. Skittybitty, just stay off Twitter, okay? And don't @ping people, okay? And I don't know what harmful opinions was on. I'm not gonna look into that seaside just yet. But whatever it was, if he was right, then don't do that. If he was wrong, then fuck him, okay? We'll leave it there, gamers. I've still got my Splatoon music queued off. Yeah, to get off it. Stay off Twitter. Stay off Twitter. How about that? As we need to do. This may be an all-nighter for me. I don't know how I could sleep after this. And with that, gamers, and with that, the end of the stream, okay? I'll look through the rest of my own time, okay? I'll look through the rest of my own time. Actually, no, this one was kind of funny. I'll show this one as well. This one was good. Okay, but now I'm going, okay? Good night, everybody. We'll do a bit of Raiders tomorrow. Maybe with Bandy if he's around. Maybe with Twilight. If Twilight's got the game as well. We'll do a bit of a 3-stack. Why not? Seems like it'd be fun. Have a good one, gamers. Peace. Bye.